Other teachers teach with textbooks in hand. But you, on the other hand, come to class with an AK strapped to your waist, a machete in hand, and even a sniper rifle slung over your back, graduating from the police academy and going undercover right away. You, with 18 years of experience in the underworld, were unexpectedly assigned to a private school that gathers the offspring of various elites to work as a substitute teacher, all in the name of dismantling the dark forces in the entire Rainbow Port City. However, you thought you could build a good relationship with the students, gradually infiltrate into the core of their families, and capture their entire family, only to find that they were all mischievous students with dyed blonde hair and full-back tattoos. On your first day in the classroom, they played tricks on you, leaving you in a sorry state. Instead of getting angry, you laughed. Since you enjoy playing around, I'll join in and have some fun with you. So the next day, you got up early and went to a simulation gun shop on the street. After buying several powerful simulation guns and 2 machetes, you geared up and headed towards the teaching building. At this moment in the classroom, a group of second-generation rich kids are happily fooling around. There are more than 10 people playing dice, and 2 couples are passionately kissing in the corner. By the window, a chubby man was struggling to balance a large spoon in his hand, while several overweight diners at a nearby table were drinking beer. The rest of the group gathered around the leader of the Purple Star Society, the wealthy heiress Lu Ruyan, and others. You had been standing at the classroom door for a long time, but no one noticed you. You cleared your throat a couple of times in an attempt to get their attention, but the noise inside was too loud for anyone to hear. Quiet down. With a roar from you, the students in the classroom finally saw your arrival, and the scene instantly fell silent. You walked confidently towards the platform, tossed the attendance register onto it, and then glanced playfully at the group of students. Simple self-introduction: I am your new homeroom teacher, and I will be teaching all your classes from now on. Now, I'll give you a chance. Whoever ambushed me yesterday, step forward, let me give you a beating, and we'll consider the matter settled. A blonde-haired person kicked his own desk upon hearing your words. Who do you think you are? Sitting a bit closer to you, Lu Ruyan smiled slightly. Teacher Su, you shouldn't have come back. You shrugged. How would I know if I don't try? The scene fell into a brief silence once again. Some students slowly moved closer to their desks, while others quietly reached for their waists. Upon seeing this, you smirked and said, I advise you not to do this. Respecting teachers and valuing principles is what good students do. To hell with respecting teachers and valuing principles. Screw that. With a loud shout, all the students drew out their weapons, but before they could open fire, you slowly unbuttoned your own coat. In the next moment, an AK-47 was directly aimed at them. My dear classmates, brace yourselves for the bullets. At this moment, the AK-47 began to crazily spew out bullets. One by one, the students fell to the ground in terror before they could even react. Ouch! It's rubber bullets. Quickly find cover. He will run out of bullets sooner or later. After a chaotic scramble, over 20 people who hadn't fallen retreated to the back of the classroom. They piled all the desks together to form a wall, shielding themselves from the bullets. Come out for me. You pulled out a new magazine from your waist and loaded it, firing another burst towards the desk. Just from the sound of the bullets hitting the desk, you knew how painful it would be to get hit. Since you are the well-known young masters of Rainbow City, come out. Another burst of bullets hit the desk, and both sides immediately fell into a stalemate. After about 3 minutes, a gentle female voice sounded from behind the desk. Teacher Su, I surrender. Please don't hit me. Lu Ruyan raised her hands and walked towards you step by step. You smirked and said, I don't accept prisoners. Lu Ruyan looked at you incredulously, then collapsed. You changed the magazine again. Just yesterday, you had been tricked by Lu Ruyan, but you still remembered. At this moment, 8 people were lying in front of the barrier formed by the desks. You counted once before entering, and there were 26 people at school today, which means there are still 18 people resisting behind the desks. Just then, a wriggling figure on the ground caught your attention. The man in question is Qian Baiwan, the son of the famous owner of a 5-star hotel in Rainbow Harbor City. You aimed your gun at him and fired without hesitation. Stop hitting! Stop hitting! Qian Baiwan shouted, holding his head. The more he screamed, the less likely you were to let him go. After consuming a magazine of bullets, Qian Baiwan obediently lay on the ground, with only his occasionally trembling body indicating his current struggle to restrain the pain coursing through his body. Behind the classroom, a group of second-generation rich kids had very unpleasant expressions on their faces. Judging by your actions just now, you must have brought enough ammunition. How? What should we do? Are we going to hide here all the time? The one called Hao, who was the first to kick over the table, was a guy with yellow hair named Lin Hao. His father was a senior executive in the jockey club, holding a high position in Rainbow Port City. Lin Hao suddenly seemed to have thought of something, turned his head to look at Wang Chaoyang beside him. Isn't your dad the director of the Beisha District Police Station? The gun in the teacher's hand clearly exceeds the category of a toy gun. Go threaten him. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Lin Hao's words, all looking straight at Wang Chaoyang. Wang Chaoyang's eyes lit up as he found Lin Hao's words quite reasonable. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, raised his hand confidently, and stood up, saying, Teacher Su, I'd like to have a chat with you. Do not talk. With a few bullets, Wang Chaoyang fell down before he could even say a word. Lin Hao and the remaining classmates were also speechless. They carried Wang Chaoyang to a corner and let him curl up and twitch there on his own. You are recording numbers on the blackboard, 17 more to go. In the deadlock, an hour quickly passed. A few students who had just had a beer were already starting to hold their pee. No, I can't help it. Ms. Su, I'm taking a leave of absence. I need to go to the bathroom. Okay, I agree. Su Nan returned. Thanks. Thank you. At once, a fat man stood up from behind his desk. Da. The fat man fell straight down. All 16 more to go. Sunan kept count. A few moments later, there was a rustling sound of running water from the back of the classroom. Su Nan was very familiar with this sound. It was someone peeing towards an empty bottle. Then again, he had just seen that the boys weren't the only ones drinking beer when he came in. There was also a girl, and he didn't know how the other one had peed in the bottle. Half an hour had passed again, and Zhang Yi was getting cold on the floor. A few of them were in front of the blocking wall of the desks, and all their movements were in the bottom of Su Nan's eyes, so they still didn't dare to move at all. And behind the retaining wall, Lin Hao's dozen or so legs are squatting numb. Just now, a female student did not hold back and stood up, and unsurprisingly ate a few more bullets. That bullet hit the opponent's D+ chest and swung a crowd of eyes. Asterisk. Ah. It's too suffocating to step on the horse. I can't help it. Finally, a few students erupted, and they got up and crossed over the desks regardless, launching a death charge towards Su Nan. Not surprisingly, these stalwarts became martyrs. There are 9 more. Su Nan grinned. Bean-sized beads of sweat surfaced on the heads of the last few people, including Lin Hao. Su Nan made it clear that this was a group effort to destroy them. Hey, Director of Instruction, I'm Zhang Meng. I'm being blocked by the new teacher. Come here right now or you'll be waiting to sweep the road. Everyone simultaneously looked at Zhang Meng, who was on the phone, with scrutiny in his eyes. It's not too much for me to seek help from the school. Zhang Meng spread his hands and said without any concern, who fights without a few helpers? You guys say so? The crowd was stunned by Zhang Meng's shamelessness, but they didn't say anything. After all, at this point, it was sort of the best thing to do. A few minutes later, a big-bellied, bald, middle-aged man hurried toward this side. He saw the scene in the middle of the classroom at a glance, and it almost stopped his heart. Wei Baldy, we're here. Save me. Zhang Meng realized that the director of instruction had arrived and immediately got up and shouted. Zhang Meng looked at Su Nan with disbelief, and then fell straight down. Director of instruction Wei Baldy's eyes stared blankly, looking straight in the direction where Zhang Meng had collapsed, and then at Su Nan. Who are you? Who told you to do this? That's how you treat students. Do you have any idea who they are? I'm going to fire you. You won't get a penny of your paycheck, and I'm going to send you to the police station and lock you up. Asterisk gibberish. Really think you're an onion. Su Nan once again changed the magazine to aim at the back of the classroom. At this, both those who had fallen to the floor and those hiding behind desks in the back of the classroom fell silent. They found out. This new teacher is really not to be messed with. The director of instruction is his leader, and he was actually knocked down by a barrage of bullets as well. Run. Stay green. Not afraid of no firewood. Lin Hao shouted and took the lead towards running outside over the desks. He often rode horses and was very agile, dodging behind a desk the first time Su Nan aimed at him. Then by using the time when Su Nan was attacking those other students, Lin Hao opened the back door of the classroom and directly ran out. Without even looking at Lin Hao, Su Nan carried his AK-47 and knocked the last few people to the ground. Subsequently, in the crowd secretly watching, Su Nan put away the AK-47 from behind a sniper rifle. At this time, under the teaching building, Lin Hao had already run out a full 50 meters. 20 meters further on is the school fence. Lin Hao's face was flushed red and he held his breath as he once again powered up on his feet and ascended towards the 3-meter high fence in just a few steps. It looked as if his hand was about to grab the wall and then he would be able to go over it, when suddenly a gunshot came. Bang! A rubber bullet hit Lin Hao directly in the ass. Chapter 4, If you dare to skip class, will I blow up your house? Principal's office. LV Liangkong directly pinched his brows as he looked at the awesome Su Nan and the chattering Wei Baldi. Headmaster, this person should never stay in our school. If he dares to hit students with rubber bullets today, he will dare to massacre the school with live ammunition tomorrow. And not only should we fire him, we should turn him over to the police. Su Nan, you must pay for what you've done and must give an explanation to all the teachers and students in our school. Director of Instruction Wei Baldi bared his teeth directly at Su Nan like a hound raised by the powerful. Su Nan just lightly sat on a side sofa, crossed his legs and smoked a cigarette, not paying the slightest attention to Wei Baldi. Teacher Su, is there anything you want to say? LV Liangkong took a deep breath to look at Su Nan. Wei Baldi didn't know about Su Nan's background, but LV Liangkong did, because Su Nan came with a handwritten letter of introduction from the Deputy Director of the Education Bureau. LV Liangkong didn't want to offend Su Nan until it was absolutely necessary. There's nothing to say. I hit the man. Love it or leave it. Su Nan finished standing up and walked over to Wei Baldi, spitting a smoke ring at him. Ahem. Wei Baldi was choked back 2 steps, and he was just about to open his mouth when Su Nan directly grabbed his collar. An unopened machete was then placed on Wei Baldi's neck. My old man hacked his way across the border between the mainland and Burma when he was 18. I need to give you an account of what I've done. Did you think that I was good enough to be messed with just because I switched to being a teacher? Believe it or not, I'm going to give your family a couple grenades tonight. Su Nan's ferocious appearance directly scared Wei Baldi into not daring to show his teeth again. He tightly pinched his clothes, his legs constantly trembling, and his eyes looked at the principal, LV Liangkong, for help. LV Liangkong also did not expect Su Nan to be so formidable, and immediately gently pushed the laptop in front of him, covering himself behind it. Headmaster, I'll go back if there's nothing else. I have class this afternoon. Su Nan said and let go of Wei Baldi, who was so scared that he almost peed, turned around and walked towards the door. It wasn't until Su Nan walked away that LV Liangkong slapped the table and stood up. Bang! Unlikely. Is this a teacher? There's no such thing as a teacher's ethics. And you, Director Wei, you're a director of instruction, and you're actually intimidated by a new teacher. Just fight him and see if he dares to throw a grenade at your house at night. Wei Baldi, feeling like you weren't scared of him the way you just ducked. On the other hand, Su Nan went back for a nap after having a meal in the cafeteria. It wasn't until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that Su Nan walked towards the school building in a daze. Unsurprisingly, the inside of the classroom was a lot quieter, and the students were all very well behaved as they sat on their stools and quietly looked at Su Nan. Su Nan counted 23 left, and in addition to the one that didn't come today, 3 more had run away. Class, we will now begin roll call. Su Nan sat on the podium and grinned, but he had just reached inside the drawer of the podium when he felt something slippery. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Su Nan was struck, a burst of raging laughter came from the stage. Su Nan frowned and grabbed the contents and took them out, only to see a 1-meter-long cauliflower snake wrapped around Su Nan's hand. Su Nan instantly looked up at the group of people on the stage, and in the end, Su Nan didn't see who had put it there. Su Nan also did not ask. These teenage girls are in their adolescence, especially righteous, simply will not betray their teammates. That's it? Su Nan skimmed his lips and grabbed the cauliflower snake and pulled it, instantly pulling all of the bones off of the cauliflower snake. Then it wrapped the cauliflower snake around its waist and tied a knot with its head and tail as the crowd stared in disbelief. Today is our first official day of class. Introduce yourself. My name is Su Nan. You can call me teacher, or you can call me Nan. Roll call will now begin. Chen Baiwan. Su Nan looked up at Chen Baiwan, while Chen Baiwan raised his head in a very arrogant manner, directly ignoring Su Nan. The next moment, a machete flew straight towards Chen Baiwan. Asterisk. Chen Baiwan fell to the floor with a startled thud, while the machete was stuck just above his head on the chair. Everyone stared at Su Nan with wide eyes. Just now, if it wasn't for Chen Baiwan dodging fast, this mud horse wasn't pierced through the heart by a knife. Su Nan grinned and reached out to tug, and only then did the crowd realize that there was a rope attached to the back of the machete. The machete was retrieved into Su Nan's hand, and pulled a few knife blossoms in Su Nan's hand. Chen Baiwan. Arrived. Chen Baiwan hurriedly replied, afraid that if he was a little late Su Nan would give him another shot. Su Nan nodded. Wang Chaoyang. Here. I'm here. With Chen Baiwan's previous experience, Wang Chaoyang answered very dryly. With these two at the beginning, the roll call went very smoothly. Now it's just a matter of Lin Hao, Zhang Yi, Li Fengjiao, and Tang Yin. Well, you guys study on your own. I'm going to go find these students. After Su Nan finished speaking, he walked towards the door. Wait, Su, MS. Su, what subject are we studying for? A female student stood up and asked cautiously. She didn't really want to learn. but she was afraid that Su Nan would turn around and find them in trouble again. Asterisk 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 I don't care what you guys learn. With a curse, Su Nan headed off into the distance. Learn a hammer. He can't do it himself. Who cares if they learn it or not? His goal was to blend inside the family backgrounds of these students and then find evidence of their offenses and arrest their families. And unbeknownst to Sunan, his plans, his trajectory was gradually changing. Hey, old Lee, it's me. I'm going to meet two students' parents first to test the waters. Sky House. First floor. Normally the place is already full of people, but today it was incredibly silent. The scene was full of people, but none of them made a sound. On top of a round table, two middle-aged men had been staring at each other for a long time. Beside them sat several older men with thinning gray hair. These two middle-aged men were none other than Zhang Haoran, the leader of the Purple Star Society, and Tang Sanburial, the leader of the Seven Slaughter Society. Just when a group of old men were about to be suffocated by the atmosphere of the scene, a telephone rang suddenly. Zhang Haoran frowned and picked up the phone. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, is your daughter Yi Zhang? On the other end of the phone was a young man's voice, which instantly caused Zhang Haoran to frown as he looked faintly at Tang Sanzang. Who are you? What have you done with my daughter? As Zhang Haoran's voice fell, the hundreds of people behind him took a step forward in unison, looking ferociously at Tang Sanburial. What are you doing? What are you looking at Laozi for? Laozi is the kind of person who doesn't talk about the morals of the Jianghu. Tang Sanzang was furious. Just then the man's grumpy voice came from the other end of the phone as well. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm Zhang Yi's homeroom teacher. How are you a father? Your daughter actually skipped school, and she dared not answer my calls. Believe it or not, I'll blow up your house tomorrow. Zhang Haoran was dumbfounded, and Tang Sanzang also looked at Zhang Haoran's cell phone incredulously. All the gazes on the scene became dull as they looked at Zhang Haoran in unison. Is this really sure it's a school teacher calling parents? Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. If I don't see Zhang Yi when I take roll call, you'll be waiting for my home visit. Although the phone had been hung up, Zhang Haoran was still sitting there with a confused look on his face, not knowing what mood he was in for a while. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. The leader of the hallowed Purple Star Society is actually going to get a home visit from a teacher. Ha 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 ha. The little brothers behind Tang Sanburial immediately laughed as well. But just then, another phone rang. Tang Sanburial laughed loudly and took out his cell phone. At a glance it was an unfamiliar number. In a good mood he did not hesitate to connect it. Hello, are you Tang Yan's father? Tang Sanburial. Chapter 5, The Grumpy Teacher. Wait, brother, don't say anything first, let me guess. You're Tang Yan's homeroom teacher? Tang Sanburial said in a hurry. He didn't want to lose face like Zhang Haoran. Ha, am I that famous? The man's slightly superior voice came from the other end of the phone, but the tone of the caller's voice turned immediately afterward. Okay, why didn't your son come to school today? You better give me a reasonable explanation or you'll see your son hanging in front of the school tomorrow. Quiet. There was silence. It didn't matter if it was Tang Sanburial, or Zhang Haoran, or a group of society elders, or hundreds of juniors. No one made the slightest sound at this moment. If the man who had just called himself Zhang Yi's homeroom teacher's comment about blowing up Zhang Haoran's house was an angry remark, then it was now a rant. May I ask what the teacher's name is? Tang Sanburial's tone was a bit cold. You can call me Mr. Su or Brother Nan. What? You want to invite me for tea? The voice on the other end of the phone was still incomparably arrogant. Not bad, Mr. Su. Zhang Yi's father and I are both at the world floor. I wonder if Mr. Su has rewarded us with his presence? Tang Sanburial sneered. Just wait, I'll be right over. I have to teach you two incompetent parents a lesson today. Listening to the beeping sound coming from inside the phone, the corners of the mouths of a table of society bigwigs twitched. The minions, on the other hand, were trying to hold in their laughter. What with all the negotiations and all the turf? People aren't in the mood right now. Everyone was sitting quietly at the table, not saying a word. Outside the Sky Building, several vans were parked on the side of the road, with a number of plainclothes police officers sitting inside. There were also several men wearing headphones constantly hovering in front of the entrance, dissuading all diners who were planning to go in for dinner. Team He, how much longer do we have to wait? A female police officer asked impatiently. Is it useful for us to wait like this? If you ask me, you should just rush in and take all these clubbers inside the station. The one called Team He is a middle-aged man in his 40s named He Liang, who specializes in combating blackmail. But being in charge is being in charge. And in a place like Hong Kong where societies are all over the place, the fight against gangs is simply a joke. He Liang also had the intention to wipe out these associations, but reality was cruel. The policewoman who opened her mouth was called Xiao 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 Xiao. with 3 X's in her name and 3 X's in her behavior. But the other side of the background is hard. The city director Xiao War is Xiao Xiao's father. My aunt. We need evidence to arrest people. He Liang laughed bitterly. Now that there's no fight going on in there, and no conflict has broken out, who are we to go in and arrest people? Are we just going to wait out here? Xiao punched the front seat. In her front row on a chubby civilian police. At this time just a bucket of freshly soaked instant noodles there to eat. Xiao's small punch to his seat caused him to stagger, and the bubbly fell all over his crotch. Ow. Ah. Hot. The fat man wailed and collapsed. 5 minutes later, the ambulance took away the fat man with the burned crotch. He also became the only officer to be injured before he could act. He Liang had mixed feelings in his heart at this time, and he was already agonizing over how the report was going to be written. My friend, the Sky House is closed today. Asterisk. You think I can't read? Doesn't it say open for business? The argument at the door caught the attention of He Liang and Xiao. A young man in a trench coat was seen arguing with plainclothes policemen. Still wearing a windbreaker in this weather. A burnt bag. He Liang shook his head. Get out of the way. I have to meet the students' parents. Sunan directly pushed the plainclothes policeman away as he spoke. And for a moment, the plainclothes policeman didn't react at all and stumbled. And unluckily, he had just casually thrown a piece of watermelon rind on the ground. And he was very lucky that he just stepped on top of it. Rip. With the sound of cloth ripping from his crotch, the plainclothesman performed a straight-up one-liner. Ow. Ah. Pain. He Liang, winky face. This is all called for. The ambulance, which hadn't gotten far, turned right around in place, inside the heavenly building. As Sunan entered, everyone turned their gazes toward him in unison. Come on. Move over. Move your feet. Are you deaf? I told you to put your feet away. So who? Are you 18 this year? Why don't you go to school? Asterisk. What kind of eyes are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll make you invite your parents. Sunan cursed all the way to the center table, kicking down a few ungrateful punks in the middle. Hundreds of people stood up in unison to look at him, except for the table in the very center, which did not move, precisely because the bigwigs of the two major societies didn't make a move. These punks had to hold their breath and could only use their eyes to scrape Sunan alive. That who? Old man. This year is afraid not have 80 right. So old still come out to socialize, also not afraid of heart attack. The one Sunan called an old man was called Uncle Fu, an old-timer of the Purple Star Society. Uncle Fu had been mixed up in the society for decades. How could anyone normally dare to talk to him like this? The furious Fu Bo's eyes rolled over and he had a heart attack, immediately convulsing. Zhang Haoran. The corners of the mouths of the group of society bigwigs all twitched. Outside the Sky Building, the ambulance, which had just gotten no farther, once again made a U-turn. He team, please recall an ambulance. I really need to go to the hospital. The fat man whose crotch was burned in the beginning looked at He Liang with a prayerful face. Ho Liang. After exasperating Fu Bo away, the table only became vacant, and only then did Sunan sit down as a matter of course. Introduce yourself. My name is Sunan. From now on I'm the homeroom teacher of the 9th class of the 2nd year at Tianfu Senior Private High School. Your children in my class will abide by my rules. Enough. Tang San Burial directly stood up with a slap on the table. You're nothing. Also dare to me. Tang San Burial's words could no longer be said, because a desert eagle was already against his head. Kid, drop the gun. Asterisk. Chop him up. Asterisk. Don't seem to have a guy today. Then shoot him. Chapter 6, I'm a good person. Several hundred people directly surrounded behind Tang San Burial, their mouths still cursing. They were here today to negotiate and knew the cops would be watching this place, so none of them brought their guys. I didn't realize that Sunan, the teacher, didn't talk about martial arts and actually carried a gun. Mud blood. Are you sure you're a teacher and not a killer? They usually fight with just a knife. Come on. Whoever screams, come up here first and eat my shot. Sunan turned his gun around and pointed it at the group of gangsters behind Tang San Burial. Don't be afraid, everyone. He only has a few bullets in one gun. There are so many of us. We can pile up and kill him. So in the midst of the crowd's dumbfounded gazes, Sunan pulled out another AK-47, and then lifted his trench coat, revealing rows and rows of magazines inside. No one dared to call out now. It was obvious that the numbers were outpiling the bullets. Tang San Burial's forehead was already imbued with sweat at this point. Zhang Haoran on the side also had a gloomy face, and a group of uncles were also trembling in their legs. Their first reaction was that they had been undermined. There was absolutely no way this could be a teacher. Among a group of juniors, a youth had quietly retreated towards the back. This person was the undercover police officer. Inside the vase in the corner was a small smartphone. All he had to do was press the call button and the police outside would rush in. But he didn't dare move too much for fear of attracting the attention of the gangsters. Just then, Sunan pointed the AK-47 at Zhang Haoran again. Now that the leaders of the two major societies were under his gun, everyone was even more afraid to move. Now that I changed my mind, you guys call now and tell Zhang Yi and Tang Yan to roll over and explain to me personally. Zhang Haoran and Tang Sanburial frowned at the words. This person in front of me is asking them to call their children over without doing anything. Is he trying to take hostages? But it was obviously not a sensible behavior to provoke the other party at this time. Instead of saying anything, the two pulled out their cell phones and called their children. It was also this action of theirs that caused a hint of cunning to flash in Sunan's eyes. Under normal circumstances, parents simply do not let their children get into danger. Now it looks like these second-generation kids are either not pro-life, or they don't have much of a place in their parents' hearts. Ha! This also confirmed Sunan's suspicions. Do you really think you're the Sunan tiger? You're so reckless? If he were really a tiger, he wouldn't have been able to work as an undercover agent in the mainland for so many years, and he would have died long ago. All of this move was just one of Sunan's plans. The purpose was to test out the true status of these second generation in their families, as well as to quickly penetrate them. The risk is a little big. But undercover for many years of Sunan, if this risk is not dare to risk, then he would have resigned and run away. Reckless is not just reckless. He and Zhang Yiming have long discussed posing as Zhang Yiming's wife's brother. In this way, Sunan's background also gave others many scruples, and the style in which he acted would move those who were not on the right path to pull him in. After all, the status of the police department chief's uncle would make a lot of things better. Underneath all of this cocky show was Sunan's meticulous planning. He was born to be an actor, and he could hang on to those fresh meat with a casual movement and expression. It didn't take long for Tang Yan and Zhang Yi to arrive at the world floor. Tang Yan was at a loss. He had only missed 2 days of school. How come some teacher Su appeared and held a gun to his father's head? Zhang Yi, on the other hand, looked as if she had seen a ghost, as she had truly not expected that Sunan would dare to come to her father, and still carry a gun. No, that's a fake gun. Zhang Yi was about to remind Zhang Haoran when she saw Sunan grinning. Zhang student, do you want to explain to me why you skipped school? Is he really your teacher? Zhang Haoran asked with a frown. It is, Zhang Yi said through clenched teeth. She believed that this time, whether Sunan died or not, she was definitely miserable. So who? Tang Yan right, why did you miss class? Sunan asked as he pointed his gun at the green-haired Tang Yan. Tang Yan's legs trembled. He didn't know that the one in Sunan's hand was a fake gun. He felt like he'd be dead if he said anything now. Who the hell knew you could skip class and have a teacher point a gun at you? If there was a next life, he would never skip class to play video games again. No, Dad, that's a fake gun in his hand. Zhang Yi finally reacted and shouted. Actually betrayed their teacher. Without saying a word, Sunan turned his gun around and directly gave Zhang Yi a shot. Zhang Yi looked at Sunan with disbelief, then fell straight down. She didn't expect in any way that at this time, Sunan would still dare to shoot her. She's got hundreds of minions behind her. Looking at Zhang Yi, who was curled up on the ground and twitching, everyone then reacted. Kid, you dare to fool me. Zhang Haoran and Tang Sanburial lifted the table at the same time. This was the habit of their club, lifting the table before starting a fight. But an awkward scene just appeared. Zhang Haoran and Tang Sanburial were sitting opposite each other. Both of them lifted the table at the same time. And not only did they not tip the table over, they even lifted the table straight up. Sunan stumbled over the two faucets with a sliding shovel, reaching out and yanking both of them under the table with a single tug. The desktop also dropped very cooperatively at this time, right on the two men's heads. The two men were also very capable as dragons, but the sudden change of heart didn't give the two men any time to react at all. This, coupled with the tabletop hitting their heads, caused a moment of dizziness for both of them. Quickly release our master Zhang. Let Tang go, or I'll chop you to death. Hundreds of people rushed up to try to free the two big men, but the more people there were, the more chaotic the scene became. A full minute eventually passed before the tabletop was lifted and tossed aside. By this time a group of uncles had long since been trampled. Sunan had a machete in one hand on the necks of Zhang Haoran and Tang Sanburial. Don't come any closer. Watch out if my hand slips and your boss hiccups. It was a moment that was as hard on everyone as if they had eaten a turd. You step horse out to bring a fake gun or forget. Step horse's knife is also not open blade art knife. Justified they? Seeing that these people weren't being held by the tiger, Sunan awkwardly threw his knife away. So what? Sorry for going out with the wrong guy. Get him. Wait. Su Nan hurriedly stopped these impulsive punks. Everyone, don't be impulsive, Su Nan said as he pulled out 2 more grenades from his pocket and directly pulled off the pins. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Still trying to bluff us? No, 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 no. As a teacher, how can I cheat you guys over and over again? Su Nan grinned. It then threw one of the grenades behind the crowd. Boom! A violent explosion came, and a few unlucky people at the end directly hung up their colors. Asterisk 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 mud horses. Really? Zhang Haoren and Tang Sanburial would have slowed down by now and hurriedly took a few steps backwards. Just then, the door of the World Building was directly slammed open. The cops are coming. Everybody hold your heads and crouch down. So what, officer? I'm a good person. I'm a teacher, and I'm here to meet the parents of my students. Chapter 7, There's someone behind me. Have you ever seen a good guy with a sniper rifle and a grenade in his hand? What? That AK47 and Desert Eagle are his too? And the 2 machetes on the floor were his too? Are you sure you're a teacher? Grab it. It must be grabbed. The hand of Su Nan holding the grenade was wrapped in tape and handcuffed. This time the police department made hundreds of arrests straight away, and the credit was too big to share. What? You don't have any proof? What about the other guys over there who got blown up? What a coincidence. In the police car, Su Nan greeted Zhang Haoren and Tang Sanburial. I don't know if He Liang did it on purpose, locking him in a police car with these 2 faucets. 2 parents. Why the bitter face? We have to be friendly. Zhang Haoren and Tang Sanburial both turned their heads aside in unison, not wanting to pay any attention to Su Nan at all. Treadmill. You didn't say communicate properly when you just pointed a gun at us all, even though it was a fake gun. It almost scared the piss out of me, alright. It's true that I'm a triad member, but I'm also afraid of death. And the grenade you're holding is actually real. So you're going to jail. I've got a lot of brothers in there. I'll kill you if I don't. The 2 men only thought about it in their hearts. They are now in the police car. These words naturally do not dare to say out. However, in the next moment, Su Nan's move directly made the 2 big leaders straight out. Only He Liang and Xiao 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 were seen sitting on the driver's side and passenger seat respectively. Hey brother, give me face. Let me go. I have someone behind me, Su Nan said to He Liang. Hiss. Not only the 2 major society leaders, even He Liang and Xiao 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 all sucked in a breath of cool air. Say, could you be a little less direct? Doesn't anyone keep a low profile? Do you want to see how many cops are out there? A few people looked at him like a little cutie. Looked at Su Nan like that. Hey, pretty girl, he doesn't dare to release. If you release me, I'll find a relationship to make you the director of this area tomorrow. Are you sick? Xiao 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 said with a blank look at Su Nan. Right, ACA. How do you know? Quickly release me, I have to go home and take my medicine. Su Nan nodded his head and said with a serious face. Xiao 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 directly sniffed and the corner of her mouth twitched. She could now be sure that this guy definitely had a major illness. Zhang Haoren and Tang Sanburial both moved to the side in unison, fearing that Su Nan would suddenly rise up and bite them later. In the end, it was He Liang who couldn't look away and found a tape to put on Su Nan's mouth, and only then did the world quiet down. But what they didn't expect was that just as they arrived at the door of the police station, Su Nan used his tongue to open the tape. Let go of me. My sister is Su Yan. My brother-in-law is Li Yiming. I'm going to take you all on. Thanks to He Liang's quick eyes and hands, he covered Su Nan. But there were still quite a few people who had heard Su Nan's shouts. This naturally included Zhang Haoren and Tang Sanburial, the 2 leading bigwigs of the society. The 2 had calm expressions and looked at each other without saying anything, but their hearts were appalled. Su Yan. They hadn't heard of it. But Li Yiming, this was a big shot in Honggang City. The words shouted by Su Nan were so appalling that soon the deputy chief of the Hongqiao District Police Station received the news and personally ran to the interrogation room. In the middle of the interrogation room, He Liang and Xiao 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 sat across from Su Nan with serious faces. Name? My name is Su Nan. My sister is Su Yan. And my brother-in-law is Li Yiming. Release me now, or I'll have my brother-in-law fire you. Ho Liang. Xiao Xiao Xiao. Both of them were upright police officers, naturally not threatened by Su Nan, and immediately stood up, ready to turn off the camera and teach Su Nan a lesson. Just then, the door to the interrogation room was opened, and the visitor was none other than Deputy Director Chao Duong. Deputy Bureau. He Liang and Xiao 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 hurriedly saluted. You guys go out first, I'll do the trial myself. Chao Duong said. Yes. The 2 answered reluctantly and walked out. Only after the 2 left did Chao Duong sit across from Su Nan. You say your brother-in-law is Director Li. How do you prove it? Chao Duong's eyes looked straight at Su Nan. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you can't just give my brother-in-law a call. Su Nan leaned back, his legs on the table, very arrogant. I don't have Director Li's phone number, Chao Duong said indifferently. My cell phone was taken by your men, and it has my brother-in-law's number in it. Su Nan said. Bring my cigarettes by the way. I'm not used to smoking yours. Chao Duan didn't say anything about Su Nan's unreasonable request, but nodded his head. A few moments later, Su Nan's cell phone and the large front door were brought back. Su Nan didn't say anything, and after lighting a cigarette, he called Li Yiming. Hey, brother-in-law, it's me. I've been arrested. What do you care what I'd been arrested for? Come over and pick me up right away, or go back and I'll tell my sister. Pop. Su Nan hung up the phone directly, and this image has exploded. Chao De Wang was dumbfounded. He thought that Su Nan would give him the phone to say a few words, as long as the other party was really Director Li. He absolutely did not hesitate to release Su Nan, but he didn't expect that Su Nan would directly let Director Li come over to pick him up, and his tone was still so arrogant. In his perception, Director Li had always been an image of an iron face. How could one possibly step in to fix something like this that puts one in a bad light? However, things were really beyond Chao Diwang's understanding, and an hour later, Li Yiming really came. Director. At the entrance of the police station, Chao De Wang respectfully saluted, his heart appalled. Where are the people? Li Yiming asked grimly. In the parlor, Chao Duong replied. At this moment he was very glad that he was smart enough not to keep the man in the interrogation room. Take me there. Li Yiming's face was dripping black. Soon, Li Yiming met Su Nan who was holding a cigarette in the parlor with an awesome booming face. Grass you little brat. I let you go to teach properly. You dare to give me to mix with the triads. See if I don't kill you today on behalf of heaven. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Yiming, you dare to talk to me like this. Is my sister's words not good anymore? The two were instantly chasing each other inside the parlor. Little brat. Stop right there. Li Yiming was furious and kicked his foot towards Su Nan. You're a ball. I'm not being faceless if you tell me to stand still. With a sidestep, Su Nan ducked directly behind Chao Duong. Puff. Chao stumbles momentarily as he takes a strong leg kick. The two of them then went back and forth, spinning around right at Chao Duong. Su Nan was not hit for a moment, and Chao Duong was almost hit with a bruise. Stop. Chapter 8, Acting. Chao Duong hurriedly stopped the two. If the fight continued they were fine, but he himself would be in the hospital. Commissioner, this matter is a misunderstanding. So calm down. We've investigated clearly. Brother Su Nan is just going to meet the student's parents because the student skipped class. Then how come I heard about another gun, knife and grenade? Li Yiming sneered. Director, you're just hearing things from hearsay. It's all a misunderstanding. Chao De Wang said in a hurry. The guns are fake. They're just toy guns. The knives are unsharpened. They're works of art. As for the grenade, Brother Su Nan picked it up in the confusion, and he didn't know it was real. According to our investigation, the grenade belonged to our on-duty police officer. We guess it must have been stolen by those club members, and it just happened to be picked up by Brother Su Nan only. This matter is a misunderstanding, and even Brother Su Nan indirectly helped us arrest hundreds of people from the two societies. He should be counted as a big credit. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Director Chao, I love what you said. I'll make you a brother. Su Nan patted Chao De Wang's shoulder and said. Chao Duong turned his head and gave a look to Su Nan, indicating that he would pass this hurdle first. Su Nan's eyes rolled at the sight. Not bad. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm showing my cards. Su Nan lit a cigarette and slowly said. It's really like this. I'm actually an undercover agent. I've long guessed that the two main societies inside are meeting illegally to discuss something unseemly. That's why I went in there with a fake gun. To create chaos and for the police department to catch them in the act. Good. That's the truth. Su Nan awesome posed a pose, and the corner of Chao De Wang's mouth on the side twitched. Dude, I'm asking you to muddle through. Not to bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You're a ING undercover agent. If you're an undercover, I'll eat 10 pounds. The corners of Li Yiming's mouth twitched as well, but he still picked it up with a stiff upper lip. In that case, thank you, Director Chao. If he does commit a crime in the future, don't give me face. Arrest him if he should be arrested and shoot him if he should be shot. I, Li Yiming, walk the talk. Even if my wife seeks a divorce from me, I will never condone anyone. Director, please rest assured that we, as the people's police, will never let any criminal go. Chao De Wang said righteously. Li Yiming nodded with satisfaction at his words. As he passed by Chao De Wang, Li Yiming suddenly turned his head as if he thought of something and asked Chao De Wang. Your Hongqiao district's chief Yi will be retiring soon, right? Yes, Director. Director Yi will retire next year. Chao Duong hurriedly replied. Well, not bad. Do a good job. Li Yiming patted Chao Diwang's shoulder and led Su Nan directly away. Looking at the backs of the two, Chao Duong was thrilled for a moment, and after a few moments, He returned to his senses and hurriedly followed them. It was only after sending Li Yiming and Su Nan to the car that Chao Duong stood in place and respectfully watched the two leave. The car had just pulled out of the police station when both of their expressions changed. Special Agent Su, aren't you exposing yourself too early like this? Li Yiming asked. That's how fast I do things. Su Nan said. In addition, you should have detected that this Chao Duong also has a problem. I just don't know what role he plays in it. The position of a deputy director of a district precinct won't be too high. That's why I'm going to let him move up a bit. Li Yiming said. Oh, I thought you drew him a pie. Su Nan laughed. Shedding the child can't catch the wolf, can it? Li Yiming laughed. Immediately after that, Li Yiming's expression became serious. Special Agent Su, the city of Honggang is filled with societies, and you're staring at these two considered to be one of the top ones in Honggang. According to my investigation, the Purple Star Society has at least 50,000 members, of which the horsemen number in the thousands. The Seven Killings Society isn't weak either. Its strength is on par with the Purple Star Society. Isn't it dangerous to start with these two associations? Why don't we start with a different one in business or politics? Su Nan sniffed and shook his head. The entire city of Honggang is now an iron barrel, so if you want to dismantle them you have to start at the root. I need to get inside them as soon as possible. Slow infiltration is not my style, and the slower we go, the greater the risk that we'll be exposed. They'll definitely check my identity, and although the mainland side is prepared, it's not guaranteed to reveal itself. I'll give you an account number later, and you'll find a way to make a payment. Where did I get the money? Li Yiming had a black face. Say, did you take my $30,000 or so last time? Nonsense. Slander. Beware of me suing you for libel. Su Nan hastily retorted. Li Yiming, the wages on your side are far higher than ours on the Dragon Continent, and right now they're still paying $1,000 a month over there. Just make $100,000 and go over there. Nothing else. Remember to be sneaky and don't use your identifying information. Don't worry, the government won't treat you badly after the mission is completed. The corner of Li Yiming's mouth twitched as he sniffed. It seemed like he had said this sentence often as well. Still, he nodded. After sending Su Nan to the entrance of the school, Li Yiming ran away in a huff, afraid of being seen as he was. On the other end, Chao Duong was rummaging around in his office for something. Strange. Where's my wallet? I obviously have it on me. School had ended long ago, and Su Nan first went back to his apartment before going to the cafeteria to have a dinner. After eating and drinking enough, Su Nan wandered around the school, and soon he wandered over to the pond. The pond was bordered by a thick grove of trees, and at that moment there was a rustling noise coming from within. Su Nan twisted his head to look, only to see a white blossom behind the grass. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Without saying a word, Su Nan pulled out his Desert Eagle and fired a few bullets. Bang! 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 Ah! Ah! Don't fight! Don't fight! Don't fight! Don't fight! Don't fight! A moment later, two students with messy clothes ran to Su Nan in a rage. Who the hell are you? I'm just messing with you. The boy was 1 meter 8 in height, very handsome and muscular, and his eyes looked at Su Nan in an unkind manner. Bang! Su Nan punches his opponent with a panda's eye. Oops! You? How do you hit someone? The female classmate supported the beaten male classmate and looked at her boyfriend with a heartbroken face while questioning Su Nan. I'm a teacher at the school. In that class of yours? Now. Right now. Get your parents over here right now. Puff. The two of them went straight to their knees and shouted for their parents. Teacher, we were wrong. We won't dare again. Next time I see you guys messing around, you'll be hung in front of the school for 3 days. Now. You two get the hell out of here right now. Right now. After one person ate a kick from Su Nan, the two of them hurriedly ran towards the distance. Hey, there's no one here. That said, the fish in this pond are pretty fat. After looking around and not finding anyone, Su Nan instantly ran towards the outside of the school. He's ready for some night fishing tonight. Chapter 9, My name is Lin Hao, Tianfu Senior Private High School. On the edge of the pond, Su Nan was skillfully casting his rod. Socializing, drugs, smuggling, whatever the criminal, has its own greed. Some are in it for the money, some for the power, some for the women. It had been 8 years since Su Nan had gone undercover at the age of 18, and he had his own greed. It wasn't that Su Nan's beginnings had changed, but he had to cultivate his greed. Otherwise he'd be exposed. He'd show his hand and be suspected. Su Nan likes to get money and spend it, a greed that is most common among criminals. So Su Nan cultivated another hobby of his own, one that was out of place with others, and that was fishing. In an era when telephones were still small and mobile, fishing was basically for older people. During those 2 years in the Silver Triangle, Su Nan made a big fish pond there and put in a lot of fish. From time to time he sat by the fish pond with the penal code and the various training manuals for undercover agents and watched them carefully. At that time, Sunan was still just a not-so-small leader. Later on, Sunan's actions were naturally reported by others to the big drug lords, but Sunan ended up with no. And the horseman who reported him was instead killed by Sunan with a single shot in front of the drug lord. In Sunan's words, "What's wrong with me? A drug dealer? Reading a little criminal law and an undercover manual? Unreasonable? Certainly very reasonable." Sunan went undercover under the drug lord for 2 years and took out more than 20 undercover agents. Of course, those were the ones he identified as undercover. He remembers the day the drug lord was captured and the fierce gun battle between the ponies and the narcotics police outside the house. There were 10 men in the room plus him, and the last 9 guns were pressed against the drug lord's head. "Ha ha, fish on." Sunan violently lifted the fishing rod, and the next moment Sunan was frowning, because what he had in his hand didn't feel like he'd hit a fish. It felt like he'd hung onto the earth. "Hey, who are you and what are you doing? There's no fishing allowed here." Sunan turned around to look at the words, only to see a 27 to 28-year-old woman walking quickly towards him. This person is wearing a uniform skirt, a head of short hair, high nose under a cherry mouth slightly open, although it is a face, still incredibly beautiful. "You are?" Sunan asked suspiciously. "I'm the homeroom teacher of the 3rd grade class. My name is Zhangya." Zhangya introduced herself while pointing at the fish pond and continued. "Inside the pond are all ornamental fish stocked by the school, and the school rules clearly state that no one is allowed to catch and fish these ornamental fish. This behavior of yours has violated the school rules. Do you know that?" "Cut." Sunan directly rolled his eyes. "What's with the attitude? And who are you? Why haven't I seen you at school?" Zhangya asked with a frown. "Listen up. I, Lin Hao, am a student of the 9th class of the 2nd year." With a tilt of his head, Sunan looked at Zhangya with his nostrils. Zhangya was instantly infuriated and laughed. "Do you think I don't know Lin Hao? Since you're posing as Lin Hao, do you know that I'm his sister-in-law?" "Ah." Sunan instantly looked embarrassed. This joke would be a big one. Having just impersonated his own student, and the other person is actually the cousin of the person he impersonated. I have to say that this world is really small. Zhangya blankly glanced at Sunan and continued. "Also, I suggest you impersonate a school teacher next time, so maybe I'll believe it." Sunan immediately said with a black line on his face. "No, I'm really a school teacher, do you believe it?" Zhangya sniffed and took a closer look at Sunan. Dark skin, a narrow scar. This image, not to mention she didn't believe it, or anyone would not believe it. To put it bluntly, on this appearance of Sunan, he would be lucky if he didn't get his ID card checked on the street. "Well, whoever you are, fishing is prohibited in the school pond, and I'm confiscating your pole. So come see me in the office tomorrow to claim it." Zhangya took the fishing rod in Sunan's hand as soon as she finished speaking, and as a result, she couldn't retrieve the line no matter how hard she tried. Zhangya then turned her head to look at Sunan, the meaning of which was self-evident. For his part, Sunan pretended not to see it and directly turned his head to the side to blow his whistle. In the next moment, he only saw Zhangya pull out a nail clipper and cut at the fishing line. Chapter 10, A Classroom Full of Fireworks. "I'll pay you for a new pair of lines tomorrow." Zhangya took the fishing rod after saying that and left. However, just as Zhangya left, Sunan once again ran towards the outside of the school. He has nothing else going for him as a person, but a mainstay of obsession. The owner of the fishing tackle store also looked puzzled when he saw Sunan. "Dude, what's going on with you?" "Hey, don't mention it. A 100-pound warbler came in, and the rods dragged me away." Sunan sighed and rolled his eyes as he picked his way through the rods. "Brother, I tell you, a big fish like this needs to be netted. Don't spoil it," the boss said and recommended his various fishing nets to Sunan. The more Sunan heard, the more sense it made, and he immediately bought a pair of new energy fishing rods. Even the boss wasn't persuaded. The next morning, the school passed by the pond people or all have been puzzled to look at the pond side of the fish floating up. A time the pond was poisoned by someone to make a lot of noise. It was bright morning again, and Sunan stretched out and fried a few small carp that he had picked up in the pond last night. Only after finishing breakfast did Sunan slowly walk towards the school building. He was still holding only a roll call book in his hand, and just as he reached the bottom of the school building, Sunan was frowning. Something's wrong. Something's totally wrong. Quiet. Too quiet. Sunan didn't think that he could subdue these second-generation ancestors in a single day. So Sunan pretended that he didn't notice the problem, and then flipped out of a vacant classroom window when he was on the first floor. Sunan then climbed directly up to the second floor along the outer wall. Sunan quietly looked inside through the window, and as expected, his guess was good. More than 20 people in the middle of the classroom had fireworks tubes aimed at the door, just waiting for him to open the door and go inside. There were also a number of firework cones stacked behind these second generation. With a twinkle in his eye, Sunan quietly felt his way to the next classroom, tumbled in through the window, and ripped down the curtains. How long do you guys think it'll be before Sunan comes up? My hands are starting to sweat. I don't know. I clearly saw him come up here just now. What's taking him so long? Probably went to the bathroom. It's not unusual for him to urinate frequently at his age. SHHHH. Everyone stop talking and get all pumped up. Sunan went around to the outside of the classroom door and quietly tied the front and back doors shut, before circling back around to the outside of the windows and closing them all, and also jammed them all shut with a wooden stick. Only after doing so did Sunan open the window near the other fireworks tube. Dear students, are you looking for me? The crowd of second-generation ancestors turned their heads to look, only to see Sunan idly dangling a cigarette outside the window. How about teacher helping you guys light the fire? Sunan raised an eyebrow at these second-generation ancestors. No, Mr. Su, I was wrong. No. Along with their roars, Sunan's cigarette still threw itself accurately inside the stacked fireworks tube and lit the fuse very quickly. Biu bang. Biu bang. Aha. Run. Asterisk 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 ah. The door is closed. Take the window. The windows are jammed too. Find a place to hide. Mommy, I want to go home to my mommy. Woo woo. None of these two biters lacked money, and the fireworks they bought were of exceptionally good quality, loud enough to hurt when it hits. Outside the classroom, Sunan couldn't help but slap himself as he listened to the crackling sounds and the miserable howls of his classmates inside. Asterisk 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 how can I have mercy? If I hadn't realized it, wouldn't it have been my own bad luck? Only when the rattling inside ended did Sunan open the classroom door. As a thick smoke and the smell of gunpowder wafted out, Sunan couldn't help but take a few steps backward. Only when the smoke cleared did Sunan carefully walk in. Oh, I'm not playing. I'm never playing again. By one. By one. Wake up. Wake up. What will I do after you die? Tell my mom I'm not going back for dinner tonight. Chapter 11, Classes. If it was usual, Sunan would still be able to recognize these students against the photos in the roster. Now it's like they've been digging coal in Africa for 3 years. Not only was he covered in pitch black, but his clothes were in tatters. Cough. Sunan lightly coughed twice and walked towards the top of the podium. Everyone under the podium was looking at Sunan with indignant eyes. Okay, those who aren't dead sit down for roll call. Those who are dead are to keep lying down and I'll throw them downstairs later. As Sunan's voice fell, a group of people burst into flames. Do you have a conscience? Can't you see we're all hurt like this? Sunan, what kind of teacher is like you? You don't deserve to be a teacher. Yes, class, we're going to unite. We're going to strike. Fire Sunan. Fire Sunan. Da 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 da. With 2 clips emptied, the caller either fell or ducked. Look, class, I'm not being unreasonable. I heard you guys changed 7 homerooms in the first month of school. 3 of them went into psychiatric hospitals and 4 jumped. What? Now that you can't beat them, you're starting to act pathetic and concede, aren't you? As the saying goes, when you're out, you take a beating and stand up straight. I won't say any more nonsense. You can sue wherever you like. It doesn't matter if it's the school, or your parents, or the police. You're just going to see if I wimp out or not and be done with it. Now. Right now. Right now. Sit the down. I'm taking roll call. With the fall of Sunan's voice, these second-generation ancestors hesitantly stayed in place. Sunan saw no nonsense, pulled out the Desert Eagle and gave 2 shots to Chin Baiwan, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Ah! Stop fighting! Stop fighting! I surrender! Chin Baiwan jumped up in a hurry and limped towards his seat. The rest of the second generation, to someone to take the lead, also rushed towards the seats. After a moment of commotion, the classroom finally quieted down. Chin Baiwan, here. Yui Zhang, here. Sunan stared at the answering Zhang Yi for a long time, and finally, when Zhang Yi couldn't bear it anymore, Sunan opened his mouth. Why don't you guys go fetch a bucket of water and wash up? It's so dark, I can't even recognize which one of you is which. Finally, under Sunan's threat, Chin Baiwan went to fetch a bucket of water and returned. The ones washing in the front were a little better. The ones washing in the back were turning green in the face, because the water in the bucket was already black as hell, and a face blackened by gunpowder simply can't be washed with water alone. But Sunan didn't care, as long as he could barely recognize who was who. Good, everyone's here today or I'd have to go to your parents again. Everyone's legs trembled at the words. They had heard of the power of Sunan's home visit. It is said that yesterday, Sunan directly held a gun against the head of Tang Yen, Zhang Yi's 2 fathers, and finally threw a grenade to injure a few horsemen. You have to know that Tang Yen and Zhang Yi's father is one of the leading clubs in Hong Kong. Just like this, Sunan is still able to stand here in one piece today. To say that Sunan does not have a background, they do not believe it. Of course, everyone here had a background. It wasn't that they were afraid of Sunan. It was just that it was humiliating to be visited by a teacher at home. Yeah, that's it. They're not wimps. Okay, now everyone turn to your textbooks and let's learn the language. Sunan stopped in mid-sentence because he realized that many of Honggon's language books actually had traditional Chinese characters. Everyone was puzzled as they looked at Sunan. They didn't understand why Sunan stopped. Sunan coughed awkwardly and said, "What's that? I suddenly remembered that I didn't bring my language book with me today. So let's do it this way. We'll have PE in this class." However, if they were normal students, they would have been very happy. But this group of second-generation students had already played with their skins. Everyone was bitterly following Sunan towards the playground. However, right at this moment, Qian Baiwan suddenly saw the language textbook placed on Sunan's podium. "Teacher, you're not a language." "Right, it's not a language book. So what?" "Teacher, put the gun down first. We're civilized people. We're reasonable. We don't do anything." Chapter 12 Conflict in Physical Education. What Sunan didn't expect was that there were actually other classes in the playground at this time for physical education. The group of students who were in gym class naturally saw Sunan and his group. There aren't actually many school classes, so everyone's experiences are staggered. After all, while there is a lot of sports equipment, there is only one set of each. Seeing this, Sunan also had to turn around and prepare to take his students to indoor swimming lessons instead. It was a little cooler, but not impossible. However, just as Sunan wanted to turn his head, their way was blocked by several tall students. "I said, who is it? So it's the second generation of our school. How come the sun came out of the west today and you guys are willing to come to bask in the sun?" Sunan narrowed his eyes and looked, only to see that the person who spoke was in a basketball uniform, holding a basketball in his arms. His height was at least 1 meter 9 or more. His body was very muscular and developed, and his weight would not be less than 200 pounds, and it seemed to be a practitioner. Chen Hao stepped out of the crowd with sharp eyes looking at the boy. "Zhou Tai, what do you mean? What do you mean?" Zhou Tai toned down with a shrug. "It's no fun. Who dares to be interested in you? If you go back and tell Director Lin that I bullied you, then I won't be scared to death. Don't you think so?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Zhou Tai finished his sentence. The taller boys beside him also burst out laughing. When Sunan saw this, his heart immediately realized that this guy was obviously not afraid of Chen Hao's family. It's easy to see that this is worthy of being an aristocratic school, and there are quite a lot of second generation. "Yo, I didn't look closely just now. Are you guys out digging for coal? All black as refugees. If you're short of money, let me know. My family happens to have bought a coal mine in Africa. I wouldn't mind introducing you to a job." Ha 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 ha. Chen Hao's group of second generation were instantly furious when they saw this, and immediately rolled up their sleeves in preparation for a battle with each other. Good guy. Sunan sort of understood. If this Zhou Tai is put inside the cool article, it's a proper villain. But we're about to start a fight. Coming. Sunan, the teacher, naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. Ahem. What's that? We're all classmates. Let's have a conversation. Sunan's speech managed to get Zhou Tai's attention. Zhou Tai twisted his head to look, only to see that Sunan was also dark-skinned, with a hideous scar on his face, revealing 2 rows of white teeth as he looked at himself. Immediately, Zhou Tai was sure that the guy in front of him must be a new student, and the scar on his face was painted with makeup. "I say you're a big man. You're a big man. Lao Tzu. Big brother. What's that? No offense. We're all civilized people. Put the knife down. Don't be impulsive. You're still young. Kid. Put down your knife or don't blame us for being rude. Brother Tai, don't be afraid. He doesn't dare to cut you. If he dares to do it, we'll definitely avenge you." Zhou Tai immediately rolled his eyes. "You stepped on the horse to be held with a knife on the neck to try to be afraid." Sunan instantly revealed a smile to Zhou Tai and said, "This student, can we talk properly now?" Zhou Tai quickly nodded his head and said, "Of course, big brother. You say, I don't really want to talk about it. So what? In light of your rude behavior earlier, I've decided to hang you at the school gates. What do you think?" Sunan finished smiling as he looked at Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai was instantly enraged when he heard that he was going to be hung in front of the school. "Manly man, I think you made a good point, big brother. I deserve to be hung at the gate. So what? Big brother, watch out for the gun going off." Seeing that Sunan had already pulled out his gun, the few taller boys around him, not to mention not daring to put out harsh words, even their legs and stomachs were trembling. Zhou Tai and his entourage hated Chen Hao's gang of second generation in their hearts. This Nima that is a student. This is clearly a gangster, big brother. Ah shucks. Even mobsters don't see anyone carrying a gun on them at all times. Asterisk. What are you waiting for? Give me the old man to hang all these guys with bad mouths to the school gate. Su Nan couldn't help but kick the ungainly Lu Xiaohu's ass beside him. Lu Xiaohu, who had received a kick, was bellyaching in his heart that he would never stand next to Su Nan in the future. However, for the matter of tying up Zhou Tai, no matter if it was Lu Xiaohu or Chen Hao or all of them in the second year 9th class, it was an incomparably happy thing. Soon Zhou Tai and his group of several people were tied up in a strange position. Su Nan was sure that to be able to tie into this bondage position, these students had definitely seen the island duo. That morning, everyone saw Zhou Tai and his group hanging in front of the school. They were naked with a few large letters written on their chests. I'll never swear again. Chapter 13, Arrested Again. That afternoon, while Sunan was still guilty of worrying about what lessons to teach his students, he was arrested while he was still in the house. Now there's no need to be guilty of going straight to the station. The reason is also very simple. Last night's fish pond fish turned stomach a case of school reported to the police, and his fishing thing was also the third grade class teacher Zhang Ye bumped into. After some questioning, the police suspected that Sunan was disgruntled and retaliated. There was another thing. The Zhou Tai he had his students tie up in the morning was actually Zhang Ye's student as well. And naturally, the other side will not be bullied to call the police. But it's different when you have a knife and a gun. It's not as simple as bullying anymore. And very coincidentally, the ones who came to arrest him were actually He Liang and Xiao Xiao Xiao, two police officers with a great sense of justice. Officer He, do you believe me when I say I was wrongly accused? He Liang instantly revealed a sneering expression to Su Nan and said, do you think I should believe it or not? With a serious face, Su Nan said to He Liang, Officer He, I'm a good person. Really, you have to believe me. I'm actually an informant for the police department, and Chief Chow is my handler. Humph, if you're undercover, I'll jump off this bridge today, Xiao 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 said with a sneer pointing at the bridge that the vehicle was passing through. Su Nan twisted his head to look. Well, do not say. It is quite high. Jumping down is estimated not to fall to death will be drowned by the water. Seeing that the other party couldn't make sense, Su Nan also stopped talking, just as he didn't think about what class he would take in the afternoon. However, just as Sunan arrived at the bureau in the front foot, Chao Duong ran over in the back foot. Deputy Director Chao. This time he is suspected of poisoning, Xiao 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 said with a cold smile looking at Chao Duong. Chao Duong froze at his words and turned his head to look at Sunan. Seeing this, Sunan quickly shook his head and said, she slandered me. Director Chao, I'm going to sue her for slander. Xiao 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 sniffed coldly. Humph. I didn't say I was sure it was you. I said suspected. Suspected, understand? Hearing this, Chao Duong was instantly energized. Since there's no certainty, we shouldn't treat good citizens in an interrogative manner. Not to mention that Ms. Su is a great teacher. Hurry up and uncuff Ms. Su. So what? Xiao He, go make Mr. Su a cup of coffee and let's sit down and talk slowly. Su Nan sniffed and said hurriedly, I like tea. Bittering. Chao Duong smiled at his words and nodded to Su Nan, then turned his head to Yi Liang with a serious face and said, then go buy a pack of bitter tea for Mr. Su, Ho Liang. As the saying goes, a big official is a big official, and Chao Duong is no longer a deputy director. He Liang could only grit his teeth and go. On the other end of the spectrum, Tianfu Private Senior High School. When she learned that Su Nan had been arrested, Zhang Ye was shocked in her heart. Not long ago 2 warnings came to investigate the case of pond poisoning. She and the principal of truthfulness told each other last night met Sunan fishing things. Of course, Zhang Ye only knew Su Nan's name today, and the other party was really a teacher at the school. Just then, Zhang Ye's small phone rang. Hello, Zhang Ye, the results of the samples sent by your school are out. The fish were not poisoned, and the tests came back as electrocution causing death. May I suggest that you rush to find an electrician to see if there's a leak somewhere? After all, a power leak is no small thing. Zhang Ye was shocked when she heard this, and hurriedly said a thank you to the caller and ran towards the parking lot with her clothes. Zhang Ye also took out her phone and called the principal while running. Hey principal, the test results are leakage. While I'm rushing to the police station, the phone call doesn't make sense. I have to hurry. I'm afraid they're in the process of beating Mr. Su up. Zhang Ye hung up the phone after a few words, got in the car and immediately started the car, kicking the gas towards the police station. And by the time she got to the police station in a hurry, there was none of the lights in her eyes or the chest pad book that she had imagined. Only Sunan had one foot on the stool, a cigarette in his mouth, one hand crossed and one hand gesturing in the air. I'll tell you, Lao Chao, with my connections in the mainland, I can get you to the end of your life in minutes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't you damn well believe it. I'll take you to see it next time I have the chance. Chapter 14, Robbery. Ha, Ms. Zhang? Su Nan looked at Zhang Ye in the doorway in confusion. Zhang Ye spoke with some hesitation. So what? Am I disturbing you guys? Just then, Xiao Xiao came in with a puff of air. You can go. Su Nan loved seeing Xiao Xiao's expression of looking at me and not being able to do anything about it. Wouldn't I be disgraced if you told me to come and leave at the drop of a hat? Su Nan sat down on his butt after saying this, without the slightest intention of leaving. Xiao Duong was eager for Su Nan not to leave, so he could take the opportunity to flatter this director Li's brother-in-law. Seeing that Su Nan was ready to play rogue, Xiao was furious, but Xiao Duan was still there, so she couldn't do anything to Su Nan. Xiao gritted her teeth and looked at Su Nan. Then what do you want? Su Nan sniffed and really thought about it seriously, but after thinking about it for half a day he didn't think of any ideas. I'll tell you what then. Since you're holding me up from teaching my students, you can go to the school tomorrow and help me with my classes for the day. Xiao was instantly enraged at the words, only to see her stand up with a slap on the table. But just as she was about to say something, Xiao Duong, who was on the sidelines, took a stand. Ahem. So what? Xiao. Since due to you caused Ms. Su to miss this afternoon's class, then this proposal made by Mr. Su is reasonable. I think it's settled. That he Liang, you go too. You two each help Mr. Su substitute for a day. Don't worry, the classes are easy and the teachers don't actually have many classes a day. Right. So what? Mr. Su, what class do you teach? I'll have them prepare in advance. Su Nan sniffed and immediately flashed a sinister look and said, Hey, I'm the only teacher in our class. I teach them all. Xiao was ready to compromise, but when she heard Su Nan say this, she immediately quit. You tricked me. Before Su Nan could open his mouth, Zhang Ye at the doorway explained for Su Nan. Mr. Su isn't fooling you, because for some special reason, Mr. Su does have only one teacher in his class. Xiao. Holy young. Until Su Nan followed Zhang Ye away, Xiao Duong started rummaging around the office again. Asterisk, where's the old man's wallet? Mr. Zhang, how come you're the one who came to school to pick me up? Zhang Ye's car wasn't much better. It was just a plain old mobility scooter. However, even so, the car was worthy of being a beautiful woman's first-hand car, and the moment he sat in it, Su Nan smelled a faint fragrance. I'm sorry, Ms. Su, it's my fault that you've been misunderstood for a while. Zhang Ye then explained to Su Nan about He Liang and Xiao Xiao's search for her for questioning today. Su Nan didn't feel much at all when he sniffed, not to mention the fact that Zhang Ye was just stating the facts, and the fish in that fish pond was indeed his doing. Only the new energy rods were too strong, and some that didn't float at the time caused him to not fish cleanly. The fault of this incident was the fault of the owner of the fishing tackle store. If not for the owner of the fishing tackle store, he would not have made a trip to the police station. Zhang Ye saw that Su Nan didn't say anything, so she asked somewhat hesitantly, Mr. Su, I heard Jotai say that you still carry a gun? Su Nan sniffed and rolled his eyes and said, toy gun. Usually nothing to play shooting with students. If it's a real gun, do you think I can still come out? Zhang Ye nodded. In fact, she had already guessed it. It was only that Su Nan's final thing of having the students hang Jotai and the others at the school entrance was indeed a bit excessive. But Zhang Ye couldn't say anything. By the time Su Nan returned to the school it was already after school, and since it was after school time, Su Nan could only get off at the entrance. However, his eyes narrowed just as he got out of the car. Good boy. How dare you mix with the club? In Su Nan's field of vision, at the corner of the school entrance, Lu Xiaohu and two other male classmates were being embraced by a few obvious social punks in a very intimate manner. Seeing this, Su Nan immediately followed. A few moments later, Lu Xiaohu and his group came inside a small alley, only to see Lu Xiaohu's trio pushed against the wall. A few punks with cigarettes in their mouths, still holding knives and gesticulating. Brother Xiaohu, isn't it time to pay this month's protection fee? Lu Xiaohu, who was awesome and bombastic in school, immediately wimped out. I don't have much money with me today. Lu Xiaohu's trio then pulled out all the money in their pockets and handed it to the few punks in front of them. When Su Nan saw this, he immediately walked over. Asterisk, what the? Who the hell are you? A small punk instantly walked towards Su Nan with a spring-loaded knife in his hand. Bang! As Su Nan kicked over, the punk came to a chicken and egg fight. Ow! The crowd only felt a coldness in their lower bodies, and all of them couldn't help but clench their legs. The three of them, Lu Xiaohu, had some admiration in their eyes and some anticipation. However, Su Nan's next sentence directly made them feel as bad as if they had eaten a turd. Robbery. Everyone hold your head and crouch down. Chapter 15, I have just the time. Asterisk, boy, dare you rob me? What the are you doing? I sucked at Kuwa mixing with Hongqiao when you stepped on the horse. Bang! The entire world went quiet as Su Nan kicked over. The remaining few gangsters looked at each other, then pulled out their respective spring-loaded knives and gestured at Sunan. Then they saw Su Nan silently pull out 2 machetes from inside his clothes. Compared to the 2 machetes in Su Nan's hands, the spring-loaded knives in their hands were as short as toys. Puff. All the punks are on their knees. Brother, here's your money. Well, not bad. Kid, you have a good eye. Su Nan nodded with satisfaction and accepted the banknotes handed over by the other party. It's not much, but a mosquito's leg is still meat, isn't it? Okay, you guys can off. And remember to bring more money next time you're here. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. Several of the gangsters hurriedly assisted their companions and ran away. Seeing that the punks left, and that Su Nan didn't have the slightest intention of returning the money to himself and the others, Lu Xiaohu took a deep breath and drummed up the courage to whisper a reminder. That, Su, brother Su, some of this is our money. Well, I know. Su Nan nodded instantly and put all the money into his pants pocket. Is there anything else you guys want? So what, brother Su? Shouldn't you return the money to us? Lu Xiaohu whispered. Return? Give back what? It's not like I robbed you guys. Su Nan looked at Lu Xiaohu with a shocked face. Lu Xiaohu also got angry and glared at Su Nan. But that's our money. You saw us get robbed with your own eyes. Yeah, I didn't say it wasn't yours. Su Nan nodded. So you should return the money to us, Lu Xiaohu said. On what basis? Su Nan directly blanked him. Come on, 3 students, let's run through it. Did those punks rob you guys of your money just now? Lu Xiaohu and the 3 of them nodded their heads at the words. That's right. And then is all this money in my pocket from the gangsters who robbed me? The 3 of them, Lu Xiaohu, nodded once again. Yes. Your money has been robbed by those punks, so the money is already owned by those punks. So there's a connection between us? There isn't. You should have asked those punks for money, or call the police on them. Of course, they can ask me for money too, or they can call the police on me, but who are you to ask me for money? Think carefully, you guys, think carefully. Is there anything wrong with what I'm saying? Lu Xiaohu 3 people nodded followed by a quick shake of the head. No problem. Well, young people don't think about getting something for nothing. Su Nan meaningfully patted the shoulders of the 3 people, turned around and left in style. Looking at Su Nan's back, the 3 of them fell into silence for a while. A moment later, one of the students said softly, Brother Xiaohu, I feel as if something is wrong here. Lu Xiaohu nodded. He is a tiger, not a fool. But Tama himself just couldn't actually refute it, which is embarrassing. On the other end, Su Nan is in a good mood, somehow picking up a wallet, not to mention. There are people who take the initiative to send money to him to spend. Simply do not be too happy. That said, I don't know whose wallet this is, but I have one more after one visit to the police station myself. For the body is always inexplicably more than some wallet things. Sunan is also very helpless, but life as well. Cannot resist it, must learn to enjoy. Sunan had just walked into the school when he met Zhangya, who came out after parking her car. Zhangya looked at Sunan with a puzzled expression and asked, Ha, Mr. Su, didn't you go in a long time ago? Sunan immediately said with a twinkle in his eye, So what? I just picked up some money at the door, so I'm waiting for someone to claim it at the door. So did you wait? Zhangya asked with a smile. Sunan immediately shook his head no. Teacher Zhang, is this preparing to go out for dinner? Zhangya nodded and politely said in passing, I'm waiting for my fiancé. Would you like Mr. Su to go eat something together? In Zhangya's opinion, a normal person in this situation would have declined her invitation. After all, it wasn't exactly an invitation, only a courtesy. However, he didn't expect Sunan to directly nod his head. Sure, I have just the time. Zhangya. Chapter 16, Terror 2+1. Fan Xiaolong is in a good mood today. The company has just taken a piece of land. That piece of land Fan Xiaolong went to see with his own eyes. The whole land is like a hat, like a buckle, and it is full of green vegetation. He would have made a fortune if this land had been developed. However, his good mood lasted as long as his fiancée's school entrance and disappeared, because he now felt that green piece of hat on his head. But Fan Xiaolong still held back the anger in his heart. He elegantly opened the car door and walked down, and in the process, he also straightened his suit. Xiaolong, let me introduce you. This is our colleague from school, Ms. Su. Fan Xiaolong breathed a sigh of relief in his heart when he heard this, and politely reached out his hand and said, Hello Mr. Su, I am Zhangya's fiancé, Fan Xiaolong. Hello, Sunan. Sunan said and shook Fan Xiaolong's hand tightly. However, Sunan did not let go, but curiously took Fan Xiaolong's hand up. Fan Xiaolong was shocked in his heart when he saw this and hurriedly drew his hand back. Sunan grasped Fan Xiaolong's hand and brought it under his nose to smell it. His eyes narrowed a little without saying anything. Fan Xiaolong, on the other hand, put his hands into his pockets in disgust. Now he could be sure that this Mr. Su was definitely a homosexual. Zhangya also gave Sunan a puzzled look. Needless to say, she was beginning to wonder if Sunan was Xiaolong. So what? I just invited Mr. Su to have dinner with us. You won't mind, right? Zhangya looked at Fan Xiaolong with a helpless face and said. Fan Xiaolong's heart immediately roared, I mind. Of course I mind. Who the hell brings his girlfriend to dinner with a light bulb? Of course, he couldn't say it explicitly. He could only smile awkwardly and say, of course I don't mind. Mr. Su, please get on the car. Sunan smiled and nodded, and immediately opened the passenger seat and sat in it. Fan Xiaolong was instantly furious and ready to lash out. However, Zhangya pulled his sleeve and shook his head. Along the way Sunan was very enthusiastic and kept asking Fan Xiaolong what he did, how many people were in his family, what his parents did, and whether he was in the system. Those who knew he was chatting. Those who didn't thought he was investigating the account. The car soon stopped in front of a 5-star hotel. Freshness of flavor. Sunan's eyes immediately narrowed. Wasn't this the hotel owned by Fatty Qian Baiwan's family? Mr. Su, please. Fan Xiaolong didn't have much of a good face left, and after saying that, he pulled Zhangya towards the inside of the hotel on his own. Sunan looked at Fan Xiaolong's back and instantly revealed an enigmatic smile. At the entrance of the school, he sensed the other party's abnormality the moment he shook hands with Fan Xiaolong. With his years of experience as an undercover agent in the Silver Triangle, he was certain that Fan Xiaolong had just taken drugs not long ago, and the time would definitely not exceed 24 hours. And it was later proved by the odor that lingered in his hands. He had purposely sat in the passenger seat earlier just to make sure he was suspicious up close. And what shocked him was that Fan Xiaolong actually had a lot of drugs on him. This made Sunan very puzzled, which was why he asked about the other party's family background. And Sunan wanted to know what made Fan Xiaolong so rampant. Kid, I hate gambling on drugs in my life. Today I must send you in, Sunan muttered. The three of them came to a private room on the second floor, which was already decorated with romantic rose petals and candlelight dinner. However, the waiter was directly shocked when he saw Sunan and the three of them. In his heart, he thought, the rich people also play too flowery. Is 2 + 1 that scary? As the three sat down, it made the scene a little awkward for a moment. Zhangya was the first to sit by the window. Fan Xiaolong in order to be closer to Zhangya a little farther away from Sunan so take the bench to sit next to Zhangya. However, Sunan also picked up the bench and walked towards the two. And just when the waiters thought they were going to witness a wife-taking scene, Sunan directly sat on the other side of Fan Xiaolong. After a moment of silence, Fan Xiaolong finally couldn't help himself. He exploded. Bang! Fan Xiaolong stood up with a slap on the table. I'm going to the bathroom. Sunan instantly grinned as he similarly got up and shouted, Brother Xiaolong, wait for me. I'll go too. Zhangya grew her mouth, not knowing how to speak for a moment. Fortunately, Sunan didn't harass her. And unfortunately, it was her fiancé who was harassed. When the two left one after the other, Zhangya hurriedly took out her cell phone and edited a text message to send out. A few moments later her cell phone rang and a text message read, Currently there is no male protection law in our city. If the other party harasses you, we can call the police and to let the police the other party to file a criminal case. But if it is your fiancé who is being harassed, then the other party will not be held responsible. Even if your fiancé was raped, the other guy isn't much more culpable. And unless he has an infectious disease, we can only morally condemn him. Zhangya. Chapter 17, Let me go. I'm an undercover. Zhangya hadn't thought about it that way, but the lawyer's text message mentioned that aspect. So the image of Sunan kept coming back to her mind. She was certain that if Sunan came to be strong, Fan Xiaolong would definitely not be able to resist. Thinking of this, Zhangya couldn't sit still and immediately got up and chased towards the bathroom. However, when she had just arrived at the bathroom door, she saw Fan Xiaolong desperately grasping the doorframe while Sunan was trying hard to pull Fan Xiaolong back. Stop! Zhangya rushed forward to help. This time, good guy, Fan Xiaolong blouse has disappeared. Pants have been Sunan stripped to the ankles. White has suddenly appeared in her sight. Help me! Ah! Zhangya looked at Fan Xiaolong, who was dragged in, and jumped anxiously, and hurriedly dialed the police. Time went back to when Sunan and the others left the private room. Fan Xiaolong's face was gloomy as he walked towards the bathroom, and the moment he waited for Sunan to go in, Fan Xiaolong directly grabbed Sunan's collar. Kid, I'm not. Do you want to die? If it wasn't in front of Zhangya, I would have just gotten you killed, you know. Fan Xiaolong had thought that he would scare Sunan, but he ended up backhanding him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Just you like Zhangya. Lao Zi also like. What? Lao Zi just deliberately discussed you. Little white boy. If it wasn't in front of Zhangya, I would have whacked you to death long ago. Su Nan saying this was just a reason to start a conflict with Fan Xiaolong. However, Fan Xiaolong instantly took it seriously, and he reacted by punching towards Su Nan. But how could he be Su Nan's opponent? And within 2 strokes, he was rubbed on the ground by Su Nan. Seeing that he couldn't fight, Fan Xiaolong wanted to run. Su Nan naturally wouldn't let him run, so he tugged on Fan Xiaolong's clothes. In order to find out the drugs on Fan Xiaolong's body without revealing the cracks, Su Nan pretended to strip Fan Xiaolong piece by piece under the pole. So there was the scene Zhang Ye saw at the door of the restroom. Outside the door of Taste of Fresh, He Liang and Xiao 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 were sitting inside a van as they were spying on a gangster who was eating a Taste of Fresh. Just then, however, their walkie-talkies went off. There's been a rape in the second floor restroom at Ajinomoto. Please have a nearby officer respond immediately. Repeat, freshness of flavor. He Liang and Xiao 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 immediately opened the car door and rushed out. However, when they came to the door of the second floor toilet they were stunned. It was because they saw Zhang Ye in the crowd, whom they had seen not long ago. When Zhang Ye saw He Liang and Xiao Xiao Xiao, it was like grabbing a life-saving straw. Officer quick, go inside. My fiancé was raped by Sunan. Sunan. Xiao 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 immediately became excited at the words, and she rushed in without saying a word. As expected, she had just rushed in to see Sunan pressing down on the naked Fan Xiaolong who was violently beating him. Sunan, stop it. I'll see how you can weasel your way out of this one. Xiao 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 pressed down on Sunan and directly handcuffed him without saying a word. Asterisk 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 asterisk, let go of me. He started it. I was defending myself. I was defending myself. Sunan pretended to be defiant and struggled. As he struggled, his shoes unintentionally kicked the pile of clothes on the ground, and instantly several packets of white powder were exposed. Fan Xiaolong's face changed drastically when he saw this, and he hurriedly tried to cover up. However, Sunan was quick on his feet and kicked Fan Xiaolong directly. The moment He Liang came in was when his eyes narrowed, and he instantly saw the packets of powder on the floor. With his years of experience in handling cases, he was certain that these were definitely drugs. Zhang Ya also drummed up the courage to rush in. She saw the naked Fan Xiaolong. Although her face was red, she still drummed up the courage to try to help Fan Xiaolong get his clothes. As a result, she froze directly the moment she saw Fan Xiaolong's clothes. Zhang Ya, let me explain. He Liang immediately took out his handcuffs and handcuffed Fan Xiaolong. I think you'd better figure out how you're going to explain yourself to the judge first. Officer we are all acquaintances. See if you can release me first. Su Nan said with a grin. He Liang immediately rolled his eyes. You're no better. All of you get into the police station before you do. Then the two were handcuffed out. Fan Xiaolong body even only a piece of clothing wrapped around the waist. Walking a little bigger can see 2 bells. I want to see a lawyer. I was wrongly accused. This is planted evidence. Fan Xiaolong shouted. Su Nan followed suit and yelled. I want to see Chao Duong. I'm an undercover agent. I'm helping the police department remove a tumor. Bah! You're an undercover agent. And I'm the queen of Hong Kong Harbor. Xiao 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 coldly snorted. All of you be honest. Chapter 18, the most important thing in life is favors. Hongqiao District Police Station. Su Nan very skillfully walked towards the conference room. Xiao 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 immediately grabbed Su Nan's collar and dragged him towards the interrogation room. Officer Shaw, I'm warning you, you still have to go to school tomorrow to help me with my classes, so you better be polite to me now. Humph, let's talk about it when you have the ability to get out of here. Xiao 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 snorted coldly. This is not important. What's the most important thing? Background. As soon as Su Nan sat down with his front foot, Chao Duong immediately ran over. Chao Duong approached Su Nan ready to probe the bottom and asked, Brother, what's the situation? However, upon seeing Chao Duong, Su Nan instantly clamored. Director Chao, I helped you crack a drug case today. That's a proper political achievement. I can't believe they're doubting my identity. Tell them if I'm your informant. It's inexplicable and lawless that they would arrest me for apprehending criminals. Chao Duong froze at his words. Then after his eyes wandered over Xiao 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 for a few moments, he could be sure that Su Nan wasn't lying, and that he had really solved a drug case. This was a real political achievement, plus the fact that he himself was about to flatter Su Nan. So Chao Duong immediately straightened his clothes and said aloud, Mr. Su is right. He is my informant. Seeing that Su Nan and Chao Wang pushed the trouble away by singing together, and by the way, they also snatched the credit. Xiao 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 instantly became angry and red-eyed. Xiao 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 pointed at Su Nan and Chao Wang and roared, You guys, shameless. Su Nan and Chao Wang looked at each other when they heard the words, and instantly looked at Xiao 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 in unison. The appearance was as cheap as it could be. The expressions on the two men's faces seemed to say, We are just shameless. What can you do? Just walked into the He Liang looked at the scene of the tense atmosphere hastily pulled Xiao Xiao Xiao. As the saying goes, the official level of pressure. Offend Xiao Duong is obviously not a wise move. However, Xiao is really too aggrieved today. Immediately broke away from He Liang, took out his cell phone and ran out, which is obviously ready to report to the authorities at the next level. Of course, that was the official story, and the person she reported it to was, of course, her father, Xiao Zhen, the city director. Chao Diwang's heart panicked at the sight, and Su Nan immediately kicked Chao Duong. Chief Chao, where's my cell phone? I feel like I need to tell my brother-in-law I've been arrested again. Right. Brother Sunan has a point. Anyone has the right to notify his family, Chao Duong said with a light in his eyes. He Liang, hurry up and return the phone to Mr. Su. A few moments later, Xiao Zhan and Li Yiming arrived one after the other. Director Li, you haven't been very busy lately, have you? Xiao Zhan said with a leathery smile. Li Yiming's eyes narrowed as he smiled back. Indeed not very busy. I heard that Director Xiao went into the hospital last month. Was he overworked? How about Chief Xiao writes a leave of absence and I grant you a half-year vacation? Xiao Zhan's face just changed when he heard that. Although he and Li Yiming were not on the same front, he was considered one of the few decent people, and he had always been the object of Li Yiming's solicitation. But now it seems that this Sunan has a heavier weight in Li Yiming's heart. Chao Duong had heard a lot from just the usual sentence between the two, and seeing that the atmosphere was not right, he immediately stepped forward. Hongqiao District Police Station Deputy Chief Chao Duong reports the results of this operation to the two leaders. During our investigation over a period of time, we learned that Fan Xiaolong of the fan group used drugs and befriended a number of celebrities with drugs. However, the other party acted cautiously, so under my careful planning, my good friend Sunan approached the other party as Fan Xiaolong's fiancé's colleague. At the same time, He Liang from our police department, Xiao has also received information from other sources to ambush in front of Aji Noodle. The operation went very well. Arrested Fan Xiaolong on the spot, seized 50 grams of drugs. Fan Xiaolong's accomplices are being arrested. The source of the drugs is under investigation. Chapter 19, No one is allowed to surrender. When Su Nan heard it, he was so good. This Chao Duong is a talent. Xiao instantly wanted to say something. However, she was directly pulled back by Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan smiled and said, so that's how it is. Deputy Director Chao did a good job. Chao Duong knew that Xiao Zhan was being sarcastic, but he also had to thank him stiffly. Director Xiao is flattered. Right at this moment, Li Yiming's voice faintly entered the ears of the crowd. Since Director Xiao also thinks that Deputy Director Chao is good at his job, how about I let Deputy Director Chao take Director Ye's place next year? Chao Duong smiled and rejoiced. Director Li said at this time, then this Hongqiao District's director position himself is certainly stable. Xiao Zhan's eyes also narrowed when he heard this. Li Yiming was clearly trying to promote Chao Duong. Ha, Director Chao, congratulations. Sunan immediately laughed and patted Chao Diwang's shoulder, as if Chao Duong had been promoted today. Director Chao, in my opinion, after handling such a big case, it's best to hold a press conference tomorrow to publicize it. Chao Duong heard some heartbeat. His eyes unintentionally swept over Li Yiming, did not find Li Yiming has the mood to oppose when immediately nodded his head. That's fine. Is it convenient for Brother Sunan to show up at that time? Sunan was instantly unhappy. What kind of words are you saying? I am a teacher. How can I be inconvenient? It just so happens that Officer Shaw is going to class tomorrow instead of me. So it's decided. I'll just say a few words for Officer Shaw at tomorrow's press conference. Xiao almost didn't die of anger when she heard Sunan say this. If it wasn't for Xiao Zhan pulling her, she probably would have just jumped up and bit Sunan twice. Zhanya waited for a long time in front of the police station and finally waited for her familiar face to come out. And that person was not her fiancé, but Sunan. Brother-in-law, there's no need to give me a ride. I'll just take my co-worker's car. Li Yiming nodded at his words. Zhanya looked at Li Yiming's back for a moment before turning her head to look at Sunan with an incredibly complicated mood. Sunan instantly grinned and asked, what's wrong? Still thinking about your fiancé? Zhanya shook her head as she sniffed. She already knew about Fan Xiaolong's drug use. Only after the two of them sat in the car did Zhanya couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, Mr. Su, are you really an informant for the police department? Sunan instantly rolled his eyes and said, isn't that nonsense? If it's really an informant, can he still be arrested? Coming out is about context. So many things are true and false that others just don't know what's true and what's not. Just like when Sunan was undercover in the Silver Triangle, he would take the undercover manual and watch it openly. Back in the apartment, Sunan washed up and fell into a deep sleep. His daily actions seem to have no rules and regulations, but in fact, they are all carefully planned with a lot of brainpower, so he sleeps exceptionally well. The next morning, Sunan was awakened by the ringing of the phone. Hey, who is it? the caller said after a moment of silence. My Xiao Xiao Xiao. Sunan instantly sat up. Where are you? Have you eaten? I'm coming to get you. It was Xiao 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 who had come to help substitute for the class today, so he just couldn't help but be enthusiastic. At the entrance of the school, Sunan warmly held Xiao Xiao's hand, and that appearance completely forgot the unpleasantness between the two. Officer Shaw, I'd like to begin by stating the following for you. These students are so skinny, they find ways to one-up their teachers every day. Alright, isn't it just a day of classes? Xiao 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 immediately interrupted the rambling Sunan. Tell me where I am. Give me my textbook. I'll go by myself. And don't you follow me. Sunan was instantly amused at his words. That's fine. Here's the textbook. Here's the roll call. And do you want the raincoat and the gun? Xiao 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 blankly glanced at Sunan, picked up her textbook and roll book and walked towards the school building that Sunan pointed out. Sunan shrugged his shoulders. Good words are hard to persuade the ghost of that death. I hope that those second generation will not live too much today. On the other end, the continuously frustrated second generation had long been ready. They even put on thick down coats and helmets, just waiting for Sunan to come over and give him a fatal blow. Brothers and sisters, today, Sunan and we must fall on one side. No one is allowed to surrender. It's either you or me today. Chapter 20, Xiao Xiao Xiao. The substitute. Don't look at Xiao Xiao said it was easy and looked like it was simple, but she actually prepared it late into the night last night. She wasn't looking for credit today, just no blunders. However, she had just walked downstairs with confidence when she saw a group of students upstairs looking at her suspiciously. Xiao 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 was also very puzzled as she looked at this group of second generation on the second floor. She was very puzzled as to why this class of Sunans was so special that it was actually a separate teaching building. Chen Hao shouted suspiciously at Xiao Xiao Xiao. Hey, who are you? Where's Sunan? Xiao 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 sniffed and immediately took a deep breath and said, I'm a friend of Sunan's. He's a bit busy today, so I've come to help him substitute for a day. Xiao 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 wouldn't say explicitly that she was punished for coming here. However, just after she finished speaking, the group of second generation upstairs suddenly changed their faces. Brother Hao, what should we do? That guy Sunan actually didn't come today. Lu Xiaohu asked in a small voice. Chen Hao immediately rolled his eyes asterisk. How would I know? Who cares who she is? As long as she's a friend of that guy Sunan. Just do it. Wang Chaoyang said and pulled out a water gun. Without saying a word, directly toward the downstairs Xiao 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 shot. When those second generation around them saw Wang Chaoyang make a move, they also took out their weapons and hit towards Xiao Xiao. All at once, ink of various colors sprayed out of the water gun. The overnight cheese, the baked durian and egg cake were all heading towards Xiao Xiao Xiao. Xiao 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 was instantly dumbfounded. Even if she had a good mental quality, she was dumbfounded in this instant. No one would have expected a group of seemingly harmless students to suddenly sneak up on them. The fight came and went so quickly that Xiao Xiao touched a handful of cheese on her face and looked up angrily at the second generation upstairs. You guys are pissing me off. However, she had just finished shouting this when a bucket of water was poured over her. Xiao 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 fiercely touched a handful of water stains on her face, angrily roared. Is that all? Wang Chaoyang sneered. Humph. I beat this water from the river outside. Xiao 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 said with a disdainful face. So what? Wang Chaoyang smiled and laughed. Ha ha ha. The upper reaches of that river is a pig farm outfall. Xiao 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 froze, and the next moment boundless anger rose from the bottom of his heart. You seek death. Only Xiao 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 threw away the roll book and textbooks in her hands and directly rushed towards the school building. She decided that she had to teach these students a lesson today. However, she had just run to the stairwell when two well-behaved female classmates upstairs just smiled sweetly at her. The next moment, they were seen taking out a large bag of marbles from behind them and scattering them down towards the stairs. Xiao 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 laughed coldly when she saw this. Have you seen too many movies? She tapped her toes and kicked the marble straight to the side. However, she had underestimated these second generation, and in the next moment, the two girls rolled out a huge iron ball. The size of the iron ball was just enough to take up the entire staircase. Xiao Xiao Xiao's pupils shrunk, and as she watched the huge iron ball roll down, she retreated in a hurry. Her feet were full of marbles, however, and at once she slipped and rolled, and she fell to the ground at the same time that the great iron ball crushed over her. That's when she realized that it wasn't an iron ball. It was just a big balloon painted with the same type of paint as the iron ball. Ah! Xiao 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 was frantic. She was so angry for the first time. She felt like she had a lot of anger inside her stomach that needed to be vented. Xiao 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 angrily stood up and continued to rush towards the upstairs. The next moment she ran down again, for she was followed by dozens of large rats. Xiao 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 had lost many battles, and eventually even the second generation gradually admired her. Are we going too far? Zhang Yi muttered while throwing eggs towards Xiao 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 without stopping at all. I think so too. But the thought of her being Su Nan's friend makes me feel great. Chen Baiwan similarly threw stinky tofu at Xiao downstairs. And Su Nan, who had just arrived at the Hongqiao District Police Station, couldn't help but sneeze. What crazy is cursing me behind my back? Chapter 21, I'll be brief. The press conference was held on time. Old Director Yi, who had been in the hospital for a long time with a hangnail, also came today, but after a few words, he gave his place to Chao Duong. Chao Duong began with an impassioned speech. It was then the turn of the journalists to ask questions. Deputy Director Chao, may I ask? Normally the police department often arrests drug dealers and addicts, but why did they hold a separate press conference this time? This reporter asked a great question. Chao Duong first praised the other party before continuing with a serious expression. Because the identity of the suspect we arrested this time is not ordinary. Under the wise leadership of Director Li, we rigorously launched a deployment investigation and walkthrough. The suspect arrested this time, Fan Mao, is the general manager of Fan Victory Real Estate Company, a subsidiary of Fan Group. Fan Mao Kirikou, omit 10,000 words here. We are here to prove to the community that no matter what you are, no matter who you are, if you break the law, you will be arrested. As Chao Diwang's speech, the reporters were videotaping while the cameras were pressing the shutter, and for a while the whole conference was full of camera clicks. Deputy Director Chao, I heard that you also arrested Zhang Haoren, the leader of the Purple Star Society, and Tang San Burial, the leader of the Seven Killings Society 2 days ago. May I ask if this is true? Chao Duong had obviously done his job well, and immediately nodded and said, Zhang and Tang have indeed been detained by us. 2 people were arrested on the spot by our office for mobbing, along with many other social loafers. Zhang and Tang were each sentenced to 7 days of detention by our bureau because they were the ringleaders. Deputy Director Chao, I heard that both operations were investigated by your police station squad leader He Liang and Officer Xiao. In addition to the help of a warm-hearted citizen Su Nan, may I ask if these 3 have arrived at the scene? Chao Duong smiled at his words. Captain, he was unable to be present today due to official business. Also because we invited Mr. Su Nan Su over for the press conference. In order for the students not to interfere with their studies, Officer Xiao took the initiative to go and substitute for Mr. Su. Everyone can rest assured that our Officer Xiao's grades were very superior during his time in school, and he will never do anything wrong. Everyone be careful. The enemy has attacked the 2nd floor. Report, 5 of Qian Baiwan's Meat Shield Squad have been killed in action. Report, 3 members of Zhang Yi's Cute Selling Squad have been killed in action. Report, everyone retreat. Move all the desks to the classroom door. We're withdrawing to the classroom. When the remnants of the 2nd generation all withdrew to the classroom, Xiao burst out with a curtain in her hand. Come out, you scum, come out for me. At this time, Xiao where there is still any image, a face of dark ink, dripping wet, the body is either durian or stinky tofu, walking in falling flour. You're dead, dead. Chao Duong didn't know what happened at the school and bragged at the conference about how heroic and kind and caring Officer Xiao was. Well, next we have this time's 3 good citizens, the valiant young talent, the handsome and sunny teacher of Tianfu Private Senior High School, Mr. Su Nan. Mr. Su, snap. With a burst of enthusiastic applause, Su Nan straightened his collar and walked towards Chao Duong with a smile on his face. What followed was silence. The guess in everyone's mind as to what a teacher looks like is well-mannered, dressed in a suit, translucent leather shoes, or quaint clothing with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. As for the Su Nan who came on stage, he had dark skin and a hideous face, with a scar running directly through half of his face. Is this the image of a teacher? Are you sure this kind of person as a teacher won't disappear a few students for no reason? Ahem. Hello everyone. My name is Su Nan, 26 this year. I usually like reading books and fishing. Don't look at me a little bit darker. This is actually a fishing tan. I am cheerful and gentle, and I am usually very patient with my students. For this operation in cooperation with the police, I mainly summarize the following 3 major points, 7 minor points, and 28 details. The following begins to tell the first big point. Under the long-term cultivation of my brother-in-law, Director Li, I grew up cynical and very disgusted with all kinds of violent crimes. What? Everyone's eyes widened. They heard a key word. My brother-in-law, Director Li. Click, 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 click. All the cameramen were frantically pressing the shutter at the first opportunity. I thought I was just here today to go through the motions, but I didn't expect this kind of powerful news. And everyone failed to notice the flash of refined light in Su Nan's eyes. Chapter 22 some other time. 2. How much Su Nan can talk. That is from the age of 3 as a child digging out the ant's nest until the age of 26. During that time, ye old chief just couldn't carry on and was sent to the hospital. Chao Diwang's eyes were so hungry that they were lifeless, and the reporters stood with their legs trembling. However, when Su Nan finished speaking, all of them realized a problem. That is, they actually didn't remember anything except for the fact that they remembered Su Nan saying that his brother-in-law was Director Lee. Even the reporters who took notes in their notebooks with a pen realized that all they were taking down was nonsense. When Su Nan finished, originally according to the plot Chao Duan was still ready to talk about him for half an hour, but as a result, now he was completely out of the mood, and only hated to rush into the cafeteria right away to dry a few bowls of rice. All the reporters also have no intention of staying. With Chao Diwang's sentence of adjourning the meeting, everyone is dispersed in a flurry. Only after all the reporters had left did Chao Duang smile and ask, "Brothers, how about having a casual dinner together?" Su Nan nodded and said, "Okay, just eat casually, don't be too extravagant. I think taste of fresh is good." The corner of Chao Duang's mouth twitched when he heard this. A casual meal? A 5-star hotel? Ajinomoto? It was only after the two arrived at Ajinomoto that Chao Duang realized what casual was. 2 for this Australopithecus, 1 for the roasted suckling pig, 1 for the roasted whole goat, 1 pot of this bird's nest for me. And yes, that. Chao Duang saw this and immediately called for a halt. "Dude, why don't we just order these for now? It's not that I can't afford to spend money. In fact, I actually ate a little too much this morning, and now I don't think I'm very hungry." Su Nan immediately revealed a relieved expression at his words. "I see. So who? Waiter, pack the dishes I just ordered and cook us 2 bowls of noodles in addition." Chao Duang. All for all oh. A few moments later, Chao Duang smelled the aroma of various delicacies on the side and ate the clear soup noodles in front of him. "Director Chao. So what? How about a drink?" Chao Duang immediately refused. "Are you kidding? Are you sure you want a drink, or do you want me to buy you 2 bottles? And he's not in the habit of eating noodles and drinking." "No, I'm working today. I can't drink. Some other time. Some other time. Some other time is fine. I don't know where to go." Put. Chao Duang was choked. 2 noodles scurried out of his nostrils and hung directly there. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Director Chao, that's a good technique. It's the first time I've seen someone eating noodles with their nostrils." On the other end, the major media outlets are already breaking stories. And although the main target of this exposé is still the suspect arrested by the Hongqiao District Police Department, most of its article actually centers around Sunan. Its main content is to praise the teacher of Tianfu Private Senior High School, Su Nan, who was young and brave, not afraid of the dark forces, kind and dedicated as a teacher, has a good relationship with his colleagues during the school years and is loved by the students. Of course, that's not how they wrote it in the first place, till after they got their IDs checked and they realized that's how the article was supposed to be written. And that's what happened. Of course, the name Xiao Xiao Xiao, He Liang, Chao Duang, and Director Lee also appeared in the article. The fact that a small drug seizure case would be so highly publicized also showed the people that the police force was determined to fight crime. For a while, all the societies in Honggang City had tightened up a lot. At the same time, Honggang City 10 Outstanding Young People's Candidates personnel list was also added to Su Nan's name. Chao Duang was still thanking Su Nan continuously as he dropped him off at the school's entrance. "Bro, thanks for today. If it wasn't for you, I would have stunk big time. Don't worry, I'll pay you back for today's meal next time. And when I say it's on me, it's on me. And I don't know why I keep dropping my wallet lately." Su Nan smiled awkwardly at his words. "Director Chao, that's out of line. It's just a meal. So what? When's the next time?" Chao Duang. Only when Chao Duang drove off did Su Nan carry the large bag of food he had packed toward the school. However, he just entered the school and froze right in his tracks. Only 27 of his students, all of them without a single one, were hanging from the railing at the entrance to the school. Just then a voice filled with anger came. "Su Nan, trying to make me concede? No way." Su Nan turned his head to look, only to see a dark-faced, colorful and still stinking demon glaring angrily at him before resolutely walking towards the outside of the school. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "I thought ghosts and monsters weren't allowed to come out after the founding of the country? Su Nan, we won't give in even if you get foreign aid. Just wait, we'll take revenge." Sunan. Chapter 23, Mr. Su, the Killing Fiend. The next day it was He Liang's turn to help substitute for Su Nan. However, to Su Nan's disappointment, He Liang's city was obviously much better than Xiao Xiao Xiao. He didn't get mad even when he was screwed over by the students, but quickly explained it to the second generation. As the saying goes, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. So the second generation didn't make things difficult for He Liang, and instead took a serious day of classes. Principal's office. "What? Extracurricular activities?" Su Nan looked at LV Liangkong with a puzzled expression. "Not bad." LV Liangkong nodded. "It's like this. For the sake of the students' physical and mental health, our school organizes each class to go to a day of extracurricular activities every month. You can take them to an amusement park, or to a museum, library, zoo, movie theater, any of those things, and the school will reimburse you for the cost. Tomorrow happens to be Friday, so teacher Sue happens to take them out for a day of fun, so they can rest for 3 days in a row, and it's especially effective for relieving the usual stress of studying. Sue Nan sniffed and bristled. This group of second generation would have a load of study pressure. They didn't study at all, right? Okay, since the principal said so, I'll take them out for the day tomorrow. With that, Sue Nan got up and walked towards the outside. However, he had just walked to the door when he met Wei Baldy. Wei Baldy's eyes also narrowed when he saw Sue Nan. He also watched yesterday's news, which collapsed Sue Nan into a saint. Wei Baldy was unconvinced. He wanted to call the media to report. However, the other party just listened to him say 2 sentences and then hung up the phone in a hurry, which made Wei Baldy angry. Yo, isn't this our famous and valiantly excellent teacher, Mr. Sue? Sue Nan sniffed and grinned. I said why was it so bright outside just now? So it was our director Wei who arrived. TSK, Director Wei, what brand of wax did you hit your head with? This brightness, tisk. Wei Baldy was instantly furious. He hated it when people talked about his hair. As the saying goes, hit a man without hitting his face, curse a man without cursing him, and expose a man without revealing his shortcomings. Sunan, the monthly exam is next Monday. If your class finishes at the bottom again, I'll deduct your points. Che. Sunan rolled his eyes and pushed Wei Baldy away before raising his head. Not to mention that he was now a teacher. Even if he was still a student, things like deducting credits were never on his mind. Thinking about it, he could still owe his teacher over 300 points for graduating from high school. People are walking on thin ice with 80 points or less, and Sunan owes 300 he's proud of? Sunan was also shocked when he walked to the classroom door. Looking at the second generation who were attentively attending the class, Sunan felt a bit incredulous. The second generation instantly discovered Sunan at the door as well. In the next moment, all the second generation pulled out their respective weapons. Sunan also instantly pulled out his AK47. As soon as Liang saw this kind of battle, he didn't hesitate to come outside the window with a roll. Let's discuss something. How about a 2-day truce? Sunan faintly said. Lin Hao frowned at Sunan and asked, what tricks are you trying to pull? Sunan sniffed and shrugged. The principal just told me to organize an extracurricular activity for January tomorrow, and you guys don't want to be embarrassed out there. I am here today to inform you that you will meet in front of the school tomorrow morning. Also, how about a day's truce tomorrow? And if there's any vendetta, we'll talk about it later? You do. Snap. Before Wang Chaoyang could finish his harsh words, he was smashed in the face by a durian steamed egg, and the one who did it was actually Zhang Yi. Teacher, we agree. See you in front of the school tomorrow. Zhang Yi didn't forget to flash a sweet smile at Sunan after she finished speaking. However, Sunan knew that this girl Zhang Yi was not so well behaved on the surface. Don't play tricks, or it won't necessarily be the one who's unlucky at the end of the day. Only after Sunan finished putting away his AK and turned to leave did the second generation slowly put away their respective weapons. Seeing this, Liang also tumbled in through the window. After hesitating for a moment, Liang still couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, so what? Is this how you guys usually get along with Mr. Su? Humph. Today has been very gentle. Officer Ho. Have you ever seen a teacher strafing with an AK? Have you ever seen a teacher with a sniper rifle who knocked a student off a wall? Have you ever seen a teacher who locks her students inside the classroom and sets off fireworks? Liang looked at the crowd of righteously indignant students and his mouth opened wide. Are you guys sure it wasn't a homicidal maniac that was talking about people, but your teacher? Chapter 24, Porcelain. At the entrance of Tianfu Private Senior High School, Sunan signed a temporary truce with the second generation led by Lin Hao. Both sides checked each other on the spot to make sure the other wasn't carrying any weapons before they got on the bus and headed towards the amusement park. Hey, Lin Hao. Sunan actually didn't bring a weapon today. Is this the sun coming out of the west? Lin Hao directly rolled his eyes when he heard this. You believe this too? There are plenty of pits. And who says you have to carry a weapon? Lin Hao said here, tapped the front seat Xian Baiwan's shoulder and said, Xian Baiwan, you say right? Xian Baiwan instantly turned his head with a sinister smile and said, Brother Hao is right. It went without saying that the two had this look on their faces, which made it clear that there was a conspiracy afoot. On the other side, Wang Chaoyang, Lu Xiuhu also smiled sinisterly and slowly put away the things prepared in his sleeves. In addition to these two waves of people, Zhang Yi and a few well-behaved girls were also muttering to each other, especially Zhang Yi, who was tightly pinching her handbag, which was obviously carrying something inside. In addition to that, there's another group of people, led by Taming, who are also up to something. The entire bus was a group of second-generation people who were simply sinister to the core. Sunan watched this through the rearview mirror and cursed these students for being shameless. Teacher Su, you seem to have dropped your things, the driver reminded. Nonsense, this isn't mine. Sunan hurriedly bent down to pick up the packet of medicinal powder on the ground. It was only when he finally realized that none of the students were paying attention to this side of the room that the powder was slipped into his pocket. Just then, the driver suddenly came to a sharp stop and everyone was startled. Goo, hit someone oh, hit someone oh. The crowd rushed to look toward the car, only to see an old man is lying in front of the front end of the car constantly wailing. The ground also fell on a bicycle. Dishes also scattered all over the ground. For that matter, it doesn't take much to figure out that the bus knocked Moncler Outlet Store it over. Sunan and the driver hurriedly got out of the car to check Moncler Outlet online the injuries. However, just after getting out of the car, Sunan's eyes were narrowed. Although the old man was screaming miserably, Sunan could tell at a glance that the guy was faking it. Also, he did not see any collision marks from the top of the bus. One more thing, because they were heading to the amusement park, there were few pedestrians on this section of the road. But Moncler Outlet Store 7 or 8 big men gathered around the moment they just fell to the ground. Based on these, Sunan could conclude that they had met the bumper carriers. As luck would have it, the driver had just Moncler Outlet Store walked up to him and Moncler Outlet Store grabbed him. You bumped me off. Pay up. You must pay up. Don't think you can leave today without $20,000 or $30,000. Let's all judge. I was riding my bike down the road for good reason and he knocked me over in one go. Goo, this old bone of mine is almost gone. Moncler Outlet Store. He also wiped non-existent tears as he spoke. Hey, hurry up and pay for it. It's not easy for the other lord. Yeah, just pay up if you hit someone. Master, don't worry, if they don't dare to pay up, Fatty Dragon, will do it for you today. Looking at the 7 or 8 big men who surrounded him, the driver obviously panicked and hurriedly begged. I'm just a driver. Where can I get so much money? Big brothers, I really didn't hit this old man. You guys believe me? Can I call the police if I can't? Can I let the traffic police check the surveillance? What's the use of calling the police? The surveillance here has been broken for a long time. Hurry up and get the money. Don't delay Moncler Outlet Store the time to go to the hospital. Yes. Hurry up and get the money. If you talk any more nonsense, we'll turn into messengers of justice and beat you up. Believe it or not? Looking at the driver who was at his wit's end, Sunan's eyes narrowed. The guy called Fat Dragon seemed to be the boss of the group. But there's no surveillance here. Ahem. Master Driver, hurry up and get the money. We're still busy going to the amusement park. I see there is a bank right over there. So let's do this. I'll accompany you to get the money. Moncler, you can still walk, right? Can walk. I can walk. The ground Moncler Outlet Online immediately stood up, pulling a panicked driver towards the bank not far away. The driver was just about to say something when Sunan came to his side and whispered, "Don't say anything, let's talk when we get to the bank." The three of them quickly arrived at the bank, and Sunan glanced at the several big men hovering at the entrance and quickly walked to the security guard. Big brother, a few guys at the door are sneaking around. When I came in just now I heard them say something about quitting after this job. The security guard was instantly shocked when he heard this, and with a few words on his walkie-talkie, he walked towards the door towards Fatty Dragon's group of people. Seeing Fatty Dragon, several people were pressed to the ground by a group of security guards. Sunan was banging 2 punches at the big man over there who was urging the driver to get money. Run! What are you waiting for? Only when Fatty Dragon and the others explained clearly did they realize that the two Sunan had long since driven away. And at this time, the top 2 Panda Eyes Moncler Outlet Store also came out in a huff. Dad, what's wrong with you? Chapter 25, this flock of sheep is very fat. Since Sunan hadn't eaten breakfast, it was already 9:30 when he arrived at the amusement park after he had eaten breakfast and the driver had refueled. And it was because of this delay on their part that things went wrong at once. When Sunan brought the second generation to buy a good ticket to the ticket office, actually ran into a group of people on the road to touch the Fat Dragon. And the other party is actually wearing the uniform of the security guards. Fatty Dragon obviously also discovered Sunan and his group, and immediately recognized Sunan, leading his men to walk towards Sunan and them aggressively with a few security guards. Teacher, these seem to be the group we met on the road. Zhang Yi whispered. Sunan nodded. It's not as if it's them. At this time, Fatty Dragon and his group also surrounded Sunan and the others. Although Sunan and the others were numerous, Fatty Dragon and the others were all strong men, so they naturally wouldn't be afraid of them. Not to mention that this was still Fatty Dragon's territory. Kid, running pretty fast, do you know who you hit today? That's my old man's dad. Today I'll show you what a fist as big as a sandbag is. Fatty Dragon said that he was ready to make a move, and Su Nan grinned when he saw this. This brother? What are you saying? I don't understand. Isn't this the first time we've met? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You step on the horse when I am a little cute. Either you pay $100,000 today, or I'll beat the out of you people. The group of second generation all narrowed their eyes at the words. Even if you find trouble with Su Nan, you actually want to find trouble with them. This security chief, isn't this the first time we've met? Lin Hao sneered. We are giving you $100,000, you dare to take it? Believe it or not, I'll send you to the police station in a minute and then charge you with robbery? Yeah, give you $100,000 and you dare to take it? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really think we are afraid of you? If you have the ability to come and get it yourself. Wang Chiang, Lu Xiaohu and the others clamored. A group of second generation yelled so loudly that Fatty Dragon was very impatient. He rolled his eyes. These people were right. In broad daylight, if he really robbed a group of students, he'd probably have to clean his ass a little bit. But who was he? Fat Dragon? There were plenty of ways to get money. Are you guys looking for death? Fat Dragon directly revealed his large flower arm tattoo. At the same time several of the security guards were looking menacing, weighing their weapons in their hands. Okay, we're not going in. Let's go. Su Nan pretended to be angry and turned around, ready to leave. However, the group of security guards just looked at him with a sneer and had no intention of letting them go. Want to go? Too late. The fat dragon spat directly at the ground. Is lousy Fatty Dragon's place for you to come and go as you please? Now everyone get in there and spend your money at the place I've designated later. Or else today I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. All the security guards were also very cooperative in picking up the guys in their hands, smiling grimly at Su Nan and the others. Teacher, I'm scared. Teacher, I'm scared. Zhang Yi and Li Fingjiao, a few female classmates who were usually responsible for acting cute, hurriedly hid behind Su Nan, and Su Nan could be pretty sure that these girls were probably thinking of some bad idea again. Don't do it. Let's buy. Su Nan hurriedly said to the fat dragon. You two stand guard here. The rest of you follow me. After Fatty Dragon pointed out two freshly initiated juniors to stay behind, he took the remaining security guards and followed Su Nan and the others into the amusement park. Hey, how can you go into an amusement park without buying some food? Buy 2 roasted sausages for each person here. Fatty Dragon pointed at a grilled sausage stand and ordered Su Nan and the others. Su Nan and the group of second generation looked at each other. Then all of them lowered their heads and walked towards the roasted sausage stall designated by Fatty Dragon. Boss, how do you sell grilled sausages? $100 a stick. Su Nan and the others lined up with very unwilling expressions, but as if they were afraid of Fatty Dragon and the others, they began to purchase grilled sausages. Only when Su Nan and the others walked away did Fatty Dragon take the money from the owner of the barbecue sausage stall and put it into his pocket. That's a pretty fat flock. Go on. Keep up. Chapter 26, you put a little in. I'll put a little in. Looking at the soft performance of Su Nan's group of people, the group of security guards were also very excited. It seemed like they were going to get rich today. However, they didn't realize how much bad will the group of people in front of them, who seemed to be held by them, were secretly holding back. Su Nan and the others then spent a full tens of thousands of dollars under Fatty Dragon's forced shopping. Seeing that he and the others had been showing weakness and the other party was getting closer by inches, Su Nan knew that the time was ripe. I don't have time to fight with you guys today. This fat dragon old me is very upset. I must clean them up first before I can do that. Lin Hao, Wang Chaoyang and the others besides Su Nan also nodded. They thought the same. The fat dragon looked at the fat sheep in front of him who were plotting. Hey, what are you guys discussing? Run! Only hearing Su Nan shout, Su Nan and the others dispersed and ran in all directions. Quickly go after them. Quickly catch them back to me. Fatty Dragon shouted at once. So Su Nan and the others played a game of cat and mouse with Fatty Dragon's group of security guards. Su Nan found out early on that Fatty Dragon and the others drank water from a specialized bucket of herbal tea. It was probably arranged by the amusement park so that it could save the staff a lot of money. After all, the amusement park itself knew that it was expensive to spend money inside. Taking advantage of Fatty Dragon's group of security guards to go after the second generation, Su Nan secretly touched the side of the herbal tea barrel, and after a sinister smile, he took the packet of powder in his pocket and poured it in. G. There's the kid. A security guard shouted and ran towards Su Nan, who instantly turned around and ran. Su Nan had just run away with that security guard when Zhang Yi appeared out of nowhere. Zhang Yi opened the bucket of herbal tea and poured the powder in her hand. At the same time Zhang Yi had a crazy perverted smile on her face. Drink it. Pull yourselves to death. However, not long after Zhang Yi left, Tang Yan and a boy touched over again. Tang, hurry up with the drugs, I'll keep a lookout. Tang Yen immediately and without hesitation poured the laxative in his hand in as well. Here's two. A security guard shouted and ran after the two Tang Yen. Bunch of idiots. Qian Baiwan looked at the classmates who were chased around in Sunan, knowing that relying on others is still unreliable. Immediately took out a bottle of diet pills from his pocket and poured it down. The name of this stuff is diet pills, but Chandler knows how much this stuff can pull if you take it. These pills were originally meant to deal with Sunan, and in order to act conveniently, he even powdered these diet pills last night, but now he could only use them to deal with Fatty Dragon's group of people first. Not long after Qian Baiwan left, Wang Chaoyang and Lu Xiaohu popped up again. Tiger, is the medicine okay? Don't worry, I purposely went to a Chinese medicine store to prepare it. It's a medicine that can help elephants with constipation. It's guaranteed to be effective. Sunan didn't realize that the bucket of herbal tea had been spiked with so many ingredients after he left. If there had been less herbal tea in the bucket, I'm guessing all that would have been released inside would have been paste. After more than 20 minutes, seeing that the group of security guards could not make it, Sunan and the others pretended to be caught back. Ha hoo, tired old me. These rabbits are too capable of running. Fatty Dragon and his group were tired enough. Just then a security guard said, Brother Dragon, there is herbal tea here. Come and have some. Sunan's group of people honestly squatted on the ground, and all of them were looking at Fatty Dragon and the others with incomparable anticipation. Watching Fat Dragon and the others drink the bucket of herbal tea. The corner of Sunan's mouth curled up slightly as he slowly stood up from the ground. Chapter 27, Strapping on the Big Pendulum. The crowd of second generation also stopped pretending when they saw this. They all stood up in unison, and each of them looked at Fatty Dragon and them with a bad smile on their faces. Asterisk 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 who they told you to get up. All of you crouch down. Fatty Dragon felt his stomach roll over with a vague pain just as he finished cursing. Goo, my stomach hurts a bit. You guys keep an eye on these little brats. I'm going to the restroom. Lung, my stomach hurts a little too. Me too. I can't. I'm going to my pants inside. A bunch of security guards were covering their stomachs and just trying to walk towards the restrooms. They didn't even dare to stride too far, because once they moved a little bit more they felt like they would lose their back door. Sunan which can let them as they wish. Directly a few big than pockets scattered flip a few people. These security guards were clenching their asses in order not to their pants, not daring to fight back at all. Tie them up. Sunan finished taking a look around, then pointed at the large pendulum not far away and said, That big pendulum over there, tie them all to it. Ha ha ha, that's exactly what I want. Lin Hao and the others hurriedly moved to tie up Fatty Dragon and his group. Sunan was dragging Fatty Dragon by himself, and Lin Hao and the others were dragging the few remaining security guards. The great pendulum had just stopped at this point and a new round of tourists were getting ready to sit on it. Get out of my way, all of you, or suffer the consequences. Sunan growled and directly threw the curled up Fatty Dragon onto one of the seats. I'm Big Bucktooth, the tiger of Wan Chai. Who the hell are you to tell me to listen to you? A few punks directly ignored Sunan, and even compared a middle finger to him and them, and the remaining tourists all ran down when they saw this. Good, then you guys can sit down. Sunan grinned. Kid, do you know what I am? The fat dragon struggled to look at Sunan. The Hun clan is not one to be messed with. So think it over. Turn around and I'll find someone to hack you to death. Believe it or not. Sunan smiled at his words and tied the fat dragon to the seat without haste. You'd better mind your own business first. Oh, I almost forgot. Old man's money. After Sunan finished speaking, he directly pulled out the money in Fatty Dragon's pocket, then looked at the second generation on the side, and greeted the crowd as they retreated to the side after realizing that all the security guards had been tied up. Wan Chai Tiger Big Bucktooth and others looked at a group of pale security guards skimmed his mouth. Mud horse, sitting on a big swing hammer is necessary to be scared like this? On the other end, the operators in the operation room were directly driven out by Sunan and the others. As soon as Sunan pressed against the start button, the large pendulum began to swing slowly. Help, put me down. Stop it. The ones who howled were the Baywatch Tiger Big Bucktooth and several others, while the security guards they despised were all silent and clamped dead center on their asses. This group of security guards looked like they were tied up, but I didn't realize that they weren't afraid at all. Yeah, look at those security guards. Their faces are all white and they didn't even say a word. No, do you guys smell something? Tourists stood outside the security line and talked. Brother Lung, I can't stand it anymore. Rarely. A foul odor was immediately emitted, causing the people at the scene to be nauseated. Asterisk was actually scared less. Mud horse, this is too humiliating. Something's wrong. Why do I feel like it's raining? The speaker touched his forehead, then looked at the yellowing water stain and put it in front of his nose to smell it. Vom. Fatty Dragon and the group of security guards eventually gave up their resistance and began to fall in a torrent. Chapter 28 Poop Terrorist Attack. With the release of Fat Dragon and his party, a large amount of show began to be flung out by the Great Pendulum, and sparsely began to indiscriminately attack the tourists and nearby rides. Aha! Run! Hide! Hide! I'll be damned vomit. The Wanchai Tiger Big Bucktooth and a few others were the worst. They just couldn't run even if they wanted to. They are now very sorry that they did not listen to the advice that led them to be in the center of the disaster right now. Several people had just opened their mouths to shout when a disgusting mess of filthy crumbs landed in their mouths. The control room where Sunan was located was also filled with students, and there were even a few slow reactors who could only hide behind the wall outside the control room. That's a lot of power. Yeah, look at that pile shooting 100 meters away. Old me also just put a little laxative. Sunan was puzzled. What? You released it too? Zhang Yi subconsciously covered her mouth when she finished. Sunan hurriedly turned his head to look. Just then, Tang Yen, Wang Chiang, and Xin Baiwan said in the same voice, "You guys also put laxatives?" Everyone was silent at this moment. Everyone didn't put much in, so it didn't add up to much, did it? Of course, that's all they could do to comfort themselves in their minds. And inside the amusement park, skyrocket flying, or rare, visitors are holding their heads. Quick, call the police. Hello, police station? I'm at the Haitian playground. I'm being attacked. Send the police. I'll be hiding inside a trash can. What's going on outside? Let's see. Blah blah blah. Outside the Haitian amusement park, two groups of police officers who were on patrol were notified at the first opportunity and immediately ran towards the side of the amusement park's big pendulum. They didn't know what was going on, only that a large number of people on this side of the country had called the police to report an attack. Captain, look out! The police officer running at the front suddenly dodged, and the captain didn't have time to react as a mass of yellowing stuff smashed directly onto his body. Vom! Take cover! This is a ING terrorist attack. Alert the flying dragons. We need backup. We need backup. Shortly afterward, the flying dragons quickly arrived at the battlefield. After seeing the tragic situation at the scene, this group of flying dragons who had long ago put life and death at risk also wimped out. I'd rather go shoot each other with robbers than face this kind of battle. Call the bomb squad. We need backup too. Sunan and the others waited until Fat Dragon's group of security guards ran out of bullets before taking advantage of the chaos and leaving the amusement park. The mood of the crowd was, to say the least, not very good. After all, a few unlucky people had run a little slower, and I don't know what the Fat Dragon guys ate. Spraying everywhere, not to mention that the smell is not to mention how disgusting. Sunan froze as they came out of the control room without finding a place to put their feet up, and could only walk out stiffly. The amusement park ticket office was packed at this point with people clamoring for money-back refunds, although Sunan and the others also wanted to go over and extort a fortune. They couldn't stand the smell. I can't. I have to go home and take a shower and I can't have these clothes. Me too. I feel like I stink. Dude, you don't have to feel it. You already stink on you. Dismissed then, each to his own home and his own mom. With a show of hands, Sunan took the lead and went to the side of the road to take a cab. However, the cab driver just stopped for a few seconds then ran away with a kick of the gas. And even Sunan didn't have time to see the other party's license plate number. Chapter 29, a point on the exam can save you a beating. On Monday, Sunan washed up and organized his equipment before heading towards the cafeteria. Teaching building, Sunan vigilantly probed for a long time. However, today was strange. The second generation actually did not set up an ambush. Without letting his guard down, Sunan carefully arrived at the classroom. When the second generation saw his arrival, there was a moment of silence, and then Lin Hao stood up and spoke. Sunan, how about a day of truce today? Sunan looked at the group with a puzzled expression. He didn't understand what these guys were up to. Give me a reason. Lin Hao gritted his teeth and said, today's monthly exam. It was only then that Sunan remembered that Wei Baldi had given him a word 2 days earlier that he was going to take the monthly exam on Monday, and he also said something about deducting his points if they were at the bottom of the exam again. Just you guys are still taking exams? Sunan looked at the crowd with contempt, immediately making these people's faces red. No. So what? If the test is good or not, we have to get the results back, Wang Chiang said. After all, between taking a 1-point test and not taking it, I'd still choose to take a 1-point test, or at least go back and get one less stick. No? Sunan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately pretended to be puzzled and said, oh, You'll still get beaten up if you don't do well in the exams? Could it be that your parents haven't given up on you yet? Every student who had been looked at by Sunan was red in the face. Most of them were not valued by their parents themselves, which is why they chose to rebel to show their presence. But the more they rebel, the less their parents value them. They're sophomores and haven't even had a parent-teacher conference. Well, there were no teachers to give them parent-teacher conferences either, because the teachers were all beaten out of them. Alright, roll call will now begin and I'll get your papers afterward. Yi Chang. 2. Li Fingjiao. 2. Tang Yen. 2. Wang Chaoyang. 2. Lu Xiaowu. 2. Qian Baiwan. 2. Good. Everyone is here. I'll get the papers. For a student's reasonable request, Sunan couldn't refuse. After all, no matter how much of an asshole they are, they're still students and they have the right to take exams. Where do you keep the exam papers? By the way, by all rights, he should have the papers for the exam, but he didn't even bother to collect them. In the office of the Director of Instruction, Wei Baldy was leisurely brewing coffee. Today he was lucky to have a student who had committed a crime and had no background. The other parent was very sexy looking, and when he thought of the other parent begging himself later, Wei Baldy couldn't help but grab a couple of handfuls in his crotch. But before he could wait for the other sexy parent to beg him, his office was kicked open. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is it? Wei Baldy had just gotten up before he had a chance to curse angrily when he saw Sunan walk in. Wei Baldy, let me ask, where do you keep the test papers for the monthly exam? Sunan said as he walked over to Wei Baldy and stared at him. Shouldn't the papers for the monthly exams be the business of your head of year? It's none of my business. Wei Baldy was furious. Bang! Sunan kicked Wei Baldy in the crotch of his pants, and Wei Baldy knelt on the spot. I'll give you one more chance to organize your words. In the resource room downstairs, or you can get it from your grade level director. Wei Baldy replied with difficulty. Next time, put on a brighter move. Sunan patted Wei Baldy's shoulder and turned around. Wei Baldy looked at Sunan's back with hatred. Sunan, Lao Zi, won't let you go. Chapter 30, Taking the Wrong Paper. Not long after Sunan left, a woman in her 40s carefully walked in. Although the woman was over 40, she was exceptionally well maintained and her figure hadn't lost a bit of shape. Director of Instruction, my Harui's mom. As the woman spoke, she looked warily at Wei Baldy, who was kneeling on the ground and covering his crotch. She had long heard that this Director of Instruction was particularly horny, and she only hoped that she wouldn't be taken advantage of today. But she didn't know that today's Wei Baldy himself was planning to take advantage of her. But now he just has this heart, but he doesn't have this ability. On the other end, Sunan went to the grade director's office, only to find that the other party wasn't there. So Sunan went to the resource room by himself, and by this time, there were already a few teachers here to collect the monthly exam papers. Sunan followed these teachers and got in line. The test papers were all prepared in advance, and it was soon Sunan's turn. Hey, you're the new teacher, aren't you? I don't think I've seen you before. The female teacher who handed out the test papers said. Yeah, I'm new here. Sunan nodded. Are you taking papers for class 9? The female teacher asked again. Not bad. I'm the new homeroom teacher of class 9. Sunan nodded. The female teacher gave Sunan a puzzled look. How come she didn't know when class 9 changed class teachers? However, she still handed the test paper to Sunan. So many, Sunan grumbled, clutching stack after stack of test papers that had been piled up. There's language, math, and English in here, so of course there's more. The female teacher smiled. Sunan held the test papers and headed toward the school building, but he didn't pay attention to the fact that the question paper he took wasn't even from second year class 9, but from first year class 9. And not long after Sunan left, the second year's head of year returned to the office. He frowned at the papers on his desk. This new homeroom teacher of second grade 9 actually didn't come to get the papers, which made it difficult for him. He wouldn't dare to send him. What the hell is that second grade class 9? He wouldn't go there even if he died. After thinking about it, the head of year crept to the resource room clutching the test papers. It just so happened that by this time the first grade teachers had collected their papers and the administrator had gone out to use the restroom. The head of the yearbook slipped right out as soon as he put the papers down. He had just left a short time ago when the teacher of first grade 9 walked in, covering her stomach. There must be something wrong with this school breakfast, and the head of the yearbook got a bad tummy, and so did I. He yelled as he picked up the roll that the second-year grade manager had put down and walked away without even looking at it. It was only when Sunan threw all the rolls to his classmates that he realized the school was really rich. Buy the rolls all in one extra set. It's amazing that each person gets 2 copies of the same paper. It's simply too sweet. That's totally giving the students 2 chances. In the other building, first grade class 9, The homeroom teacher was directly confused after handing out the test papers. Is it possible that the school has been spending so much money lately that they can only buy half of the test papers? How can two people take one paper? In the end, the homeroom teacher could only bite the bullet and let the two students do a paper. Beautifully named. Hand-in-hand exams. Isn't it cool when your invigilator slumps over the podium and dozes off while you can flick through books to your heart's content? Of course. Why is it that I feel like I've learned everything on this paper, but I can't find it in the book? All the second generation were a bit confused at this moment. Chapter 31, second to last in the school. This monthly test is too hard. There's not a single question in the book. Asterisk 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 might as well not take the test. Li Fengjiao, lend me 2 of your dice. I'll do some divination. Just then, Sunan woke up, and everyone's hearts thumped. So what? Make yourselves at home. I'm going to the restroom. After Sunan finished speaking, he walked towards the restroom. Holy, that scared me. Come on, come on, come on. Give me a shake on what to choose for this question. Anyone hungry? I'll grill a kebab for everyone. That's fine too. Less pepper, more cumin. 10 minutes later, Sunan came in smelling. In fact, he had come back a long time ago, but he guessed that Qian Baiwan's barbecue wasn't ready yet, so he waited outside for a while. What the hell? I asked what you're up to. Qian Baiwan, this is a monthly exam. You know? Bring up your barbecue. Your skewers have been confiscated. Don't want the grill. Don't want the seasoning bottles. Just give me the kebabs. So what are you looking at me for? Hurry up and take the test. Teacher, I paid for this kebab, said the chubby aggrieved one who was stared at by Sunan. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Look at you are fat into what kind? Barbecue is harmful to health. No. Hurry to do the roll. Sunan said and jerked the meat skewer clean in 3 tries. This question is so hard. How can I do it? The chubby toot yelled. When Sunan heard it, he suddenly became angry. Stepping horse, you take the textbook to copy. All say that the paper is difficult. This is waste. To what extent? 10 minutes later, Sunan was surrounded by more than 20 people, and in front of him was a language paper, as well as a language book. Sunan's forehead had imbibed a trace of sweat. I thought you said you could do it with your eyes closed. Yeah, Mr. Su, you wouldn't be able to hold a textbook without being able to copy it. Would you, Mr. Su? Let's not force ourselves if we really can't. Let's just roll the dice and decide what to pick. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who came up with this question? There's actually not a single one in the textbook. Sunan was furious. I don't care. All of you choose A. More or less right for 2 questions. Ha, wait a minute. That's not even a second grade paper. It's a first grade paper. Asterisk 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 treadmill. The school is looking down on people too much to actually give us the first grade papers. It's an insult. An abject insult. Say, where are your first grade textbooks? Hurry up and take it out and copy it. So what? Ms. Su, we threw out our first grade textbooks a long time ago. On the other end of the spectrum, the 9th class of the first grade, as the top class of the first grade, they ranked at the top of the school every time they took their monthly final exams. However, this time in the monthly exam, they kind of knew why the 2 of them were on the same paper, because they haven't even studied for these exams. What to do? The questions are so hard this time. I don't think they're even first grade questions. Why don't we go with all A's and get more or less 2 questions right? I guess it'll be hard to go back to the house with this grade. It's not like we're to blame. There must be something wrong with the questions. No, it's a second-year paper in this treadmill. Asterisk 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 asterisk. And really, the school is too much to actually target us like this. In this way, the students of the 2 classes ended their monthly exams as if they had eaten poop in a hard way. The results came out before the end of the school day that afternoon, and the 9th grade class of the first year took the bottom place in the whole school as the top class. Their average score was 41 points, while Sunan's average for their class was 42 points. Happy to be second in the school. Chapter 32 Demerit points. Shame. This is shame. Do you guys have any more face? Can you stand up to your parents and to my hard work of cultivation? Because the matter was investigated clearly. Sunan and their second grade class 9 and first grade class 9 took the wrong papers. People's first grade 9 class took a paper with 2 people without learning it, and the total average score of the paper was 82, divided into only 41 per person. And Sunan and their second grade 9 class took the first grade paper as second graders with a total average score of only 42, which is only 13 points per subject. And all 3 subjects are papers totaling 120 points. Ms. Su, don't take it too personally. No matter what, we got second in the whole school. Even though it's the bottom, it's still a big improvement, isn't it? You know, we used to test at the bottom of the school and this has been a big breakthrough. Yes, yes, yes. And we've overshadowed the top class this time. We can only blame the questions for being too hard this time. Sunan had always felt that he was shameless enough, but he didn't realize that these students were even more shameless than him. Mud horse. If it wasn't for the fact that people don't have enough rolls and 2 people with 1 roll pulled down the total score, you guys would still want to take second. Take a hammer. You don't have to come to class tomorrow. Everyone go back and inform your parents that I'm having a parent-teacher conference. After Sunan finished speaking, he turned around and left, leaving behind a group of second generation to look at each other in disbelief. Chen Baiwan looked at Lin Hao and asked, "Brother Hao, what should we do?" Lin Hao immediately gritted his teeth and said, asterisk 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 how do I know? Please, I'm more afraid of a teacher's home visit than a parent-teacher conference. Tang Yan finished speaking and directly left in style. A parent-teacher conference is nothing. The big deal is to go back and get scolded. But if he doesn't notify his parents, in case of another home visit, his old man will probably beat him to death. The last time Sunan paid a home visit it sent his father inside the station, and it was only issued today. Zhang Yi also nodded and said, "You won't want Sunan to go on a home visit. Trust me." Principal's office. Headmaster. This Sunan is so shameless. He actually stole and switched the papers of the 9th class of the first year in order not to be at the bottom of the exam. I suggest that he be expelled outright. There is no room for such a black sheep in our school. LV Liang Khan glanced at the chattering Wei Baldi, and to be honest, he didn't like Sunan either. But the other party's background was deep, not to mention the fact that there was no one in their school who could take over the mess of the 2nd grade 9 class right now, and no one was willing to do so. But as a principal, you still have to say something about this kind of thing. Mr. Su was also careless for a moment, but for this kind of behavior the school still has to insist on cracking down. So what? Director Wei, you dock him 10 points as a disciplinary action. Wei Baldi smelled angry red in the face, wrathful out of the principal's office. However, just as he stepped out he instantly changed his face and a sinister smile appeared on his face. He naturally knew that he couldn't fire Sunan, and deducting points was his main goal. At that moment, he took out his phone and called Sunan. "Hey, Mr. Su, let me inform you, your behavior has angered the principal, so the school has decided to punish you with a deduction of 20 points. Come to my office tomorrow to sign." On the other end, when Sunan received the call he instantly revealed a disdainful expression. Sunan faintly said, Deduction of 100 can be done. You love to deduce as much as you like." But the next moment, Sunan was not calm, only to hear Wei Baldi's sneering voice coming from the other end of the phone. "I forgot to tell Mr. Su that each teacher's perfect score is 100, and the number of points deducted represents the percentage of the teacher's salary to be deducted. Let's say you get 20 points deducted this time. That leaves you with 80 points. So from now on your paycheck will be at 80%. Good luck, Mr. Su. I have a feeling you'll be done with the points soon. Ha 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 ha." Wei Baldi arrogantly hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Sunan was enraged on the spot. "Wei Baldi, you wait for me." Early the next morning, the school teacher realized that Wei Baldi actually did not come. When they inquired, they realized that Wei Baldi had been beaten up last night. "I heard it was walking down the street and suddenly being put in a sack." In response, the school also issued a special announcement to remind a group of students and teachers, try not to go out alone. In addition to notifying the police department, in the vicinity of additional patrol officers. And since Wei Baldi couldn't come to the office, Sunan was very lucky to escape the penalty of deducting points. On the hospital bed, Wei Baldi's eyes were red. He knew that it was Sunan who did it, but he had no evidence. And even calling the police was useless. "Sunan, I'm not finished with you." Chapter 33 $100,000 for tuition. That morning, a whole bunch of limousines showed up at the Tiffin Senior Private High School. Normal parent-teacher conferences, even when they are held, are attended more by the mothers of the children. However, this time the parent-teacher conference of the 2nd grade 9 class was actually clear of fathers. "Director Lin, long time no see, how have you been?" A big fat man walked over to Lin Yi and directly put his arm around Lin Yi's shoulders and said, this man was none other than Xian Baiwan's father. "Xian Duo. It's only been about 10 days since I've seen you." Lin Yi's mouth twitched in embarrassment. The Chin family has not only opened a 5-star hotel in Hong Kong City, but also has food processing, restaurant chains and many other businesses under its umbrella. However, the Chin family was one of the few families that were invited and instead refused to enter the horse club, belonging to the neutral faction. "I don't know what this Mr. Su is up to again. Only a while ago he brought someone to copy my kitchen. Almost didn't make my old man angry. Hey, what do you say to a good parent-teacher conference? It's all a bunch of mixed-up idiots anyway," Xian Duo said with dissatisfaction. Lin Yi, that said, you can just scold your son. Why do you need to scold others as well? If it wasn't for your fat ass, someone would probably come up and beat you. As it was, several of the nearby parents were looking at the two with bad eyes. Lin Yi felt like he really had a headache. This Qian duo he didn't want to offend, but the other parent he didn't want to offend either. Alright, let's go in. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly and headed towards the school building. Lin Yi didn't see that Qian duo's chubby old face revealed a wry smile behind Lin Yi. School building, 2nd floor, 2nd grade, 9th class. What Su Nan heard when he walked outside the classroom were familiar noisy voices. The only difference was that these voices were all made by males, and the vocal lines were all mature. Hello parents, let me introduce myself. I'm Su Nan, the homeroom teacher of 2nd grade 9. The reason for inviting the parents here today is to discuss tuition for your sons and daughters. After Su Nan finished speaking, he quietly looked at the group of dignified bigwigs in Honggang City in front of him. These people were also quietly looking at Su Nan. After the last press conference at the Hongqiao District Police Station, they also knew that Su Nan had a great background. Tang San Burial and Zhang Haoren, the two leaders of Hong Kong's biggest clubs, sat in the back of the classroom in a rare low-key manner and acted as transparent people. The two had only just been released, and were still investigating the matter of Sunan, so they were not prepared to make any comments today. Ms. Su, may I ask what's wrong with our child's tuition? Lin Yi smiled and opened his mouth to ask. As far as I know, our children's tuition itself is 10 times that of the average student. Plus we still donate quite a bit of money to your school every year. Even individual parents are shareholders in your school. Lin Yi still had a smile on the corner of his mouth when he finished speaking and just looked at Su Nan. The crowd of bigwigs all looked at Lin Yi in confusion. According to reason, Lin Yi shouldn't care about something as trivial as tuition fees. This Lin Hao's parent. I don't know what you're talking about. Su Nan directly said with a show of hands. Let bygones be bygones. Let's discuss the future. Recently, Director Wei of our school has been clamping down on our class grades. There's no need to tell you what kind of bird you all are, gentlemen, and now I'm going to charge a separate fee for the tuition. Now who's got an opinion and who's against it? I wonder how much tuition Mr. Su is prepared to charge? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Each person should pay 100,000, more as a shift fee, not enough to make up for it. Su Nan faintly said, $100,000. Are you planning a robbery? Are you kidding me? $100,000? For tuition? More than 20 people will charge more than $2 million. I still open what company? Directly go to open a school. A bunch of big men are rich, but they are not the richer they are, the more they cannot accept others when they are good at cheating. Chapter 34. So who? Your Qian Baiwan's dad? Su Nan twisted his head to look at Qian Duo and asked. Yes, I, Qian Duo, am none other than Qian Baiwan's father. What is Mr. Su's instruction? Qian Duo arched his hand and said with a smile on his face. Qian Baiwan's stir-fry is pretty good, but his grades are more than a star worse. Su Nan finished looking at the remaining group of parents. If you want your son to get better grades, then pay me honestly. And you parents, do you want to see the grades of your son and daughter? Su Nan finished looking at the parents of this group of second generation with sharp eyes. On the surface, Sunan was extorting them for high tuition fees, but in reality, Sunan was scrutinizing the group. It is a metaphysical science that relies on the face to determine whether a person is evil or good. Sunan couldn't say, but he could guarantee that his vision wouldn't be wrong 9 times out of 10. Humph. Mr. Su is so powerful. I don't know what you can do to me if I just don't pay. A man in his 40s said with a disdainful face. Others are afraid of your brother-in-law Li Yiming, but I, Zhu Zhilong, am not afraid. If you have the ability, let him come and screw me in the mainland. Zhu Zhilong, the parent of Zhu Kun? Su Nan looked at Zhu Zhilong and asked. Not bad, it's none other than lousy. Zhu Zhilong sneered. Oh, so it's Boss Zhu. Su Nan nodded. This Zhu Zhilong is very special, although he lives in Hong Kong all year round, but in fact all of his companies are opened in the mainland. One of the few parents among these 24 students who didn't need to be investigated, because this one just didn't have much to do with the black and white gangs of Hong Kong, but since Zhu Zhilong had crashed into it himself, he had to make an example of him. Boss Zhu, I heard that your company's taxes and fire protection don't pass muster. Su Nan sneered. Nonsense, where did you hear that? If you don't tell me the truth, you'll see if I don't clean you up today. Zhu Zhilong was furious. Boss Zhu, don't be angry. I heard understand? The corner of Su Nan's mouth rose slightly. Won't we know if we ask? After Su Nan finished speaking, he pulled out his cell phone under Zhu Zhilong's puzzled gaze. Hey cousin, I've got a parent here who isn't very cooperative. Ah shucks. I mean I've got a student's parents company here that's open in Haitian province. Ah yes, Zhu Zhilong, Boss Zhu. Others say that he seems to have some problems with his taxes, and the fire protection is not quite up to par. You help to take a look at it. After all, they are all parents of students. Well, look, cousin, I'm sure I'm working honestly. Don't worry, my brother-in-law is watching me. How dare I mess up? Cousin, take care of yourself. I'll hang up now, haha. There was no doubt that Su Nan's call was to Weigua. Zhu Zhilong looked at Su Nan with a sneer on his face. He has been working in the mainland for many years, and he knows too well what attitude the mainland side has towards investors. It is basically impossible for officials to target foreign companies as long as they are not killing and setting fire to the streets. However, after less than 5 minutes, Zhu Zhilong's cell phone rang. Hey, what? Tax check? Fire check? It wasn't just Zhu Zhilong. All the bigwigs were all looking at Su Nan. Lin Ye's eyes flashed with an unknown light. This Su Nan was becoming more and more interesting in his eyes. Moreover, judging from Su Nan's actions at this moment, Su Nan should be an object that could be drawn in. Dandy, background, worldly, favored, greedy, and competitive. Lin Yi labeled Su Nan with all of these. Teacher Su, I agree to pay the tuition fee. Lin Yi said with a smile and raised his hand. I hope Mr. Su can help us strictly manage these disobedient boys. I agree. Agreed. Su Nan immediately grinned and said, Parents, please don't worry. I will manage them very strictly. Chapter 35, The Great Bolster. Although Su Nan charged the class upwards of $2 million in tuition fees, Su Nan really had no intention of coveting the money. This money was in addition to the tutors that Su Nan was going to hire for the second generation. He was also going to plan some travel programs for the second generation. He could see that although the second generation seemed to be naughty and mischievous, these people were just too repressed inside. If there was a chance, he hoped to take the group of students to the mainland. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Su Nan unexpectedly received a penguin video call from Su Weigua. It wasn't really a surprise, since he had only asked Su Weigua to help him check the water meters in the students' homes during the day. Su Weigua's expression remained as serious as ever. Su Nan, how are things progressing on your end? Su Nan sniffed and rolled his eyes. Director, do you think I can make much progress in just a few days? Just as Su Weigua frowned, Su Nan's words just turned. Director, there's something I need to inquire about. Su Weigua instantly sat up straight and nodded. You say. Su Nan instantly opened his mouth and asked, when will those bonuses be sent to me when I was undercover in the Silver Triangle? The screen went black, and Su Weigua suddenly disappeared into the screen, and Su Weigua's avatar instantly turned gray. Without a doubt, Su Nan knew that Su Weigua had disconnected from the internet, because that's the excuse he used to make. In the Silver Triangle, among a group of drug dealers, a dark-skinned man looked at the television with a gloomy face. In the middle of the TV was none other than Su Nan attending a press conference at the Hongqiao District Police Station. Looking at Su Nan's spirited appearance, the man directly crushed the remote control in his hand. Su Nan, Seoul, it's him. It's definitely him. Wasn't this guy shot by mainland public security? Why would he appear in Hong Kong? The man's thoughts returned only a few years ago, when Su Nan had just arrived in the Silver Triangle. My name is Su Nan, Brother Big Dagger. You can call me Su and Xiao Nan. Brother Big Dagger. I don't want to follow you in your petty fights anymore. I want to fight for a future with Tiger Eagle. Okay, I'll arrange for you to go. That day Big Dagger introduced Su Nan to Tiger Eagle, one of the few drug lords in the Golden Triangle. Big Dagger, how have you been doing lately? Come out and fish with us. After only half a year, the once little brother has already mixed well. Under the hand of the Tiger Eagle is a small leader. Dagger, Nan, I've been busy lately, so don't contact me if there's nothing going on. That was the last time Big Dagger spoke to Su Nan, who at that time was already the leader of Tiger Eagle's men, with hundreds of juniors under his control. But it didn't occur to me that after this phone call, only 2 or 3 months later, Tiger Eagle was captured by the Dragon Kingdom, and Su Nan heard that he was also sentenced to death. At the same time, all the bigger drug lords in the Silver Triangle region had been wiped out by the Dragon Kingdom. It was also because of this that Big Dagger had grown bigger and stronger in just a few months after the storm, becoming one of the big drug lords in the Silver Triangle. Thoughts turning back, Dagger watched Su Nan on the TV, his brows furrowed together. After a few moments, Dagger's brow relaxed as he walked towards the house. Old 4, where is the Rainbow Harbor man that was captured some time ago? Big Dagger asked to a short, fat man in the doorway. Brother Blade, they are all inside the water prison. Old 4 hurriedly replied. Show me them. Big Knife said and headed towards the water dungeon. Chapter 36, Old Friends. Underneath a straw hut, a dozen men and women were confined, standing in waist-high water, their skin already puffy and white from soaking. Floating on the surface of the water was a naked young woman in her 20s, who was face down and apparently dead. yet the rest of them stood still as if they hadn't seen the floating corpses in front of them, their expressions numb and dumbfounded. It wasn't that they hadn't thought about escaping, but they were surrounded by rows of barbed wire that surrounded the entire water cell. There are still gun-toting drug dealers patrolling back and forth around the perimeter 20 hours a day. Seeing the arrival of Big Sword and the others, these people showed a rare expression of horror. After the 3 men were taken away, the remaining people were relieved and once again stood in place with numb expressions. "Who sent you guys? Why have you come to investigate Sunan?" Big Dagger asked as he looked at the 3 men cowering on the ground in front of him. The 3 of them were in a state of shock. The torture they had been subjected to over this period of time had not brought them back to their senses for a while. Bang! After a gunshot, 1 man fell, and the pupils of the 2 remaining men were suddenly dilated. "Answer old man's question or both go to hell," Big Sword said as he looked at the 2 men menacingly. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" The 2 hurriedly kowtowed to the great sword. Their foreheads cracked but they didn't dare to stop at all. "Say, why are you investigating Sunan?" Big Knife asked again. "We were sent by Boss Chi. He asked us to investigate Sunan's family background and what he had done in the mainland." One of them replied. "So what did you guys find out about the investigation?" Dagger asked with a frown. "Something they weren't very good at. We found out that Sunan had done a lot of illegal things on the mainland, and ended up dealing drugs on this side of the Silver Triangle. He was eventually caught, but he paid off the doctor who carried out the execution. That person switched Sunan's death penalty potion to bring Sunan back from the dead. Right after Sunan fled to Honggang City, that doctor received a $100,000 reward, and now that person has been arrested. We kept investigating, and we ended up in the Silver Triangle, and then we got caught by you guys." Hearing this, it dawned on Big Knife that this was the case, and he was still wondering why Sunan had suddenly come to life. "And who is Chi Feng?" Dagger asked with a frown. "Chi Feng is our boss. He's also the boss of Red Sleeve Chemical Factory. We don't know anything else. We really don't know." The 2 of them kowtowed to the Big Knife continuously. "Go online and look up this Red Sleeve Chemical Factory," Big Dagger instructed Old 4, who was at the side. "Yes, Brother Blade, I'll go check right away." Old 4 nodded. Within a few moments, Lao Si was back. "Brother Blade, the internet found out that this is a factory that produces chemicals." "Nothing special." Dagger sniffed and lit a cigarette and began to ponder. What's an ordinary chemical plant owner doing going to so much trouble to investigate Sunan? There's obviously someone else behind this Chi Feng. After thinking about it for a while, Dagger decided to give it a try. Not long after he became a major drug lord in the Silver Triangle. Distribution of drugs has been a problem. The wind is blowing hard over there on the mainland right now, so it would be great if we could get through to Hong Kong's market. Old 4, take a few of you on a trip to Honggang and try to contact Sunan. Take these 2 with you and see what's going on with that Chi Feng. Also, don't clash with Sunan until it's absolutely necessary. You guys aren't necessarily his opponents. Remember to bring Tiger with you. Yes, Blade. Chapter 37, A Distant Guest. In Hong Kong, more than 50% of the drugs come from the Black Jade Cartel, and it's the remaining 50% that's divided among the many Southeast Asian countries. It's a huge piece of cake, and even Rainbow Harbor, which is littered with societies, has its drugs mainly in the hands of 3 societies, the Hung Gang, the Axe Gang, and the Sharks. Among these 3 societies, the Axe Gang is the strongest, with tens of thousands of gang members, thousands of ponies, and no less than 10 red sticks. Although the Hung Gang and the Shark Gang were slightly weaker, they were still weak to a limited extent, especially since the 2 gangs were close to the harbor and had a lot of guys in their hands. It's not that the other associations don't do drug business, but it's just a much smaller volume than these 3. Even the Purple Star Society managed by Zhang Haoran, Zhang Yi's father, still had a drug business in their territory. This stuff simply can't be eliminated unless the government steps in. Learning is boring and so is teaching. Fortunately, the second generation would think of ways to fight with Sunan every day. Whether it's outright war or covert mischief, the second generation is losing battles, but getting more and more frustrated. Sunan even suspected for a moment that this group of second generation had masochistic tendencies. Until this day, Lin Hao got up and looked at Sunan and said, "Sunan, let's call a truce for the next 2 days." Sunan looked at the group of second generation on the stage with an indifferent face. "Oh? What tricks do you want to play again?" Zhang Yi got up and smiled sweetly at Sunan and said, "Teacher, it's Li Fengjiao's birthday this Saturday. We want to have a party in the classroom." Sunan nodded at his words. "All right, then there will be a truce for 2 days. After Sunan finished speaking, he directly turned around and left. He had been busy helping the second generation to find a tutor in the last few days. However, everyone was like hearing the plague when they heard second year class 9. And no matter how much Sunan offered, no one was willing to help. Time quickly came to the day of Li Fengjiao's birthday. and since it was a Saturday, there were no other students or teachers at the school. Sunan had just walked down to the bottom of the school building when he saw Chin Baiwan directing a large man to carry various kitchen utensils. Sunan instantly just shrunk his pupils, because the big man carrying the kitchenware he recognized was none other than Ah Hu, whom he had known when he was in the Silver Triangle. Sunan hadn't expected that Tiger had actually escaped the last purge. In fact, it's quite normal. In places like that it's not easy to be recorded on the must-catch list as long as you're not too well known. After all, there are far too many drug dealers to catch. However, only Sunan knew how dangerous this Ah Hu was. Although the other party was slightly lacking in intelligence, his talent in fighting could be said to be unrivaled. Yeah, not even for Sunan. Regardless of whether it was physical combat or firearms, this Tiger's talent was above that of Sunan. But Tiger's intelligence became his Achilles heel. Ah Nan. Ah Hu grinned at Sunan with a very naive appearance. Ah Hu, why are you here? Sunan asked with a frown. I came with fourth brother and the others. They're up there too. Ah Hu carried at least 200 pounds of kitchenware without the slightest change in his countenance. Sunan took a deep breath and didn't say anything else. Teacher, go up first. And the others have been waiting for you for a long time. Qian Baiwan reminded. Good. Sunan nodded towards the upstairs. In the middle of the classroom of the 9th class of the second year, it was already decorated in a fancy way. Sunan had just walked to the door when he saw a familiar figure. It was one of the several brothers under the hand of Brother Knife that he had recognized when he was undercover in the Silver Triangle. Lao Si. In addition, Sunan also observed that there were several other unfamiliar figures inside the classroom. Chapter 38, I'll play with you. Stop. 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 A group of second-generation and 4 dark-skinned men were sitting around a beer bottle that was spinning at breakneck speed. Lao Si, Zhang Yi, Lu Xiaohu, Lin Hao, Li Fingjiao, and Tang Yan sat in a circle. There was a revolver next to the beer bottle. Compared to the sweaty Zhang Yi, Lao Si was calm. Slowly, the beer bottle came to a stop, its mouth facing old 4. Ha ha ha. Fourth brother. That's 5 bullets. Shoot. Shoot. A group of second-generation people were up in arms. Senior smiled and picked up the revolver, sliding the clip and then pointing it at his temple. Ka. Empty. All 5 bullets were dodged by Lao Si. More. Playing again is 6 bullets. Old 4 grinned as he pulled out a bullet and gestured it in front of a few people. Play. A voice came from the doorway, and the corner of Sunan's mouth curled up slightly as he walked slowly towards the several people. Teacher, you're here. Zhang Yi instantly smiled sweetly at Sunan. However, Sunan didn't pay any attention to her at all. This girl had more than enough bad intentions. Hey, Sunan, that's 6 bullets, Lin Hao reminded in a cold voice. However, what he got in return was a slap on the top of his head from Sunan. Teachers don't even know how to yell, so get the hell out of my way. Lin Hao covered his head with an angry face and stepped aside. Sunan smiled and slowly walked across to Old 4 and sneered. Old 4? I didn't expect that you would travel thousands of miles to see me. Lao Si instantly grinned and said, isn't it because I miss you, Anan? Sit over a bit. Sunan said to Zhang Yi and sat down. Mind if I play along? Sunan said with a smile as he looked toward Old 4. Of course I don't mind. But, Nan, that's 6 bullets. Oh, Lao Si said with a smile. It's fine. I bet it clicks the chamber. Sunan grinned. The crowd sniffed. Mind if I take a turn? Sunan said as he looked toward Lao Si. Whatever. Senior spread his hands. Sunan sniffed nonchalantly and pressed the beer bottle with a hard twist. Zhang Yi's few people were nervously looking at the beer bottle. Only Sunan and Lao Si were both looking at each other with a calm face. Unsurprisingly, the bottle stops with its mouth slowly aimed at the oldest. Looks like you're not very lucky. Bang! Sunan's movements were too fast. So fast that everyone didn't have time to react. After a gunshot, people slowly reacted, and they hurriedly looked towards Lao Si. Only Lao Si's legs were seen sitting on the ground, and his body also fell straight down. It still hurts. The oldest sat up straight, rubbing his forehead, which was bruised. Toy guns are also dangerous. Sunan threw away the revolver in his hand and stood up. He had just come in and seen Old 4 with a gun aimed at his temple. A very dangerous maneuver for this one. Even though Sunan could tell that it was an imitation gun, it was still dangerous to really shoot towards the temple. By doing this, Old 4 is most likely channeling his silly students. Sunan couldn't turn his back on Old 4 now. With so many dragons on the scene, and even without these second generation, he wouldn't necessarily be a match for a few of Old 4's men. Teacher, stop playing. This thing is actually this powerful. Zhang Yi leaned towards Sunan in fear. However, Sunan only used one hand to push Zhang Yi away. Everyone play first. I'll talk to my friend about something first. Sunan finished glancing at Lao Si and walked towards the door. Classmates, Fourth brother will be back in a while to play with you, old fourth said and got up to follow Sunan. Chapter 39, hold on. They're running out of bullets. On top of the rooftop, old four had just walked up when Sunan twisted his collar. What? Have you started caring about other people? Ah Nan? Lao Si said with a smile as he looked at Sunan. The only person I care about is myself. Sunan sneered. I'm warning you once, don't try to threaten me, or else even if you guys hide behind this group of losers. The big deal is that I'm going to take you guys out along with this group of losers. I just want to live a good life now. Don't mess with me, or else I'll kill my way back to the silver triangle, and then no one will want to live. After Sunan finished speaking, he let go of old four, his eyes sharp and without the slightest bit of emotion. You really are the same Manami I know. Lao Si laughed. I'm glad to still see you alive. As a gift for meeting you, I can tell you a piece of news. Someone is checking on you, and we have investigated that the person who is checking on you is called Chifeng. Sunan didn't have any expression on his face when he sniffed. He knew that he would definitely be investigated. Lao Si took out a cigarette and handed it to Sunan, then lit one himself and continued. Ah Nan, Brother Knife has now gathered 1/3 of the forces in the Silver Triangle. But more people, more money is needed. You know the ones in the Silver Triangle. You give them money and drugs and they work for you. But if you can't get the money, they'll turn against you anytime. The mainland is cracking down now, so we'll just have to think of another way. Working with us is also a way to help us out. After all, we're kind of brothers, aren't we? Sunan didn't answer Lao Si immediately, but quietly looked at the metropolis in front of him. Old four, how much money do you make before you have enough to spend? Sunan faintly said. I don't know. I never had enough to spend anyway. Oldest laughed. Sunan sniffed and glanced at Lao Si, then walked towards the stairs. At the same time, Sunan's voice slowly entered old four's ears. Leave Tiger with me and we'll be in touch in a month. The two had just returned to the classroom when they realized that it was unusually quiet inside. Old four instantly frowned and looked at Sunan vigilantly. Only after realizing that Sunan did not make any movements did old four slowly walk towards the classroom. However, he didn't see that Sunan had already pulled out his AK-47 from behind him. Old four took a few steps to the door of the classroom. He carefully pushed the door open. However, the next moment, countless messy things were thrown out towards the door. What with the ink? The durian-steamed egg was suddenly apaced on Lao Si's face. Sunan is back. Fight! With a shout, all the second generation launched themselves towards the doorway. Old four was just about to say something when he saw a huge prawn flying towards his face. The next moment, the big lobster clamped old four's nose with precision. Ah! You assholes! Before he could finish yelling, however, a pile of stinky tofu with overnight cheese was thrown right into his mouth. Immediately after that, Lao Si felt a pain in his butt. He turned his head to see that a 2-meter-long cauliflower snake was hanging directly on his butt. Seeing that old four had stiffly helped himself to withstand the first wave of attacks, it was only then that Sunan walked out with his AK in hand. Da. Quick! Find cover! Bring all of Sunan's few brothers to the front as meat shields. In the next moment, Ahu and the other old four brought their brothers were all dragged to the front by the second generation to act as human shields. Seeing this, Sunan also instantly hid behind old four. Asterisk. Sunan, you're actually carrying a weapon during the truce. Asterisk off. You guys aren't carrying this much too. Lao Si instantly wanted to die. Why are you guys stepping into battle and using us as shields? Also, how in the world did a guy as big as Tiger get tied up by a bunch of students? 4. Hold on. They're running out of bullets. Lao Si. Chapter 40 Recruitment of He Liang. Shao. The next day was Sunday. And since the teachers at the school were all talking about second year class 9, Sunan had to look outside the school. Sunan searched for several educational organizations, and finally got a few high-paying appointments with teachers. However, in just one day, all of these teachers cried and approached Sunan to resign. Sunan was furious and had the second generation on the spot. And in the end there were more than 20 sinners hanging in front of the school. But Sunan didn't give up. He didn't believe that no one could cure this group of second generation. Just then, an unexpected person found Sunan. Zhangya smiled and asked, Mr. Su, I've heard that you're helping your students find tutors, right? Sunan nodded. Because of the last time he sent Zhangya's fiancée to the police station, Sunan had been avoiding this woman. It seemed to him that the other party must have hated him, so he asked all the teachers in the school, except for Zhangya. I heard that Ms. Su's tuition fees are quite high. What does Ms. Su think of me? I can help them with their language lessons. Sunan looked at Zhangya suspiciously. He didn't believe that Zhangya as Lin Hao's sister-in-law would lack money. But on second thought, Sunan was relieved. After all, Lin Hao was Zhangya's sister's son, so it was reasonable to help out at this time. Thinking of this, Su Nan instantly grinned and said, "Then in that case I'll trouble Mr. Zhang." "Don't worry Mr. Zhang, the tuition fee will be paid in time." "Aha!" Zhang Ye nodded. "And thank you for showing me what a man-fan Xiaolong is." Zhang Ye finished speaking and directly turned around and trotted away, leaving behind a bewildered Su Nan. She actually thanked herself for sending her fiancé in? Not being able to figure it out, Su Nan didn't think about it. Now that we have a language teacher, Tiger can help teach PE for a while. There are still a lot of teachers missing, but it's a good start. Right. He Liang. Su Nan's eyes lit up as he remembered the last time He Liang helped substitute for a class. Although He Liang was not a professional teacher, there was no good candidate now, was there not? As for the issue of the other party's identity, well, Su Nan immediately revealed a sinister smile. Soon Su Nan took a taxi to the Hongqiao District Police Station. "What? You want He Liang and Xiao Xiao Xiao?" Chao De Wang looked at Su Nan with a puzzled expression. Su Nan nodded at once. "Not bad. Director Chao, can you do this favor? As you know, He Liang and that Xiao 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 are always looking for trouble from me. So why don't I just get them to the school, so that their every move won't be under my watch?" Ha 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 ha. Chao De Wang instantly revealed an equally sinister smile when he heard this. The two of them, He Liang and Xiao Xiao Xiao, usually liked to go against him. And if it wasn't for Xiao Zhan's face, he would have found trouble with the two of them. Now that Su Nan was willing to get rid of the two, Chao Duong immediately expressed his approval with both hands. "However, Brother Su, they're currently in public service, so I'm afraid it would be a bit troublesome if I were to let them switch careers," Chao De Wang said as he cupped his chin. Su Nan instantly rolled his eyes at the words. "Director Chao, why do you want them to switch jobs? Isn't it possible for your police department to arrange special statuses for cases you normally handle?" Chao De Wang's eyes lit up at his words. "What you are saying is, let them go undercover?" Su Nan immediately nodded and said, "Not bad." Chao Duong was just about to say something when he suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right. "What's that?" "Brother Su, undercover agents have to have a name, don't they? I have to have a reason before I can get them to go undercover at the school." Su Nan instantly grinned and looked at Chao De Wang, saying word for word, "Is this reason enough for the Silver Triangle drug dealers?" Chao Duong. All for all o. Chapter 41, 8,000 a month drug dealer. Bai Wan. "Is the stuff ready?" Qian Baiwan said confidently. "Brother Hao, don't worry, we can definitely avenge yesterday's revenge today." In addition, Tang Yan's group was also full of confidence, and Zhang Yi and a few of her little sisters were also furtively plotting. However, by the time Su Nan arrived, all the second generation were dumbfounded. "Ahem, class, let me introduce you. Mr. Zhang will help you with your language lessons from now on, and this is Mr. He Liang he's in charge of the math lessons. This next one is Mrs. Xiao Xiao Xiao, she's in charge of the English class, as well as this Mr. Tiger is in charge of your gym class. I'm in charge of the rest of the course." Everyone was looking at the person beside Su Nan in unison. One of them, Zhang Ye, they didn't dare to mess with. This was Lin Hao's sister-in-law. Ho Liang, forget it. Xiao Xiao Xiao, whom they had met, was the first person besides Su Nan to hang them all in front of the school. As for Ahu, looking at it, although the block is big, but still forget about it. This person's IQ is problematic. Bullying him has no sense of accomplishment. Zhang Ye, He Liang and Ahu were all looking at the group of second generation on the stage with smiles on their faces. Xiao 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 was the only one who couldn't help but show a sneering expression as she looked at the group of people on stage. All of the second generation saw the situation as also brush to Xiao Xiao Xiao. Both sides instantly crossed swords. Hate to tear on the spot. Su Nan rubbed his nose. He knew it was a situation like this. Alright, introductions are over. The next first class will be given to you by Mr. Zhang. After Su Nan finished speaking, he turned to look at Zhang Ye. "Teacher Zhang, if that student doesn't listen, you write down the name for me and I'll talk to them." Zhang Ye smiled and nodded her head. "Don't worry Mr. Su, I'm sure the students will listen to the lesson carefully, won't they?" "Yes." A sparse sound rang out. This was still the second generation for Lin Hao's sake. Anyone else they wouldn't even bother to agree. Zhang Ye smiled awkwardly at the situation, but she believed that these students would be sensitized by her vivid lessons. Su Nan grinned and led the remaining three toward the principal's office. Xiao 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 came close to Su Nan and whispered, "Su Nan, what kind of medicine are you selling inside your gourd? You can fool Chao De Wang but not me. You said there are Silver Triangle drug dealers here. Where are they?" Su Nan stood still when he heard this, and grinned after giving Xiao 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 a deep look. "Tiger." Who sniffed and looked at Su Nan and asked, Nan, what's wrong?" With a faint smile, Su Nan asked, "Are Brother Blade's goods in the Silver Triangle selling well these days?" Xiao xiao xiao. He Liang and the two of them immediately changed their faces. Ah Hu, however, did not think much about it. He thought that Su Nan could directly say it in front of He Liang and Xiao 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 must be his own people. I only saw Ah Hu showing a despondent expression and said, Ah Nan, if the goods were good to sell, Brother Blade wouldn't have come to you. I haven't been paid for almost 2 months. Su Nan instantly smiled, patted Tiger's shoulder and said, Don't worry, these two have a wide range of contacts in Hong Kong. They can help you deal with a lot of goods when the time comes. I'm sure you won't lose your paycheck when the time comes. Su Nan said as he put his arm around Tiger's shoulders and continued to ask, Tiger, how much does Brother Blade give you a month? Ah Hu immediately revealed a proud expression as he sniffed, while stretching out 2 fingers at Su Nan. Su Nan pretended to be surprised and exclaimed, $200,000? Which is not so much. Tiger scratched his head in some embarrassment. It's 20,000, but that's high enough to know that the average person is only 8,000. Sunan, _. Xiao 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 xiao. All 4 all o. He Liang, _ winky face. Halo. Chapter 42, guess why it's called tuition? In the principal's office, LV Liangkong looked at the 3 people Su Nan had brought with him. He Liang and Xiao 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 were fine. They naturally had teaching certificates. Of course, it's hard to say if it's a test or not, and it can't be a test. The school would indeed very much like to welcome all 3 of you to our team. But well, this Brother Tiger, we can't hire you without a teaching license. But of course, you can go get one, 'cause we're still very much welcome in the future. If it wasn't for the fear of being sacked after work at night, LV Liangkong politely didn't even want to be polite. Are you kidding me? You want to come and teach without a teaching license? You're not afraid of me. Ah Hu was a bit lost at once. Sunan told him that the salary of teaching was very high, and he wanted to earn some extra money. Su Nan immediately smiled at Lu Liangkong and said, Please don't worry, Principal. Tiger's teaching license will be sent over this afternoon. LV Liangkong directly rolled his eyes when he heard that. Do you think that was a fake license? LV Liangkong's face changed when he thought of this. Mr. Su, fake certificates won't do. Su Nan immediately said with a black line on his face. Don't worry, it's more real than real. LV Liangkong still wasn't too relieved when he sniffed, and he decided to turn around and take these 3 people's teaching credentials and check them 100 times. Alright then, since Mr. Su assured me of that, the 3 of you are welcome to join. Here's where the paycheck comes in. The full-time teachers in our school are categorized into regular teachers, outstanding teachers, and eminent teachers and classroom teachers for each class. Since you're all new here, you'll all start out as regular teachers at 35,000 a month. In addition, the school arranged a dormitory. Do not live in the dormitory each month plus another 4,000 housing allowance, 5 insurance and 1 gold. Quarterly awards 1 month's salary. Year-end awards 3 months' salary. After finishing his speech, LV Liangkong glanced at the several people and realized that both Su Nan and Ah Hu had their mouths wide open, so he hastened to comfort them. I know, this salary is a bit low in the Noble High School, but don't be discouraged, it will go up in the future. Su Nan hurriedly opened his mouth and asked, No, Principal, then how much is my monthly salary? That said, he'd been on the job for so long that he hadn't really asked for his paycheck. LV Liangkong thought that Su Nan resented the low salary, but then again, to be able to be the homeroom teacher of the 9th class of the 2nd year, this salary was indeed a bit low. But LV Liangkong still pretended to be dissatisfied and said, Mr. Su, didn't we make a deal? 5 times the salary of an ordinary teacher. Mr. Su, you can't possibly not keep your word. Su Nan sniffed and nodded his head quickly. Counting words? Of course, counting words. How could I? Su Nan, not count my words. Only then did LV Liangkong nod his head in satisfaction. If Su Nan backed out, he would at most double it for him. Tiger on the side had stared in disbelief. His brain was too small despite his large size. Make 35,000 a month yourself? It was only after another conversation that Tiger was pulled out by Sunan in a daze. Tiger, what's on your mind? It was only when he heard Su Nan shout that Tiger came back to his senses. Nan, I'm rich. Tiger jumped up and down excitedly hugging Sunan. However, he didn't see that a trace of sadness flashed in Su Nan's eyes. Either way, Tiger has committed a lot of sins following Dagger, and Tiger ends up in prison, even being set up with a peanut. Just then, Xiao 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 let out a cold laugh that came over. Su Nan, I've heard that you've collected more than $2 million in tuition fees from parents. You're not going to eat from both ends, are you? Su Nan sniffed and hastily patted Ah Hu, signaling the other party to put him down, before he slowly walked over to Xiao 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 to reveal a sinister smile. Guess why it's called a tuition fee? Chapter 43, Bringing the Table Together. Make up? All the second generation were stunned. Not bad. Since I'm charging your parents for tuition, of course I'm going to make up for it. Sunan grinned at all the second generation and continued. Starting today, the dismissal time is extended to 8 o'clock at night. No one is allowed to leave school early if I catch them. Hey, 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 hey. Hearing this, a group of second generation instantly became furious. Even Zhang Yi, who was usually good at acting cute, stood up angrily. Sunan, I'm telling you, there's no way in hell we're going to agree to make up any lessons. I'm going to report you. I'm going to the school. I'm going to the media. I'm going to. Sunan directly waved his hand without letting Zhang Yi finish. Gee, what's the point of going to these places and reporting them? Teacher tells you a method that is guaranteed to work 100 times over. Everyone was looking at Sunan in confusion. They didn't understand what Sunan meant. In the next moment, Sunan directly pulled out a sack and threw it to Zhang Yi. You take this and wear it on your head when you walk from now on, so the teacher won't recognize you, and maybe you'll be able to dodge a bullet. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lousy. Sunan, I've been putting up with you for a long time. Bang. Brothers and sisters him. Da 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 da. For a while the entire classroom was in chaos. Both sides were at odds and exchanged fire on the spot. It ended up with 24 more sinners hanging in front of the school. In the middle of the apartment, Sunan furiously scratched at his already short hair. Mechanics, Newton's laws of motion, equilibrium of coterminous forces, parabolic motion, circular motion, celestial motion, vibrations and waves. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why do we have to learn so much in high school? It's nifty and still just physics. However, as Sunan chanted, he still studied seriously. Yes, for him, it's not even a review. It's learning all over again. Just then, Li Yiming's phone called. Sunan picked up the phone breathlessly. Hello, Director Li. Li Yiming's voice came from the other end of the phone. Special Agent Su. Are you free? I want to meet with you. Sunan heard the words and then guessed Li Yiming's purpose. Immediately nodded and said, okay, see you at the world floor. Sunan hung up the phone and headed toward the door. However, just as he walked to the door, he met Xiao Xiao Xiao. There was no way. The teacher's apartment was so big, and Xiao 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 was also very unluckily assigned next to Sunan. Where is Mr. Su planning to go? Sunan looked at Xiao Xiao Xiao's provocative expression and instantly understood. Which is a coincidence. This is clearly spying on himself. Sunan immediately grinned and said, going to have dinner with my brother-in-law. Do you want to go? However, Sunan didn't expect that Xiao Xiaozhou instantly nodded go. It just so happens that I'm hungry too. Sunan. Xiao Xiaozhou then called He Liang, and when Sunan saw this, he immediately called Ahu. And then they met Zhangya again under the apartment building. Good lord, this is hilarious. Li Yiming was directly dumbfounded when he arrived at the world building. Is this here for a secret meeting or is it a real dinner? Hello Director Li, He Liang, Xiao Xiao Xiao, and Zhangya all hurriedly rose to greet him. Sunan glanced at Zhangya with some curiosity. He didn't think that Zhangya actually knew Li Yiming, and it seemed that Li Yiming also knew Zhangya. Sunan also hurriedly greeted. Brother-in-law, sit down. The food will be ready soon. Li Yiming immediately nodded with a stiff smile. Chapter 44, the two dragon heads held hostage again. As Li Yiming sat down, the atmosphere of the scene was obviously not as active as it had been earlier. Just when no one could find anything to talk about, a noise came in from the doorway. Everyone get lost. We, the 7 Killers gang, have wrapped up the world tower. Put your mother's bull asterisk 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 is looking down on my Purple Star Society? The heavenly building is covered by my Purple Star Society. Those who don't want to cause trouble should get out. All the guests got up in unison at the words and ran towards the door. Although everyone was upset, they didn't dare to mess with the 2 major societies, but there's still the benefit of not having to pay the bill. However, Sunan and their table did not move. Everyone was sitting in their seats without saying a word. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you guys stepping on a horse and not hearing me? Purple Star Society business? All of you. A few friends. You're not giving face to our 7 Killers Society. Where are you guys from? The 2 waves of people cursed and came toward Sunan and the others. Li Yiming just wanted to get up and rebuke, but Sunan hurriedly got up first and opened his mouth. Brother-in-law, this small matter, where do you need to take action? The 2 gangs that were approaching on the sidelines were not happy at that. Kid, you're crazy. Do you know that our Purple Star Society's Master Zhang will be here soon? What nonsense to talk to him. Just throw him out. When our Master Tang arrives, he'll still say we didn't do a good job. The next moment, however, 2 knives were on the necks of the 2 men who had spoken. The 2 men were first startled, followed by a look of disdain. Kid, who are you scaring with an unsharpened knife? Sunan grinned. It's enough to scare you guys. After Su Nan finished speaking, he twisted his head to look at the door right. Old Tang, old Zhang, the two of them, Zhang Haoren and Tang Sanburial, were as uncomfortable as if they had eaten poop. They didn't expect to actually meet the plague god. Su Nan, again. Mr. Su is joking. All stand down. This is our great Mr. Su. Tang Sanburial smiled as he took a step towards Su Nan's side of the table, yet he froze just as he reached the table. What's wrong? Our hallowed seven. Zhang Haoren was already unable to speak before his sarcastic words came out. Master Zhang. What's wrong? Master Tang? Get lost. Can't you see others are eating? What's the point of making so much noise? Li Yiming looked up at the two with a calm face. Sit down and have a meal. Both of you. Zhang Haoren and Tang Sanburial wanted to refuse on the spot. However, Xiao and He Liang instantly got up and pressed the two into their seats. And the two of them were also pressed to the left and right of Li Yiming, which was simply not too sour. On one side were the leaders of Hong Kong's two largest associations, and on the other side was Hong Kong's brightest light of righteousness. Su Nan could even see the light of justice starting to emanate from even Li Yiming's body. Business has been good for you two lately, hasn't it? But I have heard that the two of you have been earning a lot more gray income lately. Tang Sanburial and Zhang Haoren immediately retorted. How could that be? There is no such thing. We are all legal citizens. Li Yiming nodded expressionlessly. I hope. Just then, however, there was another cacophony of noise from the doorway. Zhang Yi and Tang Yan both walked in. Dad, that guy Sunan actually made us take remedial classes. The two men could no longer speak in the middle of their words, as they realized that Su Nan was actually there as well, along with several other teachers, and their father, as he looked at the moment, was undoubtedly being held hostage again. Su Nan turned his head and revealed a cruel smile to Zhang Yi and Tang Yan. Do you two have a problem making up your classes? Chapter 45, Armed Street Fighting. It was only after the banquet was dispersed that Su Nan had some time alone with Li Yiming. The two drove to the riverside, and Li Yiming sighed as he took a look at the bustling city. This city is beautiful, isn't it? Su Nan nodded at his words. The city was indeed beautiful, but he always felt that something was missing. Special Agent Su, I heard that you received news from the Silver Triangle drug dealers. Is that true? Li Yiming opened his mouth and asked. Su Nan sniffed and said directly, it's not that I received the news, but this group of people directly approached me. I used to work with their boss for a while. He didn't get cleaned out for some specific reason. This time so I was approached again. They're going to ask me to help open up the drug market in Hong Kong. Li Yiming nodded at his words. The information sent to him from the mainland. Not only had Su Nan stayed in the Silver Triangle, he had even been to the High Seas and the Black State. You're going to give this credit to Chao Duong? Li Yiming twisted his head to look at Su Nan. Not bad. Su Nan nodded. Although this Chao Duong person doesn't seem to have much of a problem at the moment, I'm sure he'll show his hand sooner or later. And we need a shield, don't we? Su Nan laughed, and Li Yiming also laughed. Chao Duong doesn't realize that he will soon see a high promotion, and that Su Nan will keep his promise to take him to the mainland and get him straight to the end of his life. A week passed quickly, and for just a week, the second generation has been pickling like a frosty eggplant. Everyone had been complaining since Su Nan had added 3 classes to them. At first there were still people who escaped, but since the ones who escaped heard that they had been put in sacks and hung in front of their houses, all of them did not dare to escape anymore. That night, Sunan had just come back from the pointy-mouthed skinny monkey to buy goods when he met the naive-faced Ahu. Soul, I'm a bit hungry. Can you accompany me out to have a snack together? Sunan sniffed and looked at the time. 9:10 p.m. It's only been 2 or 3 hours since dinner and you're hungry? Tiger scratched his head in embarrassment at his words. Never mind. Just give me a minute. I'll put my stuff away and come out. A moment later, Sunan led Tiger towards the nearest street. Shangnan Street is right next to Tianfu Private Senior High School. It's just a 10-minute walk, and at night, Shangnan Street is very busy, and the whole street is full of people, and the busy streets are full of more jerks at night compared to daytime. Groups of teenage girls wandering in the street, many video game arcades, KTV door is filled with punks. These are teenagers who have dropped out of school and are living on the streets, fighting all day and making a living by stealing and abducting. Tiger was a big guy, which made walking down the street a lot less of a hassle for the two. Bang! Suddenly a loud bang came, and both Sunan and Ah, who looked over curiously, just saw a van hit a Tiger Ben in the ass. Tiger head Ben car immediately came down 4 people. However, not waiting for them to find the trouble of the van's door suddenly opened. Above suddenly rushed down 16 or 17 horsemen. Cut him down. As one of the horsemen shouted, a dozen of horsemen raised their knives and cut toward the Tiger headbends, and for a time the scene was chaotic. However, although blood was flying in the middle of the road, none of the passers-by on both sides had a scared expression, and they all stood still and watched curiously. Even those vehicles on the road were each traveling as usual, only at a slower speed. As you can see, this sort of thing is taken for granted locally. Sunan and Ah Who also stood directly in place and watched the show. Tiger asked curiously, Soul, are they fighting over territory? Sunan sniffed and rolled his eyes and said, how should I know? Whatever. You see that just came down from the top of the tiger head been that person. The body is good ah. A few knives to cut over a few. Tiger sniffed and nodded, then shook his head. That man's handwork is okay, but his lower body is obviously unstable. I can kill him in 3 moves. Sunan knew that Ahu wasn't joking. After all, this guy was born with all his attributes on combat. However, the few kooky fanboys and little Taeyuis next to Sunan and the others weren't happy about it. Hey, cutie size, do you know who's in there? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Upper South Street pheasant brother do not recognize, but also pretend to say 3 strokes dry over the pheasant brother. I see you tread horses eh? What are you two looking at? Are you stepping on a horse looking for a fight? Sunan's eyes narrowed at the words. Tiger, let them see what a slugger is. Don't kill or maim them. Tiger sniffed and instantly twisted his knuckles. Click click click. Got it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's the ah of pretending? Bang. Only to see Ahu's punch go over. That screaming little Taeyukai flew up in the air all of a sudden. Bang. There was another loud thud before the young Taeyukai hit the wall and slowly fell into a sitting position. Gulp. A few kooky fanboys and little 2 young girls gulped at once. They didn't dare to imagine how much force this punch had. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ah Jiao. You're looking for death. A yellow hair reacted, and immediately his eyes reddened as he directly punched towards Ahu. Ahu did not even flash a flash, directly reached out and pressed the other side of the head. The huge arm-length disadvantage led to that yellow hair how to struggle cannot hit Ahu body. Several of yellow hair's companions also reacted and pounced towards Ahu in unison. A few little 2 young girls also had a spirited look on their faces, looking at Sunan and shaking his head. A different person would look at a few little sister as a woman's part of the hand a little lighter, but Ahu's walnut-sized brain does not care whether you are a man or a woman. A few moments later, a couple of kooky fanboys and a couple of little girls collapsed in a corner, or by an electric pole, or inside a trash can. Tiger clapped his hands together and continued to turn his head to look at the big battle in the middle of the road. To him what he just had wasn't even a warm-up. Soul, how's the battle going? Sunan immediately opened his mouth and said, now the van is 9-4, temporarily trailing, but the last person out of Tiger Head Run can be counted as 10. As long as you cut over it, you've won. Who heard a confused face. Then he also carefully counted. The van down 17 people, now lying on the ground 9. The 4 men who had come down at the beginning of Tiger Head Run were already lying down, leaving the last one. He then realized that this was what Sunan meant by 9-4. Brother Pheasant. Just as it looked like the pheasants were going to be cut over, a couple of minivans stopped, and 20 to 30 people immediately rushed down with machetes. The few remaining people in the van saw this and hastily retreated back. Pheasant saw the situation on the spot, cut over the last person running, with the support of 20 or 30 horsemen to chase toward the van. But there was a reversal at the end of the reversal, and 3 more vans pulled up behind that van, and more than 50 men came down on the spot, carrying knives. The scene froze in place for a moment. Let's go. The fight is over. Sunan shook his head and turned around with Tiger. Chapter 46, The Nightlife of the Second Generation. Just as Sunan and Ahu were having a late night snack, the second generation were also having their own nightlife. Wang Chiang, Lu Xiaohu, and Zhang Yi were playing slot machines in the game hall. Yes, they can't go to the casino because of the age limit, but there are quite a few gambling machines inside the gaming hall. Inside each gaming hall, hundreds of machines, 80% of which are slot machines of all kinds and colors. Ha ha ha, I hit it again. I've had a good hand today too. Booths have opened up a couple times. Asterisk 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 asterisk. My old machine died. There are still thousands of points in it. A few people were yelling excitedly in front of the game console, and although there were quite a few people standing next to them, no one dared to make any wrong moves against a few people. There used to be, but those people had their legs broken. Sis, if you have such a good hand today, why don't we go to the game hall on Upper South Street to play? The one who opened the mouth is the girl Lu Xiaohu brought. Zhang Yi remembered what she called Xiaohong. Is Lu Xiaohu only last week to pick up the girl? There's also a girl named something like Ah Tao. Who came with this little red one? No. Upper South Street is the territory of the Axe Gang. We can't guarantee that something will go wrong if we go over there. Lu Xiaohu directly refused. But isn't all the money we're winning now from Yi-san's own family? What's the point of playing like this? Besides, even if we go over there and play, what would they dare do to us? Brother Wang, Isn't your father the chief of the North Sand District Police Department? Could it be that you're also afraid? The two killer girls kept compelling Zhang Yi and Lu Xiaohu, Wang Chaoyang and the others. Wang Chaoyang and Lu Xiaohu were both very angry, especially the other party's sentence of whether they were afraid of it instantly stimulated Wang Chaoyang. ******, just go. Scared less. Wang Chaoyang directly got up and said, go. Lu Xiaohu also stood up with a proud face, and they didn't see that behind them, two killer girls smiled at each other subtly. Zhang Yi squinted her eyes and looked at the four people in front of her with the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. She sent a quiet text message out, then followed as if nothing had happened. Dillo's Arcade, one of the biggest game halls on Upper South Street. The game hall has 2 floors. The first floor is full of dolls, arcade type of casual games. The second floor is filled with slot machines and other gambling machines. Sunan and Tiger just happened to be jerking off right across the alley from the Dilemma Arcade. Just then, Su Nan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Lu Xiaohu, Wang Chaoyang, Zhang Yi. What are these 3 guys doing out here at night? Who saw that Su Nan suddenly stopped the action in his hand curiously followed Su Nan's line of sight. However, Lu Xiaohu and the others had already entered the arcade, so he didn't see anything. Soul, what's wrong? It's nothing. Su Nan shook his head as if nothing had happened. Tiger, why don't we go to the game room later? Who sniffed and quickly shook his head to reject it, while also persuading Su Nan. Su, it's not easy to make money. It's better not to go there. It's all a scam there. Su Nan was shocked on the spot. And this guy actually knows this. Who? Say, you're usually so frugal. Where's your money? Su Nan asked curiously. Eat it. Tiger scratched his head in embarrassment. Su Nan obviously didn't believe it. And Tiger Mode definitely didn't tell the truth. *******, you can eat your paycheck? Left over. The rest of it hit back. Tiger hesitated but told Sunan the truth. It turned out that the guy's old home lives in a remote mountainous area. Even the nearest township from his home are more than 10 kilometers. And these 10 kilometers or so are not roads, but high mountain jungles full of danger. Snakes, bugs, and ants aside, reaching town from their village required traveling along a cliff face, followed by an extremely dangerous river. Normally, it was fine, but the children of their village cottage had to go to town for their classes. These few-year-olds traveled from their homes with torches at 3 or 4 a.m. every morning, and even then they were often late. And every 2 years a child is buried on this path to school for various reasons, including missteps. When he heard this, Su Nan had fallen silent. But it's gotten a lot better since I've been with Dagger. Tiger grinned and continued. I was moving bricks at a construction site, and when Blade was being chased to that site, I stopped by to help Blade, and Blade took me with him. Since then, I've been paid well. And now our village has put in guardrails and also built some shelves on that section of the cliff. Even that river has a tramway, and it's a lot easier for people to get to town. Su Nan nodded at his words, although he sympathized with Ahu. The suffering in the world was more than that. Ahu and that village of theirs could only be described as part of the many suffering people. However, Su Nan also decided that he would try to put in a good word for Tiger when he arrested him in the future. Let's just hope that this big guy with a good heart will be spared to death and be released sooner than later to finish his transformation. Okay, not to tease you. I just saw Zhang Yi and Wang Chaoyang go in with them. Speaking here, Su Nan instantly became righteous. We're teachers now. And students entering a place like this are clearly not doing their job. And I think it's our duty to correct them. Who stood up immediately upon hearing this. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and catch them. Who finished running towards the opposite side in a hurry. The road was even hit by a car did not look for the other side of the theory. Su Nan suddenly nodded with satisfaction. This Who still has the responsibility. Just as Su Nan was about to follow, the boss directly pulled him back. A total of 348. You pay 350 well. The boss said and shoved a pack of tissues into Su Nan's hand. *******. Only then did Su Nan react. This mud horse which is responsible. Completely want to escape the single the other end. Change me $1,000 coin. Wang Chaoyang pulled out $1,000 bill and slapped it directly on the counter. Taking the $110 denominations of coins that they had exchanged, the group headed towards the game machine. After only 3 minutes had passed, Wang Chaoyang fought with a red-haired youth. The reason is that Xiao Hong, the girl Wang Chaoyang brought with him, said that the social youth had been staring at her thighs. Lu Xiaohu and the 2 young ladies they brought along then joined the fight, while a few of the social youth's brothers also joined the fray. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, withdrew to the side in time, and her hand went into the cell phone in her pocket. Once the 2 sides fought, Wang Chaoyang and the 4 of them suffered a loss. Quite a few machines were knocked over by the fight between the 2 sides. The next moment, the game hall thugs directly surrounded both sides. What are you doing? Wang Qiang and Lu Xiaohu were already bruised and swollen at this point, but they were still full of energy. Not for anything. The middle-aged man at the counter walked slowly over. You guys broke a total of 13 machines in our game hall. It's not too much to pay half on one side, right? Asterisk 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 it's just a dozen consoles, isn't it? Compensate you. How much? Wang Qiaoyang said while his eyes stared straight at the few people who had beaten them. He swore that he would go out and find someone to arrest these people. Not much. 2 million for one machine. You pay for 6.5. 13 million? Swipe card or check? The middle-aged man sneered. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You stepped on a horse and thought about money like crazy. You might as well go rob. Wang Qiaoyang yelled. What did you expect? The middle-aged man sneered. As the middle-aged man's voice fell, dozens of horsemen around him pulled out steel pipes and machetes in unison. And the young girls brought by Wang Qiaoyang and Lu Xiaohu had long since run off somewhere at this time. The group they were fighting with also slowly backed away. Just then, a gruff voice came from the stairway. Hey, what are you guys doing? Chapter 47, You're Too Light. Everyone turned their heads in unison, only to see a tall and imposing man walking up the stairwell step by step. Mr. Tiger. Wang Qiaoyang and Lu Xiaohu both looked at Ahu with surprised faces. Zhang Yi, however, frowned because their Purple Star Society was about to arrive. Friend, the Axe Gang is on business. Please go out first. A middle-aged man stepped out of the counter and said in a deep voice. Ahu, however, did not look at the other party as he walked straight towards Zhang Yi's trio. Soul will be here soon. You guys come downstairs with me or he'll be cleaning you up again tomorrow at school. To be honest, every time Tiger saw this group of second generation being bullied by Su Nan he was heartbroken. That's why he had just run over one step ahead of Su Nan. That is, he was prepared to bring them down first. Seeing this, Wang Qiaoyang also immediately pulled Lu Xiaohu and Zhang Yi towards Ahu. However, they had just taken 2 steps when they were stopped by these ponies from the game room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Stepping horse, turned out to be a school teacher. Give me a roll. The 2 horsemen cursed and walked towards Tiger. They reached out and tried to push him down the stairs. However, no matter how hard they pushed, Tiger stood there motionless. The next moment, they only saw Ahu give a gentle push, and the 2 horsemen rolled down the stairwell like gourds. Asterisk 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 give it to me. In an instant, a dozen or so horsemen raised their knives and slashed towards Ahu. Ahu's pupils shrunk when he saw this, and he hurriedly copied a stool next to him and fought these people into a mess. Ahu now have confused. He does not understand why these people want to cut him. He just came to tell students not to indulge in the game. Ahu's fighting strength is indeed very strong, but the other side has a lot of people. Even if one by one stool that has to be smashed half a day. After all, the other guy wasn't a cutie. Standing for him to smash is not. Seeing that Ahu was being dragged down, Wang Qiaoyang and Lu Xiaohu's hearts were instantly cold, and Zhang Yi once again put her hand into her pocket. However, just at this moment, a discordant voice once again came from the staircase. Yo, it's pretty lively. The 3 of them, Zhang Yi, turned their heads to look, only to see Su Nan walking up with a look. Asterisk 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 who the hell are you stepping on again? Do you know what this place is? Get the hell out of here, or I'll chop your ass up, kid. A group of horsemen were shouting at Su Nan. However, that middle-aged man was directly frowning. He felt that the man in front of him was a bit familiar, but he couldn't remember for a moment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who the hell are you? You dare to talk to me like this? Do you know who I am? Su Nan said as he walked towards this side. Seeking death. Chop him to death. A horseman roared angrily and took the lead in slashing towards Su Nan. Ha-too. Su Nan spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the horseman's face, and took advantage of the other party's face wiping to snatch the machete in the other party's hand. Put. Su Nan slashed at the horseman's shoulder. Immediately blood overflowed, and the person also fell to the ground holding his face and constantly wailing, and due to Su Nan's greater force, the knife directly stuck in the other shoulder. Zapper. Together, the rest of them all rushed towards Su Nan in unison, and naturally, Su Nan, as a representative type of eagle beep, wouldn't fight them hard, only to see Su Nan put his hand into his pocket and pull it out, and in the next moment, a packet of chili noodles was smashed towards the faces of the few people who rushed at the front. Ah, so hot, my eyes. Asterisk 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 mudblood. It's chili noodles. Water, bring water, it's hot as hell. Su Nan didn't care about that much, and slammed over a few more packets of chili noodles. A group of wailing thugs covering their faces fell to the ground. Su Nan was nonchalant and kicked several times at these horsemen who no longer had much fighting power. Go, what are you doing? Su Nan yelled as he kicked over the horseman in front of him several times. Lu Xiaohu and Wang Chaoyang were moved to redden their eyes at this time. They did not expect that Su Nan could do this for them. Ask yourself. At this time even their own father would probably not hesitate to leave first himself. Teacher Su, we'll avenge you. Wang Chaoyang shouted. His eyes red, pulled Lu Xiaohu and Zhang Yi and ran towards the downstairs over the wailing horseman on the ground. Sunan. Talk like I'm going to plan today. I remember. You're that Su Nan. The middle-aged man shouted as he pointed at Su Nan. Not bad. It's me. With a single slash, Su Nan hacked the middle-aged man to the ground. At this time the horseman on the ground who was splashed with spicy noodles also basically slowed down, although it still hurt like hell, but more or less had some fighting power. Seeing that the situation was not good, Su Nan turned around and ran. Hey, Soul, wait for me, Tiger shouted. Seeing that Su Nan had already run down the stairs, Ahu hurriedly smashed away the besieging horseman around him with a stool and directly smashed the glass of the window and jumped down. The three Wang Chaoyangs at this time also just ran to the street, and the next one heard a thumping sound of broken glass. The three of them hurriedly looked up and saw Tiger jumping straight down from the second floor. What are you waiting for? Run! Su Nan shouted, pulling Zhang Yi's arm and running towards the front. Zhang Yi was just about to say something when Ahu pulled up Zhang Yi's other arm, and in the next moment she was directly set up by Su Nan and Ahu, and ran forward quickly. Lu Xiaohu and Wang Chaoyang were stunned. They didn't expect Su Nan and Ahu to run so fast even with Zhang Yi on their racks. On the street, in the middle of an SUV, the Purple Star Society's Red Stick, Super Hitman, Wu Ji, was dumbfounded at this scene. Brother Wu Ji, Missy seems to have been kidnapped, the little brother beside Wu Ji warned. Pop. Wu Ji slapped the little brother on the head and scolded. Kidnap a hammer. That's Missy's teacher. Hurry up and get out of the car and stop this group from the Axe Gang. The next moment, the people from the Purple Star Society stepped down from the car in unison, numbering in the hundreds. The Axe Gang's horsemen saw this also immediately stopped. At the same time the nearby bar KTV Arcade also have come out of a large number of horsemen and Wu Ji they confronted. Su Nan didn't know what was going on behind him, as he and Ahu directly ran back to the school with Zhang Yi on their shoulders. Both he and Tiger had strong physiques, and even if they were racking someone, it would only be an after-dinner warm-up for them. However, Lu Xiaohu and Wang Chaoyang were far worse. The two were as tired as a dead dog. Just moments after running into the school, the two men simply collapsed to the ground. Ha ha ha. I can't run. I can't run either. Sunan instantly kicked the two men one by one. Can't even make it this far? Looks like you guys have to make up for it in gym class too. Wang Chaoyang and Lu Xiaohu's faces changed drastically when they heard this. Ahu but suddenly excited. He can hear Xiao Xiao said that the tuition fee is very high. So what? Mr. Su, Mr. Ahu, can you put me down first? Zhang Yi weakly opened her mouth. It was only then that Sunan realized that he and Tiger were still racking each other. Ahu sniffed and let go of his hand, and Zhang Yi instantly lunged towards Su Nan with a tilt of her body. Su Nan was quick to hold Zhang Yi. It was then that Tiger scratched his head in embarrassment and said, Hey, I'm sorry, you're so light, I forgot I was carrying someone. Zhang, Chapter 48, Shut the door. Throw a grenade. The next morning, the second generation was about to be in the middle of planning how to take revenge on Su Nan when they saw Su Nan walk in with a gloomy face. Everyone was puzzled when they saw this, and Zhang Yi and Lu Xiaohu, Wang Chaoyang naturally put their heads down. Lin Hao whispered to Qian Baiwan in front of him and asked, Baiwan, what's going on here? Qian Baiwan whispered, I heard that it was Zhang Yi, Wang Chaoyang and the others who went to the game hall and almost got arrested. And in the end, it was Su Nan who saved them back. Lin Hao nodded at his words. Looks like Zhang Yi and the girls are miserable today. Just then, Su Nan on the podium spoke. Zhang Yi, Wang Chaoyang, Lu Xiaohu, do you three know you're wrong? The three of them quickly stood up and said, Teacher, we know we're wrong. We'll never go to the game hall again. Bang! Su Nan slammed the table, directly startling the three people. You know, look at you guys, usually just lazy one by one. And then there's this group of you. Except for Lin Hao who's a little bit better physically. One by one. You're like eating opium. If you guys had been better and smarter last night, would that have been enough to put me at that much risk? Starting today, P.E. is also added to the evening makeup classes and scheduled as the last class. In addition, a new martial arts boxing match has been added to gym class, and anyone who loses or fails will be dismissed 1 hour later. Just after Su Nan finished speaking, all the second generation exclaimed out in unison. They're supposed to make up for it now until 8 p.m. If they're delayed another hour, won't it be 9 p.m. Just ask any high school that doesn't let out until 9 p.m. Lin Hao, as the self-confessed first brother of second year class 9, immediately stood up. I object. Ta-da! Objection overruled. Looking at the collapsed Lin Hao, the second generation was enraged. Asterisk. Sunan, we'll fight you. Asterisk, and you deserve it. Sunan immediately rolled on the spot to the classroom door, dodging all the attacks. In the next moment, he only saw Sunan pull out 4 grenades from his pocket and pull the safety. A group of second generation almost didn't get pissed on the spot when they saw this. Asterisk. Teacher, don't be impulsive. Sunan, don't joke. It's not funny. Sunan instantly revealed a cold smile, and the 4 grenades in his hand were instantly thrown out, while closing the classroom door tightly. All the second generation saw this and ran towards the back of the classroom, while standing their desks up to block the front. However, after a while none of the imagined explosions came. Li Fingjiao frowned and said, "Do you guys smell a strange odor?" Tang Yen, who was on the side, nodded his head at once and said, "It seems to be a bit stinky." Everyone looked up cautiously, only to see 4 grenades lying silently on the ground, with wisps of smoke drifting out from them. Immediately after that the smoke just got thicker and thicker, and the stench became more and more pronounced. Chen Baiwan immediately pushed away from the table and ran toward the door. This is a gas bomb. Everyone reacted at this time and immediately ran towards the door. However, the back door had long been locked by Sunan, and the window was also closed at some point. The only thing left was a front door, and Sunan was right there in the doorway, tugging on the doorknob with a death grip. Cough cough. Teacher, I was wrong. Open the door. Open the door. I'm your favorite by one. Nan, open the door. Sunan, open the door. I surrender. Surrender. Vam. And Sunan simply ignored them. He knew that this group of second generation could never surrender sincerely. Just then, Zhangye and Xiao came over from the direction of the stairwell. The 2 men looked at the face of Sunan, who was tugging on the door handle with a deadly grip. Seeing the 2 men, Sunan also got up in a hurry to use the AK behind him to pin the door handle on, and then straightened his clothes to make his image look natural. Zhangye listened to the pleas for mercy coming from inside the classroom and asked with a puzzled opening, "Teacher Su, what are you doing?" Sunan immediately smiled and said, "Oh, nothing, playing a game with my classmates." Why did Mr. Zhang and Mr. Xiao come to the classroom? However, just after Sunan finished speaking, the second generation inside the classroom frantically knocked on the door once again. Bang, bang, bang. Sunan, let us out. Vom. Auntie, help me vomit. Sunan instantly changed his face and was about to go up and pull Zhangye aside to talk. Xiao instantly revealed a sinister smile, then directly rushed behind Sunan and took away the AK-47 pinned on the door handle. The next moment, the classroom door was opened by the second generation, and then a foul odor came towards Xiao Xiao's nose. Vom. Before Xiao could spit it out, the second generation rushed right out and squeezed Xiao Xiao into the classroom. Vom. Vom. Asterisk. What is this guy Sunan throwing? Why does it smell so bad? Vomit. Auntie, you have to help me out. This guy Sunan, huh? Where's Sunan? Wasn't it just now? Asterisk is downstairs. Sunan ran away. Zhangye looked in the direction the second generationers were guiding him, only to see Sunan arrogantly comparing a middle finger towards this side before turning away in a dashing manner. The corner of Zhangye's mouth curled up slightly at the sight, murmuring, "What an interesting person." Right at this moment, Xiao Xiao's crazy roar came from the classroom door. "Ah! Sunan, I'm not finished with you." Sunan naturally heard Xiao Xiao's angry roar, but of course, he didn't care if he heard it. The students have been a little stressed out lately, so it looks like we'll have to apply to take them out for a few days. Thinking of this, Sunan immediately walked towards the principal's office. However, Sunan had just walked to the stairs of the office building when a sack was set towards his head. Sunan reacted very quickly and hastily dodged, then stepped back a few meters, but when he looked up, the man who had tried to sack him had run around the corner of the stairs. Sunan's eyes narrowed. This person he remembered. It was Zhou Tai from Zhangye's class. Sunan didn't go after them, as there was little point in catching up. After straightening his clothes, Sunan continued to walk towards the principal's office. On the other hand, Zhou Tai's heart was pounding as he circled around before running back to their school building, and on the way, he threw the sack into the trash. A few tall boys hurriedly gathered around and asked, "Brother Tai, how was it? Did it work?" Zhou Tai immediately shook his head and said, "No." His reaction was too fast, but I ran away at the first opportunity. Luckily, he shouldn't have seen me. Zhou Tai patted his chest. "You guys keep watching him and get back to me when you get a chance. A group of tall boys nodded their heads in unison. Tai. Don't worry, all of you little brother. Young lady sister. Help point to urge more. Give a rating it, every one of your urge. Small gift. Rating is the power of the little woman writing. Thank you all. Chapter 49, Class Trip for a Break. In the principal's office, after Sunan gave LV Liankong the idea, LV Liankong nodded his head in agreement without hesitation. And the reason why LV Liankong agreed so painfully also had a request. That is, the cost of this outing Sunan and their class at their own expense. Sunan did not refuse. After all, received those parents so much tuition and class fees do not use words cannot be said. And not only do they have to use it this time, they have to use it in a big way. And right away, Sunan decided to go and rent a yacht. Soon Sunan arrived at the largest harbor in Hongqiao district and found the yacht charter company, High Ship Service. As soon as Sunan entered the door, two long-legged young ladies immediately greeted him. Hello sir, how may I help you? Sunan immediately said in a domineering manner. Rent a yacht. The two long-legged young ladies were instantly bright at the word, and hurriedly came to the side of Sunan on the left and the right, pretending to introduce while leaning towards Sunan one by one. May I ask what your name is sir? I'm the receptionist here. My name is Alan. The other long-legged beauty also hurriedly said. My name is Green. Sunan faintly said. Sunan. Green hurriedly leaned towards Sunan and said with a sweet voice. So it's Boss Su. The other girl named Alan was also not weak and also posted up. Brother Nan. I wonder what is the purpose of your yacht rental? Is it to celebrate your birthday or to go out for a cruise? When Sunan heard this, he immediately frowned and said. Does this have anything to do with you guys? Gu. Nan. Don't be angry. This is the company's rule. We more or less need to ask. Alan quickly consoled. The three of them soon arrived at the reception room, and the two girls immediately handed several yacht introduction sheets to Sunan. Sunan immediately lost his composure after taking a look, because the price on top of the introductory sheet was really out of his imagination. Sunan had thought that the huge class fee of more than $2 million was already a lot. However, he had never expected that the rent of these yachts was ridiculously expensive. The most expensive yacht even rents for up to $50,000. $50,000 an hour. The two long-legged girls immediately understood the situation in seconds, and their enthusiasm for Sunan was much less, and they hurriedly took out a new stack of yacht introduction sheets. Sunan took it over to have a look, which was a relief, but the price on it was also very expensive. Sunan looked at several before selecting a yacht called Fortellen. The yacht is 35 meters long and 11.7 meters wide, with 4 floors and can accommodate up to 50 people at a time. The inside is also very luxuriously appointed with a piano, theater, and restaurant. Of course, what Sunan was looking at was simply its load capacity. With 27 students in their class and 5 teachers plus him, it was a perfect fit to charter this yacht. However, the price still made Sunan frown. The rent was as high as 250,000 for one day. Sunan pointed at the picture and said, Can this yacht be cheaper? I'll rent it for a week. The two sisters immediately looked at each other, both seeing surprise in the other's eyes, but they quickly suppressed it. Green immediately spoke up. Brother Nan, if you rent it for a week, the price can be lowered to 210,000 a day. Sunan nodded at his words, but he still felt that it was too expensive. After all, these are the hard-earned dollars of the parents of the second generation. Can I have less if I don't need a captain and waitstaff? The two sisters immediately froze at the words. They had never heard of renting a yacht like this before. However, looking at Sunan, who didn't look like he was joking, the two of them hurriedly said that they needed to go and ask the manager for instructions. Before they could ask for instructions, however, a voice with a hint of doubt came through. Mr. Su, the two girls hurriedly shouted respectfully. Hello boss. The visitor was dressed in a straight suit, about 40 years old, and walked with great presence. Sunan instantly recognized this man as the father of a second generation in his class. Hello, boss he. Sunan stood up and shook the other party's hand. After the two of them had a conversation, boss he burst out laughing. Mr. Su, you're doing this for the sake of our children's health, so let's do it this way. You can just take the yacht and use it. You don't have to pay the rent. Sunan instantly nodded to Bossy with great satisfaction and assured him, Bossy, don't worry. I'll give that Hiwei kid a small cooker when I turn around, and guarantee that he'll double his academic performance. Bossy also nodded with great satisfaction at his words. He doesn't care about the money, but if he can raise his son's academic performance to a higher level, that would be great. However, Bossy was also curious and asked Mr. Su really doesn't need a captain? Sunan immediately waved his hand, stating that these were all small things, and that he could just drive the yacht or whatever by himself. As for documents or anything else, he didn't have to worry about it at all. As long as someone was checking, then he could definitely get it out. After making an appointment to pick up the yacht tomorrow, Sunan went to the mall and ordered 20 tents, as well as some wilderness survival tools. Of course he was preparing to take his students on a trip, not an adventure. And pots and pans, fruits and vegetables were ordered in large quantities. After doing this, Sunan took a look at the time and it was only 12 o'clock. So Sunan walked towards the largest casino in Hongqiao district. Of course, Sunan had little interest in gambling, and he went over there just to step on the spot and see if there were any coincidental good things. In the end, Sunan stayed in the casino for an afternoon, mingled food and drink and also took more than a dozen packs of cigarettes and then came out with nothing. Seeing that it was almost time for the school to be dismissed, it was only then that Sunan carried an oversized sack towards the school. On the other end, Zhou Tai didn't know that he was exposed when he sneak attacked Sunan in the morning, and he didn't expect Sunan to hold such a grudge. Brother Tai, Lin Hao and those guys have been a lot more honest lately. Yeah, we haven't met them outside of school in a long time, and to be honest, it's kinda missed. Ha ha ha. Zhou Tai let out a cold snort and said, "Humph, just wait. I'll avenge my last revenge sooner or later." Just then, however, an oversized sack fell from the sky. Zhou Tai and the two people beside him were instantly shocked. The next moment, without waiting for them to react, they were kicked to the ground, followed by a loving caress. Ah! After a burst of miserable screams from the three, they finally seized an opening to break free. Zhou Tai had just uncovered the sack when he saw Sunan's familiar face, only to see Sunan ask with a look on his face, "This student, how are you guys doing? Did you guys offend someone here? I just saw a man in black punching and kicking at you guys. If I hadn't come quickly you guys would have been in danger. You don't have to thank me either. As a school teacher, it's only right to see students being bullied and step in to stop it. If you guys really want to thank me I'll begrudgingly accept that you guys treat me to a random meal at Taste of Fresh." Zhou Tai, all for all oh. What was meant by shamelessness? He now knew. Zhou Tai is not a natural person who will not believe in the ghost words of Sunan, who gave him a sack. Everyone knows it by heart. Sunan, wait for me. Zhou Tai gritted his teeth and the other two students helped each other to leave. Sunan sighed as he looked at the trio's backs. Oi, poor baby. At 7:59 p.m. All the secondaries were on edge waiting for the last minute to end. One more minute and they'll be done with their hard day's lessons. However, just at that moment, Sunan walked in. Hold on everyone. I'll say a few words. Asterisk. Chapter 50, Deserted Island Scare. Early the next morning, all the second generation came to gather in front of the school with great excitement. This period of intense study was physically and mentally exhausting for them. It was rare that this guy, Sunan, was kind enough to let them go out for a walk. Soon Sunan and Tiger also arrived at the school entrance. He and Mr. Xiao didn't come? Sunan frowned. When he gave notice last night, Zhanya politely declined on the grounds that she had a course in her own class, but he Liang and Xiao promised. I don't know. Teacher, why don't you give Mr. He and the others a call? Zhang Yi said with a smile. Okay. Sunan nodded. But a moment later, Sunan put away the phone with an ugly face. Teacher, what's wrong? Li Fingjia asked suspiciously. Sunan sniffed and immediately explained. Asterisk. He Liang's wife gave birth to a baby, and that guy Xiao went to help. We're on our own. Everyone come with me. Go to the mall and get your gear first. An hour later, a group of second generation bitterly carried large bags of items towards high ship service. He Wei, isn't this your family's company? Lu Xiaohu said. He Wei instantly nodded bitterly. He knew that when he came back last night, and the most excessive thing was that he had to go to the school gate to assemble this morning. The crowd had just arrived at the Fordland yacht when Green greeted them. Brother Nan, this is the key to the yacht. The boss is not available today, so he asked me to give it to you. Meanwhile have a good time. Sunan took the key and nodded, turning his head to look. Good guy. The second generation had already rushed up with gusto. How come there's no waiter? Holy, did we get on the wrong ship with no crew? You're on the right yacht. Sunan walked up with his keychain spinning in his hand. I am your captain now. If you're not afraid to die, stand outside and get on. I'm going to sail. After Sunan finished speaking, he walked towards the cockpit. A group of second generation looked at Sunan's back with a disdainful face, saying this as if they had never sat on a yacht. Yet Tiger honestly ran into the cabin and sat down. A few moments later, the yacht slowly sailed out of the harbor as it started up. The second generation all stood outside shouting and jostling with excitement. But the next moment, the yacht just violently accelerated. A group of second generation have been thrown by the sudden driving. That's not all. Right after that the hull is a big 70-degree drift. A group of second generation was immediately thrown up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ho, help me. Tang Yen, pull me up. Ia-san, grab my hand. A group of second generation took all the effort they could muster to escape inside the cabin in a sorry state. Now everyone was afraid to go out and get high, even to stand up. They even suspected Sunan's identity, knowing that they had only seen this kind of boat opening method inside the police drama movie. Even those bandits didn't drive as hard as Sunan. 5 hours later, the yacht arrived at an unnamed island. The island isn't too big, and it takes the yacht about 10 minutes to circle around it. Sunan picked this island for 2 reasons. The first being that it has 2 very nice beaches. The second point was to look at the dense trees on this island, and the 2 small hills. Okay, we're at our destination. Everyone take your bags down. A group of second generation with miserable faces stood up, and in the next moment, they ran outside and vomited. TSK, this body, it's a little too bad. Sunan couldn't help but shake his head. 2 hours later, a group of male trainees had finally set up a dozen tents after 991 years. Lunch is ready for Chambers and the girls. Everyone on board had only had a small snack and were now particularly hungry. And I don't know whether it was an illusion or not. They felt that this kind of rice cooked with firewood and a big iron pot smelled extraordinarily good. Looking at the students eating so happily, Qian Baiwan was very satisfied. After lunch everyone just throws their utensils away and no one wants to do the dishes. Rock paper scissors it is. Whoever is unlucky will go wash. Zhang Yi proposed. Okay, I agree. 27 people, divided into 5 groups. Qian Baiwan, the chef, did not even need to participate. Directly obtained a dishwashing slot. Soon the 5 unlucky ones were chosen, and Zhang Yi, the proposer, was clearly among them. Aside from Qian Baiwan, all 5 of them had a bitter face. Several people carried their cooking utensils to the guttering aside the cliff cave and began to wash them. Just as several people were seriously cleaning the kitchenware, a figure flashed past behind them. Chambers turned his head with a feeling in his heart, only to see a man with a twisted body, pudgy head, edematous arms, and several corpse spots on his face revealing a scarlet and bloody mouth was looking straight at him from behind a large tree. Ah, there's a ghost. A mournful scream cut through the quiet. The first time Sunan and the remaining students heard the sound, they rushed towards Qian Baiwan and their location, only to see Qian Baiwan's face pale and paralyzed on the ground, and by his side crouched a concerned Zhang Yi. Several people. What's wrong? Sunan looked at Zhang Yi and asked. He saw a ghost, Zhang Yi said with some fear. Seeing ghosts? Sunan and the group of students who had rushed here were all in a state of questioning. The crowd lifted Qian Baiwan back to the bottom of the cliff cave. After a full 5 minutes Qian Baiwan slowed down. Teacher, there's really a ghost. Oh no, that's not a ghost, that's a zombie. And no, that's a zombie. Qian Baiwan began to speak incoherently. In an instant, a horrifying image came to mind. Listening to Qian Bai's description, even the salty smell of the slightest sea breeze makes one think that the cultists are pickling the corpses. Money, $1 million, are you blind? Lin Hao said with a frown. How is that possible? Qian Baiwan's pupils dilated. I'll never be wrong. Impossible. How in the world can a corpse stand up by itself? Yeah, that's all in the movies. I don't believe it. The crowd began to talk. Only a very few people believed Qian Baiwan's words. The rest either thought that Qian Baiwan's eyes were blurred, or thought that Qian Baiwan was cheating. Teacher, what should I do? Can I sleep in a tent with you at night? Li Thingjiao leaned towards Sunan with a face of fear. Teacher, I'm scared too. Zhang Yi unwillingly leaned to Sunan's other side. Sunan stretched out his hands to press down on the 2 men's heads, then pushed them away with a gentle push. Snap. Sunan lit a cigarette and took a deep drag before. Cough 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 cough. I believe in Chambers. As Sunan's voice fell, everyone quieted down. I believe that Qian Baiwan saw the other side, but I don't believe that there are ghosts and monsters in this world. Sunan's words man everyone was at a loss, but Lu Xiaohu quickly reacted. Teacher, do you mean that someone is spoofing us? Sunan sniffed and nodded first 9 times out of 10. It's a human pretender. Then what is the purpose of him doing this? Wang Chaoyang said with a frown. Does he want to kick us out? I don't know. Sunan shook his head. And even if there are ghosts and goblins, can they come out in broad daylight now? Chapter 51, Abandoned Medical Building. After this episode with Qian Baiwan, the second generation continued to play heartlessly in the afternoon. Don't look at these students as high school students, but their bodies are. Sunan and Ah who laid leisurely on the beach, enjoying the warm sunshine. Suddenly Sunan's eyes narrowed, and at his afterglow, a silhouette peeked at them from the jungle. Tiger, keep an eye on the students here. I'm going to the restroom. Tiger nodded. Okay, I got it. Instead of going directly in the direction of the silhouette, Sunan turned a corner and circled around before touching over. However, The other party's vigilance was obviously very strong, and by the time Sunan touched over, the other party was long gone. The corner of Sunan's mouth curled up slightly when he saw this. Although he wasn't very good at this skill of tracking, it didn't mean that he wouldn't be able to do it at all. The island doesn't look big, but it's actually not small in scope. Sunan had been following the traces left behind by the other party. Half an hour later, a 4-story building appeared in front of Sunan. The house was huge, with dozens of rooms on the first floor alone, surrounded by a 2-meter-high fence. Why is there a building here? Lufthansa Medical School? Medical school. Sunan looked at the abandoned building of the medical school in front of him, and his mouth opened wide. As he entered, he could see that this was not the only building here. There were several small 3-story buildings behind this medical building that looked like they should be dormitories and cafeterias and other supporting facilities. The entire medical school floor was overgrown with weeds, and even the concrete floor was propped up by some vegetation. There were also a lot of vines on the walls, and through the gaps in the vines, Sunan could see that the walls obviously had traces of fire, and Sunan was certain that this place had experienced a big fire. Right at this moment, Sunan suddenly turned to look at the abandoned building of the medical school behind him. The next moment, Sunan was the one whose pupils shrank, and on one of the windows on the 3rd floor, a person with a horrible face was looking at Sunan. Sunan didn't know how to describe that face. He could now be sure that Qian Baiwan's description was still relatively pertinent. It's a trifle more intimidating than a zombie. The man obviously did not expect Sunan to turn back either, and immediately turned around to flee after a moment of concentration. Seeing this, Sunan chased towards the other party without saying a word. Sunan wouldn't believe that there were ghosts in this world. His main focus was materialism. However, Sunan had just run to the corner of the 1st floor stairs when a crunching sound under his feet caught his attention. Ka-ching! A bone sound came, and when Sunan looked down, he sucked in a mouthful of cool air. So many human skeletons. Under his feet, there were at least 7 or 8 human skeletons, which were irregularly thrown everywhere, among which there were even children's skeletons, and it was a thigh bone that Sunan stepped on. Sunan carefully lifted his feet and avoided these bones before continuing to run towards the upper floors. This time he was much more careful and did not disturb the sleeping deceased. At the corner of the stairs on the 3rd floor, Sunan first poked his head out to look around and found no danger before slowly walking out. The entire building was covered with dense vines due to the walls, so even though the sun was shining outside, it looked incredibly eerie inside. As for terror, Sunan did not have this feeling. In his eyes the living were always more dangerous than the dead. Borrowing the sunlight that filtered in through the cracks in the vegetation, Sunan walked towards the room where the silhouette had appeared. Soon enough, Sunan came to that room. Looking at the tightly closed door, Sunan just frowned. The rooms he passed along the way either didn't have doors or they were broken. Yet the door to this room before him was intact. Sunan first straightened his clothes before gently knocking on the door of the room. Knock 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 knock. In the silence of the building, the pounding continued to resonate through the aisles in a moment of indescribable terror. After knocking for a while, Sunan could be sure that either there was no one inside, or the man was playing dead. Sunan immediately took out a $100 bill from his pocket and brushed it down towards the doorway. Ka-ching! The door opened in response, and Sunan immediately took a big step inside. Unlike those other rooms, this one was very neat and tidy, and everything in it, though it was some years old, had obviously been tidied up well. The sheets were very clean, although there were many patches on them. The room was not large enough to see the whole thing at a glance, and it was obvious that the man had left the room. Just as Sunan was about to go out and find the man, a diary on the desk caught his attention. Sunan pulled out the stool and sat down, turning the first page of the diary. 1989, March 25th. Clear. I am very happy today because I am going to report to FUMC. From now on I won't have to work hard. I will teach a student and do some research every day. Think about it. I am really happy. Come on. Ah shucks. Lay flat. Lay flat. The first page of the diary contained very few words, from which Sunan knew that this was a medical teacher with little ambition. The corner of Sunan's mouth curled up slightly and he smiled as he turned the next page. 1989, May 29th. Clear. It's been a really bad day. The students went out to the ocean and caught a lot of fish and came back, and we added work in the cafeteria, and it tasted good. I did learn to fish a little this afternoon, but I was obviously impatient, so I ran around with my rod, changing positions for 3 minutes, but I didn't catch a single fish all afternoon. However, as if the heavens were playing a joke on me, just as we were reeling in the rod, I was hit by a fish so big that it pulled me overboard, and if a couple of students hadn't come down to save me, I would have been out of luck for the rest of the day. I swear, no more fishing from now on. Put. Sunan was instantly happy. but immediately afterward he turned to the next page with an ugly face. As a veteran angler, he'd like to be pulled under by a big fish once in a while, but he'd never seen one that big. The owner of this diary is really in a blessed state. Many diary entries followed with some of the daily routines of this lay-flat teacher until Sunan flipped to a page of diary entries with distorted handwriting. 1991. October 7th. Fire. Dead. All dead. It's her. It's her back. We're all going to die. No one will survive. She won't leave them alone. And she won't leave us alone. Door opens. She's coming in. Sunan's pupils shrank when he saw this. Who was this her? Why hadn't it appeared inside the diary? Sunan hurriedly searched through the previous diary, wanting to see if he had missed something. However, right at this moment, Sunan looked up at the doorway if he felt something. Asterisk 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 asterisk. On the beach, the second generation who were swimming suddenly looked up into the sky. Lu Xiaohu spat. I'll go. Didn't the weather forecast say no rain? This scenario is afraid that it's not a light rain. It's probably the rhythm of a violent storm. Wang Chaoyang on the side also nodded. It's estimated to be huge. Tang Yen, who was on the side, rolled his eyes and threw away the volleyball in his hand and said, estimated hair hammers. Don't hurry up and go. Lin Hao on the other side also ran towards the camp with Qian Baiwan. Zhang Yi and Li Fingjiu and other girls also rushed to their respective tents. They didn't want to get wet. Tiger waited until all the second generation were back before he went back to the tent and hid. Soon the winds were gusting. The rain was pouring down, and the waves were one above the other. Rumble. Ka-ching. The sound coming from the buckets of rain hitting the tents put everyone in an incredibly irritated mood. Lin Hao and Qian Baiwan a tent. The two began to be able to calm down, but with the continuation of the rainstorm, the two gradually lost their calm. Qian Baiwan lying on the edge of the tent suddenly shouted, asterisk 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 asterisk. Ho! The sea is rising. Lin Hao was startled at the words, immediately stood up and looked towards the outside of the tent, and immediately his face changed drastically. Get out of here! Get to the hills! Lin Hao pulled open the tents as soon as he could, not caring about the raging storm outside, and pulled open his classmates' tents one by one. Lin Hao! What are you doing? Asterisk 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 it's pouring. Close it. The rain is pouring in. Off you go. Hurry up and run. The sea is flooding over from Ma. Lin Hao cursed and continued to call the next tent. Soon the second generation was all called out, and by this time the sea had lapped at their feet. Just as everyone was preparing to retreat, they suddenly realized that Sunan's figure was missing. Lin Hao asked loudly to Ahu, Teacher Ahu, where's Sunan? Why isn't Sunan here? Yet in the midst of this raging storm, his voice was just barely audible to Tiger. He took a. Tiger said loudly. All the second generation sniffed. Why don't you guys find a place to get out of the rain, and I'll look for Sol. Lin Hao nodded and took out an engineer's shovel and gesticulated a few times before saying, alright, let's go find a place to get out of the rain. I'll leave a mark for you on the way. The two sides quickly split up, with Tiger going to find the pooping Sunan and Lin Hao leading a group of second generation men towards the jungle. In the underworld, it was as if Sunan was guiding them, and the group eventually headed towards the direction of the abandoned building of the Lufeng Medical College as well. There's an abandoned building somewhere. Get in there. All the second generation were running quickly towards the medical building in front of them. Ka-ching. A bolt of lightning lit up the sky and everyone's shadow was imprinted on the floor of the medical building. Chapter 52, The Thrilling Medical Building. A group of second generation ran to the medical building and hastily set about getting ready to change. On the principle of men's left and women's right, the group ran towards the rooms on either side. Soon everyone changed into clean clothes and shoes and came back to the hall together. It was then that everyone had time to curiously survey the place. Since it was already dark, they could only look around with the help of the flashlights in their hands. Ho! What is this place? Qianbai asked in a small voice. Lin Hao instantly rolled his eyes. How would I know? Just then a voice rang out. Maybe I know. The crowd turned their heads at the words, only to see Tang Yan's face grim. I usually like to read some strange stories when I'm not doing anything. If I remember correctly, this should be the Lufeng Medical College. However, the moment Tang Yan finished speaking, the sky was a thunderclap, followed by a worn-out plaque falling down outside the hall, which was clearly written with the 5 big characters of Lufeng Medical College. Everyone had never heard of this place, but the scene in front of them scared them enough. The girls in particular all subconsciously hugged their companions around them tightly. Lock Lord Medical School was founded very early, dating back to World War I. In the beginning this was a hospital that specialized in treating wealthy merchants and warlord officials of some status, which is why it was established on this island. In later years this place evolved into a research institute for some special reasons, until it finally became a medical school. Tang Yan paused momentarily when he said this, as if he was organizing his memories. Zhang Yi hurriedly asked curiously. What happened afterward? Why did it turn into this deserted state now? Is it because you can't recruit students? Well, it can't be recruited. Tang Yan nodded, followed by an incomparably creepy smile and said, because no one dares to come, and they don't have any teachers left to teach the students. Li Fingjia asked suspiciously. Why? Tang Yan said indifferently, the teachers are all dead, and the medical school was burned down. Everyone's bodies trembled at the words. They no longer dared to listen further, but curiosity prompted them to continue listening. It was said to be a rainy night, just like today, with dark clouds and stormy skies, Tang Yan said and pointed towards the outside, and everyone turned their heads to look. Rumble. Lightning lit up the night sky with a loud bang that sent chills throughout the body. That night, the entire medical school burned to the ground and all the teachers were burned to death. The only people who escaped were a couple hundred students, but those who escaped didn't know what caused the fire. Only one student seemed to know something. She kept saying under her breath that she was back. She's back. Ah! Stop it! Stop it! Tang Yan turned his head to look with a black line on his face, only to see Qian Baiwan jumping into Lin Hao's arms and trembling continuously, and Lin Hao's face was suffocatingly red. Qian Bai's figure made him do a princess hug. It was too much of an aggravation for him. Tang Yan also lost his mood to molest this group of people when he saw this. Well, all these strange things are basically true and false, so don't take them too seriously. As far as I can guess, it's true that this hospital fire is real, and as far as how many people burned to death and that she came back at the end, 99% of it is just made up to get attention. I've seen a lot of these strange stories, and they all end up being bull misunderstandings. It's only a matter of time before a medical school opens in a place like this and becomes derelict, so don't be such a wimp, people. He Wei, let's go. Go exploring with me. Alright, Yen, wait for me. Brother Yen, I'll go with you too. Soon, Tang Yan led a few people who were usually on good terms with him towards those buildings behind the medical school. The buildings were separated, but there was a corridor in the middle, and they weren't worried about getting caught in the rain. Looking at the back of Tang Yan and his party, the crowd gradually calmed down. Wang Chaoyang whispered, Brother Hao, what's upstairs? Should we go take a look? Lin Hao twisted his head to look, only to see a blur at the end of the torch beam. Lin Hao was also very curious, so he said in a deep voice, Let's go find it. However, Qian Baiwan shook his head vigorously and said that he would not go. So Lin Hao, Wang Chaoyang, Lu Xiaohu as well as the other 2 boys and 3 girls walked towards the upper floor. Qian Baiwan and Zhang Yi and the remaining 10 or so people hurriedly went to a nearby room to take shelter from the gale. Lin Hao and the others quickly arrived at the corner of the stairs, but they didn't meet the skeletons that Su Nan had stepped on. Soon the group arrived on the 2nd floor. What came into view was a long aisle, and they couldn't even see the end of it because of the light from the flashlight. And on either side of the aisle was classroom after classroom, waiting to be explored in the stillness of the night. Ho! It's so exciting! Yeah, I can't wait to get started on my exploration of the desert island medical building. Wang Chaoyang and Lu Xiaohu ran towards the first classroom after they finished speaking. The 3 girls and another guy behind them were also very excited and wailed and followed. Lin Hao couldn't help but shake his head. Although he was also curious, he had to act calmly and with poise. However, there was nothing inside the first classroom. They found nothing but a few limb models. Soon the group made their way to a second classroom. Yet here too there were only a few broken mannequins. That's it? That's it? Yeah, is there any dry stuff? It's all models. Who are you looking down on? How come medical schools teach classes with models? What? Do you still want to see Mr. Big Body? Be careful to scare your soul away. Looking down on who? Lousy Wang Chaoyang nicknamed Wang Bold. Will be afraid of the district big body teacher? The group walked noisily past several classrooms in a row. These classrooms were either filled with some mannequins or nothing at all, which emboldened a few people. Suddenly, a crunching, piercing sound came, and several people's bodies shuddered as they hurriedly shone their torches in the direction of the sound. I saw a mouse looking at Lin Hao and his party, and when I saw Lin Hao's light shining, I ran into the classroom. Scared me. It turned out to be a rat. See if I don't get it dead. Lu Xiaohu patted his chest and walked directly towards that classroom. Tiger, wait for me. Wang Chaoyang hurriedly followed. Lin Hao couldn't help but shake his head as he and the rest of the group continued to explore the classroom in front of them. They had just explored 2 classrooms. However, when a mournful scream came from next door, Lin Hao and the others rushed out of the classroom to look, only to see Wang Chaoyang running towards them with a terrified face. Lin Hao was quick on his feet and hurriedly pulled the stunned Wang Chaoyang and asked, Wang Chaoyang, what's wrong? However, Wang Chaoyang didn't quiet down because of the crowd. Instead, He desperately broke away from Lin Hao's hand and ran downstairs screaming, "Ghosts! Ghosts!" Lin Hao and the others looked at each other, a bit puzzled. However, right at this moment, Lu Xiaohu's hoarse voice came from behind the several people. Lin Hao! Help! Help me! Lin Hao and the others hurriedly turned their heads to look, and were instantly shocked by the scene before them. Only Lu Xiaohu, with his hands twisted behind his back and his face distorted in the extreme, was walking towards them in a strange posture. Ah! The three girls beside Lin Hao screamed all of a sudden, and their piercing cries instantly gave Lin Hao a headache. A few people couldn't think about it in a hurry and ran towards the other side of the aisle. However, they had just run to the stairwell when they saw Wang Chaoyang turn around and run back, while Wang Chaoyang was followed by a group of Zhang Yi each in by one. Rumble! A thunder and lightning flash rang out, and heaven and earth lit up, only to see a burly figure standing at the entrance of the first floor hall. The man was carrying a man on his shoulders and holding a bloody head in his hand. Ah! For the first time, Lin Hao knew that he could scream so loudly, seeing that there is a murderous demon in front of him, and Lu Xiaohu possessed by a stern ghost behind him. All of them hurriedly fled towards the third floor, and in the darkness, a figure dragging a skeleton silently watched the scene. Chapter 53, Butcher on a Rainy Night, possessed by a night's ghost. They fled, they chased, they winged it. The group ran straight to a room on the third floor and hid. It was only when there was still no movement outside for several full minutes that Lin Hao boldly came to the door to watch. Only when he was sure that the thing below hadn't caught up with him did Lin Hao walk over to the terrified Wang Chaoyang and squat down next to him. Wang Chaoyang, calm down. What exactly happened to you guys in that classroom? Hair, what happened? Wang Chaoyang's pupils just shrank when he thought of this. Things went back to a few minutes ago. Lu Xiaohu went in front to chase that rat. Wang Chaoyang followed Lu Xiaohu and also chased into that classroom. Like the previous classroom, that one was filled with mannequins, and unlike that classroom, the mannequins were a bit more robust. The models of the front classroom have separate arms, legs, bodies, and heads, while the models of whichever classroom are whole, because they knew it was a model. Wang Chaoyang and the two of them weren't afraid. The two rummaged inside the model for the mouse that had startled them. Soon, behind a white cloth in the corner, came the sound of a mouse chittering. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but give a bad smile. Lu Xiaohu then lunged towards the white cloth, and the mouse was pressed to the ground by Lu Xiaohu along with the white cloth. Just as Wang Chaoyang was about to go up to help, a model in the corner suddenly fell down and smashed straight on Lu Xiaohu's head. Seeing that Lu Xiaohu was smashed to the point of dizziness, Wang Chaoyang laughed loudly and went up to help Lu Xiaohu move away from the model. Right after that, Lu Xiaohu's body twisted and stood up. He was writhing like a demon and mouthing the words help me, get it off. But I've obviously helped him remove the model. When Wang Chaoyang said this, his eyes had turned red, and everyone was chilled all over. After pacifying Wang Chaoyang, Lin Hao turned his head to look at Zhang Yi and the others, and at this time, Lin Hao also discovered a problem. That is, Zhang Yi and the others were missing one person. Only when she saw Lin Hao looking at her did Zhang Yi gather the courage to calm down and say, Wu Hua was killed. As Zhang Yi opened her mouth, everyone couldn't help but shiver. It turned out that just as Lin Hao and the others were exploring those classrooms on the second floor, Zhang Yi and the girls were also playing games downstairs. There was nothing dangerous about the game they were playing, but things went wrong with Wu Hua, and it wasn't as if Wu Hua had done anything death-defying, but merely went to use the restroom. After a long time Zhang Yi and the girls didn't wait for Wu Hua to come back. Just as they were about to go check, they heard two miserable screams coming from outside the door. One came from upstairs, undoubtedly Wang Chaoyang, and the other came from around the corner outside the medical building. The voice of Wu Hua. Zhang Yi and the girls hurriedly walked out of that room ready to look for Wu Hua, but just then, a burly figure came step by step from the rainy night, carrying a person on his shoulders and a human head in his hands. That's the Rainy Night Butcher. It's him, he's the one who killed Wu Hua. Lin Hao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air at his words. Now it seemed like their situation was really dangerous to the extreme. Ah! Ghosts! Run! He Wei! Yen! A mournful scream rang out, and Lin Hao and the others hurriedly looked toward the stairs. Through the gaps in the vines, they vaguely saw a lanky figure in the middle of the rainy night carrying a man's head and running toward the building behind them where the sound came from. A few moments later, a few silhouettes ran out from that building and quickly ran into another building, and there were only 6 silhouettes that ran out. But everyone remembered that Tang Yan was clearly 7 people when they went exploring in the back. Another one dead. What to do? What to do? Isn't it our turn next? How? Think of something. My family still has so many family assets waiting for me to go back and inherit them. A group of second generation had already been scared out of their wits at this time. They took the phone and frantically searched for a signal. But unsurprisingly, there wasn't a single signal here. Lin Hao's legs were also trembling at this time, but looking around at the hexed students, he could only force himself to raise his spirits. Everybody stay calm. Hearing Lin Hao open his mouth, everyone turned their gazes to him. Everyone wanted a backbone at this time. Let's not forget that we didn't come to this island by ourselves. Teacher Ahu and Sunan are right behind us. I'm sure it won't take long for them to find this place. You guys think about Sunan's skill. He'll definitely have no problem dealing with that rainy night butcher. Everyone sniffed with a collective shock. Yeah, they still had Sunan and Tiger, but immediately afterward Wang Chaoyang questioned, but there are still ghosts. No matter how good Sunan is, he can't beat a ghost. Lin Hao shook his head and said, it's not certain if it's a ghost. Even if it's a ghost, it's a little ghost that took advantage of Lu Xiaohu's fainting spells to get into his body. You guys know that Teacher Ahu's IQ is a bit lacking. As the saying goes, the horizontal ones are afraid of the rash ones and the rash ones are afraid of the stupid ones. Even if it's a ghost, Teacher Ahu won't be afraid of Lu Xiaohu who is possessed by a ghost. The most important thing for us to do now is to hide and wait for Sunan and Teacher Ahu to come and rescue us. Everyone who heard this also felt that Lin Hao had a point, so they were all discussing where to hide. They didn't dare to separate. After all, we've all seen the movie. The one who falls alone in this situation is the one who dies the fastest. But they also knew that so many people staying together would surely be discovered. This school building is huge. We can't get down from the second floor. Let's look for a place to hide someone on the third floor. It's best to find a room where you can close the door tightly and everyone just hides inside. Remember one thing. Whatever you see, don't scream. Cover your mouths for me. Everyone nodded in unison. They were scared, but not stupid. If they screamed out again in this situation, that rainy night butcher would definitely rush over at the first opportunity to result in their little lives. And Lin Hao and the others never expected that the third floor would be more than 10,000 times more difficult to explore than the second floor. The classrooms on the second floor are all mannequins, all prosthetics, but the third floor can be the real thing. With the first classroom they pushed open, a faint moldy smell reached the nostrils of the crowd. Lin Hao warned in advance, don't be afraid, everyone, everything inside these classrooms is fake. They're all imitations. The other students who had explored the second floor with him also nodded their heads, which made Zhang Yi and the others breathe a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly they didn't find any prosthetics, which made the crowd relax. But suddenly, Li Fingjiao pointed to a pile of bottles and cans in the corner. His pupil shrunk. Zhang Yi beside Li Fingjiao was quick to cover Li Fingjiao, which did not let her shout out. The crowd looked in the direction that Li Fingjiao pointed, only to see that there were many bottles and jars placed there. Lin Hao and Qian Baiwan boldly walked over, and when the flashlight shone on those bottles and cans it almost didn't scare their souls away, only to see that those bottles and jars were filled with what were clearly the five senses of the human body. Mouth, nose, eyes, ears, and eyebrows are all in there, and they were sure that these were human, the five senses of a real human. The rest of the people also looked through the gap to see what was inside, and all of them were instantly nauseated, while their bodies continuously trembled. Lin Hao braced himself and pulled Qian Baiwan up to move his body towards the back step by step. Run! Lin Hao shouted in a hoarse voice. The group then quickly fled the classroom. Extremely frightened, they fled into another classroom, yet they soon escaped again. Behind them, the classroom blackboard reads, in large letters, the essentials of 5-organ surgery, and on a cabinet in the classroom, the 5 organs of the heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys are also displayed. The group then went through a classroom of jars of brains, and a classroom of large and small intestines. Eventually, after helping each other down to the room where Sunan went in. Come on, it's safe here. Close the door. Close the door. Chapter 54 Rainy Night Butcher Crunching Messy Killings. In the middle of the cafeteria, Tang Yan was shivering and curled up inside the ventilation ducts. At this point he was already terrified to the extreme. Go back half an hour. Tang Yan led Hui's group of 7 people towards the back to explore a few buildings. Tang Yan took a fancy to a small 3-story building on the far side at first glance. Tang Yan's vision proved to be good, and he directly selected the student dormitory of Lufeng Medical College, and it was also a girls' dormitory. A group of 7 people including Tang Yan, 5 of them boys and 2 girls. All 7 of them were very bold and chose to split up at the first opportunity. That's why they explored quickly, and in less than 5 minutes they had explored the entire first floor of the dormitory. Of course, that's without any discovery of the relationship. Soon they explored the second floor, and unlike the first floor, there were many things left behind. The most is some girls' underwear, with shoes, stockings, etc. Here they also found many mugshots and photos. As you can see from these photos, the trainees here are all very good looking and each one of them also wears a charming smile. Soon Tang Yan and the others arrived at the third floor, where more things were left behind. Even textbooks, clothes, and journals are everywhere. From these things they could determine that the building should have been evacuated in a hurry when the third floor was the most anxious. And here they found some strange photos. These photos were taken together. But the strangest bit is that one of the silhouettes was cropped out. This is where things start to get a little out of whack. Just as Tang Yan was preparing to look for more clues, a sudden cry of alarm caught everyone's attention. And Tang Yan and all of them rushed towards the direction from which the cry came. Only a neat and clean room appeared in front of them. Both the quilts on the bed and the entire layout of the room proved that someone had been organizing this room. Tang Yan didn't find any sign of anyone after they searched, so they boldly walked in. Inside the room were 4 iron frame beds, the kind of bunk beds from years ago, no different from any other room. The only difference was that 3 of the beds were very clean, so clean that there was nothing on them. Yeah, not even a bedpan. Only the innermost bed was made up with sheets and a quilt folded. And there wasn't a speck of dust on the quilt. There was a shoebox placed underneath this bed. Tang Yan carefully opened the shoebox, only to see a pair of clean embroidered shoes placed inside. Brother Yen, there's another box in here. One of the boys said and got down under the bed and dragged out an old box from the 80s. The case is old and light and has no lock. The crowd easily opened the box. It's just some girls' clothes, but they look a little tacky. Tang Yan smiled and took out all the clothes inside. Ha, and a notebook. Tang Yan said and reached toward the notebook to take it. But just as his hand touched the notebook, there was a crazy thunder and lightning outside the window. Looking at the scene outside the window, even the materialistic Tang Yan and his party were startled. But in the end, Tang Yan picked up that diary. However, just as he turned the first page of the diary, a cutout photo fell directly into the box. At once, everyone looked towards the photo. It was a good-looking girl, 18 or 19 years old, dressed very plainly, one could even say shabby. The girl was pretty, but the girl had no expression and looked as dull as someone who had lost their soul. Just then, the notebook in Tang Yan's hand dropped another photo. It's still the same girl who was cut out of the picture. And in the middle of this picture, the girl is still frozen. Then one photo after another dropped, until the last one, and the crowd saw the girl laugh. One of those crazy laughs. Even if Tang Yan and the others hadn't been there in person, they could still see the girl's madness and the hatred in her eyes. Put down! A hoarse voice suddenly resounded outside the window, causing the crowd's bodies to tremble as they hurriedly looked up. As the lightning lit up the night sky, they got a good look at the face outside the window. It was a face without features. The whole face was extremely horrible, as if it had been soaked in sulfuric acid. Rotten, ugly and horrible. Everyone was stunned until the light of the lightning receded and they ran towards the door screaming. And because he was so scared and nervous, he tripped and fell, and a frame bed came right down on top of him. Tang Yan gritted his teeth and ran towards Wei, and managed to move the shelf a little bit before he heard a rush of footsteps. Tang Yan could be certain that it was never his departed classmates, because the sound was so loud. All of them didn't have the weight to make such a heavy noise. Brother Yen, I can't leave. Go back and tell my parents that I'll repay them for their upbringing in the next life. Wei said and pushed Tang Yan away with one hand. Go, go! In the middle of the building, Tang Yan saw a blurry figure running in his direction, and Tang Yan instantly ran towards the other end. He could be sure that the figure was not the stern ghost outside the window, because the figure was too tall. In the end, that rushing rainy night butcher didn't chase after Tang Yan and the others, but instead headed directly towards that room of Wei's. Tang Yan gritted his teeth and stopped thinking about the murdered Wei. He covered the flashlight's light with his clothes and began to look through the notebook in his hand. Yes, he took the notebook inside the case. The first page of the notebook was open to a cute photo of a cartoon character, while at the bottom of the notebook, 2 beautiful fonts formed a name. Zhou Cheng, 1914 to 1976. Communist leader and economist. For some reason, Tang Yan's body trembled the moment he saw this name. He had a feeling as if he had found the key to the abandonment of this medical school. Just as Tang Yan reached out and prepared to turn the next page, the sound of heavy footsteps suddenly came from beside him. When Tang Yan heard the sound, he hurriedly turned off the flashlight in his hand and held his breath at the same time. For a while, Tang Yan could even hear his own heavy breathing. Soon the footsteps departed from Tang Yan's hiding spot, and just as Tang Yan breathed a sigh of relief, a crunching sound suddenly came from the cabinet next to him. Bang! The cabinet next to Tang Yan was directly pulled open with a hand, and the tin cabinet door immediately made a piercing sound. Found you. Oh, no, don't grab me. Ah, Tang Yan's body trembled. He hadn't realized until this point that there was someone hiding next door to him. There was no doubt that it was his companion who was hiding, and that the captor was either the stern spirit or the rainy night butcher who came later. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Outside came the sound of blood, not knowing whether it was rain dripping or blood falling from a companion's murder, and Tang Yan pressed down hard on his chest, trying to make his heartbeat sound smaller. Just then, Another cabinet in the kitchen was kicked right out of the way. A sister cried out and ran towards the outside. Ah! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Stop! Heavy footsteps followed, and this one was much heavier than a moment ago. Tang Yen then breathed a sigh of relief, and he didn't have the heart to look through the diary, but fumbled and climbed out of the ventilation ducts, running towards the medical building, where he had more companions, and as the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. He was going to find the rest of his classmates to rendezvous with first. However, Tang Yen didn't see Lin Hao and the others in the hall, and he realized after a brief thought that Lin Hao and the others must have discovered the Lich Ghost and the Rainy Night Butcher as well. So Tang Yen quickly ran towards the upstairs. The second floor classroom is still those prosthetic limbs, which is nothing in normal times, but now it scares Tang Yen enough. He quickly made his way to the third floor, and after some liver and guts exploring, Tang Yen finally arrived outside this room where Lin Hao and the others were hiding. And just then, two trembling voices came from behind Tang Yen. Diffractor, is that you? Tang Yen turned around to take a look. Lu Xiaohu, Wu Hua. Chapter 55, frightened out of their wits. Lin Hao, Zhang Yi, this is Tang Yen. Open the door. Tang Yen gently knocked on the door of the room and shouted. In the middle of the room, Lin Hao and the others looked at each other, both seeing surprise in the other's eyes. Li Fengjiao, who was closest to the door, immediately ran over and opened the door of the room with one hand. Then everyone saw a panicked Tang Yen, and behind him Lu Xiaohu and Wu Hua. Bang! Chen Baiwan was quick on his feet and slammed the door directly behind him. The rest of the people also rushed to move various things against the door of the house. Tang Yen was directly confused. Lu Xiaohu and Wu Hua were also stunned. Tang Yen then brought Lu Xiaohu and Wu Hua outside the door to desperately knock on the door. However, Lin Hao and the others directly put the door against the death dare not open. They didn't know what was going on with Tang Yen, but Lu Xiaohu, who was possessed by a ghost, and Wu Hua, who had already been beheaded by the Butcher of the Rainy Night, were actually following Tang Yen. So Tang Yen must have become creepy as well. Lin Hao and the others were trembling against the door. No matter what Tang Yen said, they thought the other party was compelling them. Soon the pounding drew an even more terrifying presence. The Rainy Night Butcher seemed to have heard the noise over here and quickly ran towards the building. Seeing this, Tang Yen immediately clenched his teeth and decisively gave up on Lin Hao and the others, taking Lu Xiaohu and Wu Hua with him and running towards the upper floors. However, the fourth floor wasn't what they expected. There weren't many rooms here. Instead, there were several empty conference rooms. It was empty and there was no place to hide. Tang Yen decided right away that he couldn't stay here. He, Lu Xiaohu, and Wu Hua ran directly past these conference rooms and directly towards the other end of the building. No sooner had they left than a lanky figure appeared behind them. Tang Yen and the others had just gotten down to the third floor when they met Lin Hao and his group, who were fleeing out in a state of shock. There were a lot of Lin Hao and his men, 18 of them, and although they could bolster each other's courage, it was very inconvenient to move around. Lin Hao and the others didn't expect that Tang Yen and the others had killed them back so quickly, so they immediately ran towards the stairs in a swarm. Tang Yen and the three of them froze, and immediately chased after Lin Hao and the others. And behind Tang Yen and the rest of them was the sturdy figure of the Rainy Night Butcher. The three waves of people ran that fast, and the sound of their footsteps traveled a long way for a while. You can call Chambers fat, but you can't call him a slow runner. Like right now. For example, he's running first. A group of people followed Chen Baiwan around like headless flies, and soon they ran out of the medical building to a low building. However, a group of people had just run into the building when they were stunned in place by the sight in front of them. Only 6 students who did not know whether they were alive or dead lay on the ground, and around these students were pools of pungent-smelling pus, and there were more than a dozen such pools in the building. They also saw the long-awaited Sunan, but Sunan's behavior at this moment didn't directly scare them to death, only to see Sunan and a man with a horrible face both holding some stumps and broken arms in their hands. After seeing them, they were suddenly stunned and hurriedly threw the stumps and broken arms in their hands inside the pool. Crap! I can't believe I was caught early. Sunan's faint voice instantly sent chills all over everyone's body, and they wanted to escape and flee from this place. However, as soon as they turned around, they saw Tang Yen, Lu Xiaohu, and Wu Hua running quickly towards them, and behind Tang Yen and the others, that Rainy Night Butcher was also rapidly approaching. 18 people, neatly double-folded, directly fainted. As for Tang Yen, the 3 of them were suddenly stunned, and finally fainted without hesitation after seeing the situation in the middle of the building. Sunan instantly looked at Ahu, who had just run in, with a black line on his face. Hey, Tiger, what's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on them? Why did you bring them all here? And you're scared like this? Ahu sniffed very aggrieved and cried and said, I can't watch them. As soon as they see me they run. I let them stop, they also don't stop. Sunan sniffed and rolled his eyes. Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Come over and give me a hand. Oh, come on. Ah. In the middle of a private hospital in Hongqiao district, Lin Hao sat up with a sharp awakening. Hoo. Lin Hao breathed heavily, and in the next moment, he saw Sunan, and Sunan was still smiling at him. Lin Hao immediately rolled his eyes and was ready to pass out again. Sunan was quick on his feet and took a step to Lin Hao's side before he fainted again, and pinched his thigh. Ow, ouch. 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 Looking at Lin Hao with no intention of fainting, Sunan then loosened his hand. Lin Hao's father, Lin Yi, and his wife looked at this scene with black lines on their faces. Lin Hao at this time also discovered his parents and immediately jumped down from the hospital bed. Dad! Mom! Run! He's a homicidal maniac! However, Lin Hao didn't end up escaping as Lin Yi directly grabbed his collar. Mr. Su, since my son has woken up, we won't bother you anymore, so go ahead. Looking at the other parent who had already given an expulsion order, Sunan rubbed his nose and awkwardly left. And this wasn't the first time this had happened. Lin Hao wasn't the first student to wake up. The most exaggerated was still Zhang Yi and Tang Yan's father. The inside of their room was filled with burly men. If it wasn't for the fact that Sunan pulled out 2 grenades and suppressed the fire for them, they might have done it on the spot. Seeing that the students were all fine, Sunan then rushed towards the school. However, just as Sunan reached the entrance of the school, he was blocked by LV Liangkong and Wei Baldi. Sunan. LV Liangkong let out a growl that almost didn't send a few of the janitorial grandfather's false teeth flying. Roar, what roar? If you have something to say it and fart it. Sunan let out a loud roar, instantly scaring the furious LV Liangkong. Wei Baldi immediately jumped out when he saw this. However, without waiting for him to open his mouth, he was kicked away by Sunan. Seeing that Sunan was so formidable, LV Liangkong immediately lowered his voice a lot. Mr. Su, so what? I'm just asking about your trip this time. Don't get me wrong. It's mainly because a lot of parents called to complain about you. I hope you understand. Of course, Sunan knew the reason why LV Liangkong was looking for him. The discharge went very well. The students had a great time, and their spirits are completely relaxed. Sunan said without blushing. LV Liangkong immediately rolled his eyes. Is completely relaxed, all relaxed to the hospital. He was also particularly happy about how he heard that the second generation was dreaming of wailing about not killing them. Teacher Su, you know, this group of students in your class have some special identities, and individually, they are also school trustees. LV Liangkong's tone was as smooth as he could put it. He was afraid that Sunan would really give him a kick. Okay, I know. It's not like I'm missing an arm or a leg. I'll have a parent-teacher conference tomorrow to give them an explanation. Okay, so very good. Lu Liangkong immediately nodded his head smilingly and said. Wei Baldi on the ground climbed up and tried to retort. Sunan instantly kicked him in the ass without hesitation and then left. The next morning, the parents of the second grade 9 class entered the classroom early in the morning with grim faces. They had never had a parent-teacher conference before Sunan came. Yet now in just less than half a month, they were here for the second time to have a parent-teacher conference. If Sunan couldn't give them an explanation today, then they wouldn't look at any Li Yiming's face. Sunan arrived late and grinned when he looked at the crowd of parents whose eyes were filled with anger. Good morning, parents. Tang Sanburial had a fiery temper and immediately slapped the table and stood up early. My ass. Teacher Su, you can either give me a reasonable explanation now, or we'll see. Sunan sniffed and immediately pulled out 2 machetes without hesitation, throwing one in front of Tang Sanburial and carrying one in his hand. Come, old man. Sunan is not intimidated. One-on-one or group beating, you draw a road out. Tramp. Really think you can scare me by eating a few more years of dry rice? I'll use my strength to tell you that you're just pulling for a few more years. Tang Sanburial was furious when he heard this, picking up the machete on the ground and preparing to fight with Sunan. However, right at this moment, Lin Yi suddenly pulled Tang Sanburial back. The two of you should still not be impulsive. If you have anything to say properly, I think Mr. Su will also give us a reasonable explanation. Lin Yi finished smiling and looked at Sunan. Teacher Su says right? Seeing this, Sunan immediately put away the machete in his hand and said indifferently, the explanation is there. It's hard for me to say whether it's reasonable or not. Chapter 56, The Truth. No one wants to scare them. In the midst of Sunan's description, the parents heard another version of the story. Time went back to the moment when Sunan turned his head to look at the doorway of the house. A man with a face full of terror stood in the doorway quietly looking at Sunan. He seemed to know that his looks were intimidating, and at the same time, he wanted to scare off Sunan in this way. But what he didn't expect was that Sunan wasn't scared at all, but continued to look down and flipped through his diary, which made the man a bit at a loss for words for a while. Your looks were destroyed by the fire, weren't they? The one mentioned here, she's back. And who is she? And why were you spying on us on the beach? Sunan's barrage of questions threw the man into a bit of a daze. It was only after a long time that the man's voice spoke hoarsely and asked, "You're not afraid of me?" When Sunan heard the man's question, he directly twisted his head to look at him, and then under the man's terrified gaze, he directly pulled out 2 machetes from his body and placed them on the table. "Here, you try to make me scared." The man sniffed and looked at Sunan, then at the 2 machetes on the table. Eventually he fell silent. He admitted that it was him who was scared at this time. "My name is Lu Tai." Lu Tai brought Sunan to that room on the 3rd floor of the girls' dormitory and showed Sunan that her picture. She is Zhou Qing, and the real reason why the Lufeng Medical School was abandoned. Also the man who burned down the Lufthansa Medical School. Zhou Qing, a sophomore at Lufeng Medical College, is from a poor family, a kind person, and studies very hard. Yet God gave her a poor family but an almost perfect face. Lufeng Medical College was far away from Hong Harbor, and those were the only people on the island. And Zhou Qing's beauty quickly made everyone remember her. She wore a pair of embroidered shoes and her clothes were always so old and outdated. Life at the Lufeng Medical School was nothing like Zhou Qing had imagined, and her poverty made many ill-intentioned people think of her. At first it was the students who harassed her, but later, the school teachers and even the principal. The girls also collectively don't treat her well because of her weakness and vulnerability, causing the boys in the academy to look for opportunities to get close to her. There were bad guys and naturally there were good guys. The boys were divided into 2 factions. One faction was only thinking about how to find a chance to cart oil on Zhou Qing. The other faction was trying to find a way in protecting Zhou Qing. 3 months after Zhou Qing enrolled in school, things got more and more heated, and the boys in the entire school basically had a fight every day. A person who can cause a fight between the boys of the school, that person has been called a scourge. Zhou Qing was interviewed by a teacher, and not just one teacher interviewed her. That day, Lu Tai returned to the dormitory because he had forgotten to bring his laptop, and when he passed by a room, he heard Zhou Qing's terrified voice coming from inside. "Mr. Zhang, don't, please, don't." It wasn't until that day that Lu Tai realized that all of these teachers were bullying her to take advantage of her in the name of interviewing her, and even plotting against her. Lu Tai kicked open the door to that room and wrestled with the teacher then. From that day on, Lu Tai also joined the team to protect Zhou Qing. He has no ill intentions, just a smooth graduation for this student. With Lu Tai's protection, Zhou Qing's situation was much better, but there was always gossip. In the eyes of other people, Lu Tai was getting it on with Zhou Qing. Of course, Lu Tai has no shame, but it was not to be. The second semester just started. Lu Tai was transferred out for 3 months. He was certain that the school was deliberately targeting him. "Take care of yourself. I'll be back in 3 months. "Well, Mr. Lu, I'll protect myself." However, Lu Tai did not expect that these words became Zhou Qing's eternal goodbye to her. 3 months later, Lu Tai returned to Lufeng Medical College. He was full of joy and went to find Zhou Qing. However, Zhou Qing disappeared and everyone shunned Lu Tai's questions. "It's them, they killed her." Lu Tai frantically yelled at Sunan. "She just wants to study hard. She just wants to get ahead. What's wrong with her? They all deserve to die. All of them. Ha ha ha, she's finally back. Back. She's taken them, taken the filthy stinkers." Sunan quietly looked at Lu Tai. He didn't say anything. He didn't believe in ghosts and monsters. Zhou Qing was indeed pitiful, but he didn't believe that a dead person would come back to take revenge. The only explanation is that Lu Tai went crazy. It was Lu Tai who spread rumors all day long in the school that Zhou Qing was coming back and ended up burning this school with a fire. Of course, so much time has passed that there is no longer any evidence, either fact or speculation. And now that Lu Tai was clearly a madman, it didn't matter if he was arrested or not. "Stop, Mr. Su, I admit that the story is wonderful, but this has nothing to do with you scaring my son, right?" Tang San Burial said as he looked at Sunan suspiciously. "Yes." Sunan nodded his head affirmatively, then continued, "This is just the reason why I went to the abandoned building of the medical school. That so-called severe ghost is nothing more than the disfigured Lu Tai, and I was just about to leave when the clouds were darkening outside. I know that there's no way that tents are going to keep students out of the pouring rain, and they're going to end up coming to this medical school. So I didn't go back because the medical building had too many various human bones and organs left over from the evacuation at the time. I called up Lu Tai and started cleaning up the limbs. I didn't want the students to see this. I knew these things were horrible, but who knows? These guys are so bold as to explore the medical building, but also so bold that they end up scaring themselves unconscious." When Sunan said this, the parents reluctantly agreed that it was a misunderstanding, but they still had a lot of questions. "Mr. Su, what about Lu Xiaohu's ghost possession? Wang Chaoyang's old man, the Beisha district police chief, opened his mouth and asked. However, without waiting for Sunan to reply, the chairman of Lu's Film and Television Company stood up angrily. You're the one who's possessed. Your whole family is possessed. My old son said that he and that bastard Wang Chaoyang went to catch a rat, and the rat got inside his clothes. Even if that kid Wang Chaoyang doesn't help, he's still going around spreading rumors that my son is possessed by a ghost. Director Wang was instantly disliked and speechless, and Su Nan waved his hand, signaling Chairman Lu to stabilize his emotions first. Well, I don't think I need to explain the Rainy Night Butcher. As you should have guessed, that's our gym teacher, Tiger. As for what Wu Hua was beheaded, it's all bull ********. Wu Hua was stunned, and what Tiger carried inside his hand was also Lin Hao and the others throwing away that volleyball. At that time, Tiger found a mesh pocket for the volleyball, so it was a little easier to lift, so it looked like he was carrying a head. Then Tiger put Wu Hua in the room next to the hall, not realizing that Wu Hua woke up early and then left on his own. So Tiger put the students he found in the back in front of the door of the building that housed the big body teachers where I was. That's the way it happened. It's a little bit off the wall, but it's the truth. Nobody's trying to scare them. It's all in their own heads. Think about it. A ghost possessed one moment, a rainy night butcher the next. This is entirely caused by their usual uneducated and indiscriminate movie watching. Also, I would like to seriously criticize Tang Yan as well as Tang Yan's parents here. Usually have nothing to do but expose their children to more physically healthy activities and less messy stuff. Blah 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 blah. Tang San Burial Man was dumbfounded. Who was he and what did he come for? Well, in light of this outburst, I've decided to visit each of my students one by one at home starting tomorrow to get to know more about your students' families and lives. Bara bara. I declare this parent-teacher conference a success. Dismissed. After Su Nan finished speaking, he slipped away, not giving them a chance to react at all. It wasn't until Su Nan had left for a while that these people reacted. Mud horses. So shameless. But the fact that Sunan was willing to make home visits one by one also showed that Sunan was still very responsible. Thinking about it made them feel much better. On the other hand, many public medical schools in the city of Honggang are actively assembling teams to help out at the abandoned building of the Lufeng Medical School. They need to bring back the limbs and bones of these large body teachers, and after studying them, they will be uniformly disposed of properly. Chapter 57, Home Visit. Li Fengjiao. Sunan, how's it going? There was no doubt that it was Su Weigua calling the video to check in again. Director, I would undoubtedly be lying to you if I told you that progress was fast, but if I said that there was no slow progress then surely you wouldn't be happy either. Would you? So what do you think I should report to you? Su Weigua was immediately choked by Sunan, and in actuality, he also knew that Sunan had only been in the past for a short while, and had not yet penetrated the enemy's interior. Ah Sunan, I'm not rushing you. It's really because this mission is too important. Stop. Sunan immediately interrupted Su Weigua's continued chatter. Director, I want you to know that the tasks are light for you, but for me it's all important. No matter that time, I finished with my life. Well, don't say so much. I know in my heart. I'll let you know when there's progress. Let's talk about my bonus now. Hey, 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 why is the signal down again? Can you hear me? Da, Sunan instantly rolled his eyes. Isn't it just a little bonus? What's the point? Shutting down his computer, Sunan took the roll call book and began to contemplate. The only resources he has at hand now that he can utilize are the parents of these students in his hands. After this time of contact from Sunan, he also realized that not all of these parents were his targets either. At least it seems to be for now. And as Sunan's mission was to combat the chain of dark forces in Hong Kong, he could be certain that there was definitely someone in this chain. Well, there's no need to even be sure. Zhang Yi and Tang Yan's families are too obvious. However, these two people were not Sunan's main target. Although the existence of societies like this seemed to have a lot of people, as long as the protective umbrella behind them was pulled out, these people would be captured and disintegrated in a matter of minutes. The only way this tumor will be completely eradicated is if those behind it, those who control the power, fall. Thinking of this, Sunan's gaze gradually moved to the column of Wang Chaoyang and Lin Hao. Wang Chang, Chief of Police, North San District. Lin Yi, Chairman of the Lin Group, Director of the Cattle Club, Fear of Violation. Both are in good standing. Sunan's fingers kept tapping on the desktop, and Wang Chang among these two was the first to be abandoned by him. The reason is simple. He has already laid out Chao Duong, and now it is obviously not cost-effective to start from Wang Chang. As for Lin Yi, Sunan shook his head. He couldn't intervene in the affairs of the Lin Group, and the cattle meeting wouldn't invite someone like him who had no status. Without thoughts, Sunan didn't think about that much for the time being. Crossing over the names of these two people, Sunan suddenly saw a bright light before his eyes. Li Fingjiao, Father Li Jiawei, owner of PUF Casino, philanthropist. A lot of corrupt officials are fond of pornography, gambling and drugs, so it seems like this might be a good opportunity here. Identifying his target, Sunan put down the roll call book and fell back to sleep. It was another sunny morning, and Sunan got up a rare early bed. The moment he opened the door he met someone he very much did not want to see. "Good morning, Mr. Xiao." Sunan gave a perfunctory greeting. However, after not seeing her for 2 or 3 days, Xiao Little seemed like a different person, and was rarely enthusiastic about Sunan. "Sunan, I heard that you guys went exploring 2 days ago and found an abandoned medical school. Is that true? There must be something wrong with that Lu Tai. Did you tell the police? How exactly did that Zhou Qing die? Did he jump from a building or from the sea? Are the remains still there?" Sunan instantly felt as if there were 1,000 flies surrounding him, and his entire head grew large. However, Xiao seemed to be not at all self-conscious and kept asking questions over and over again. The two talked pleasantly as they walked towards the school building. Of course, pleasant was what Xiao thought, and Sunan only felt like he was being tortured. When they came to the classroom, the second generation just froze when they saw Sunan. They didn't expect Sunan to come so early. This brings us to the extent of Sunan's shamelessness. In order to sleep a little more lazily, Sunan directly scheduled all of his classes in the last section of the morning, or in the afternoon. In the next moment, the second generation seemed to recall something, and one by one, they looked at Sunan with a bit of fear on their faces. Although the matter of Lufeng Medical College was a misunderstanding, the last link, Sunan helping those big body teachers to organize the remains, was real. "Li Fingjia, come out for a moment. The rest of the class will continue." With a puzzled look on her face, Li Fingjiao carefully recalled her thoughts and realized that she didn't seem to have offended Sunan lately, and only then did she carefully walk towards the outside of the classroom. "What is it, teacher?" Sunan smiled at his words and tried his best to look kind, saying, "Yesterday when I held the parent-teacher conference, I said that I would make home visits one by one to get a deeper understanding of your lives, and you were lucky to be in the first place." Li Fingjiao's mouth opened wide. "Let's go. Don't dawdle," Sunan said and pulled Li Fingjiao toward the school entrance. However, they had just walked to the entrance of the school when they met Wei Baldi, who was catching the late arrivals. "Hey, Sunan, what are you guys up to? Love is forbidden in school, so why don't you cut me loose? I'm going to deduct your points." Bang! Li Fingjiao didn't wait for Sunan to make a move and directly kicked down Wei Baldi. Only then did Sunan awkwardly release Li Fingjiao. "Teacher, do you have a car?" Li Fingjiao looked at Sunan curiously. Sunan immediately shook his head no. Li Fingjiao asked suspiciously, "Why doesn't teacher go buy a car? Is it because you don't have a driver's license?" Sunan suddenly slapped his forehead. Right. He now had such a high salary. Why didn't he go and buy a car? Thinking of this, Sunan immediately pulled Li Fingjiao and took a cab straight to the Four Sons store. There is a saying in Hong Kong that if you want to stay out of traffic you need to buy a Pentax. At the entrance of the Pentax Four Sons store, Sunan and Li Fingjiao organized their clothes before striding in. The imagined mocking face-slapping scenario the two did not meet. Of course, this could also be related to the fact that Li Fingjiao was wearing the uniform of Tenfu Private Senior High School. After all, that school is very expensive and the average person can't afford it. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. And Sunan just spent an extra $5,000 to directly pick up a current car. As for the licensing matter, Sunan said he would take care of it himself. Getting a temporary license plate, Sunan drove straight away. However, just after driving on the road, Li Fingjiao grabbed the armrest. "Don't be so nervous, I'm very skilled," Sunan said with a smile. Li Fingjiao whispered, "So what, teacher? Good technique has nothing to do with retrograde, right?" Sunan froze at his words, and it was only then that he reacted to the fact that he had driven backwards. "Sorry, getting used to the continent driving on the right." However, as soon as Sunan's words fell, he was directly stopped by the traffic police. "Hello, I just noticed you driving in the reverse lane. Please show me your driver's license." Sunan was dumbfounded at once, and his heart called out that he had retrograded less than 100 meters, and this nymphette could be arrested. "Hey, officer, I didn't bring my driver's license out the door," Sunan babbled. The traffic cop sniffed and immediately pulled out his walkie-talkie and ticket. "Just give me your ID number." "So what? I'm a Continental ID," Sunan said in a constipated manner. The traffic policeman was so happy to hear this that he immediately collected the ticket. Seeing this, Sunan thought that this traffic cop was very good at talking. However, he thought too much. "Get off!" In front of the entrance of the Pudong Casino, Sunan and Li Fingjiao came from a cab car. Isn't it just that you don't have a license or a license plate? As for towing the car? I'll get a driver's license tomorrow and just fill up the points. Looking at Su Nan's cursing appearance, Li Fingjiao had a black line on her face. If she had known that Su Nan didn't have a driver's license, she wouldn't have mentioned anything about buying a car at all. She had thought that Su Nan was unreliable. She just didn't expect it to be this unreliable. Missy. The two had just reached the door when the welcome guest bowed and saluted at the two in quick succession. Having arrived at her home turf, Li Fingjiao also instantly became spirited. This will not bend at the waist, and the chest will stand up, and the head will be held high. Teacher, welcome to my world. Pufa Casino. Li Fingjiao said with open hands. Teacher, wait for me. I'll go change a shirt and come. Sunan nodded. Okay, you go. I'll wander around by myself. This place was worthy of being a large casino. Unlike the place where Sunan had gone to explore the bottom before, there wasn't much noise here. Everyone was quietly losing money. Although there were occasional sounds of excitement, they were quickly suppressed. The gamblers here appear to be very gentlemanly. A table playing stud poker, only to see a big bald man throwing a few crystal cards in his hand to the center of the table without hesitation. And these crystal plaques have 100,000 written on them. The guys behind the bald guy didn't care much either, and either folded or called. This hand. Su Nan had seen the bald guy win over $1 million with his own eyes. Even the bunny girls here. Su Nan saw some of them directly stuffing crystal tags into each other's chests. Just then, a chip in the hand of a man in a suit suddenly fell, and the chip rolled all the way to Su Nan's feet. Su Nan bent down and picked up the chip and was about to hand it to the other party. However, the other party just politely smiled and waved his hand. Since this chip is going to be dropped, then it's no match for me. It's for you, brother. The man in the suit finished speaking and directly left in a flirty manner, leaving behind a confused Su Nan. Holy, $1,000. You don't want it? Just then, Li Fingjiao's voice came from the side. Oh, teacher, do you really think it's your luck to pick up the money? Su Nan twisted his head to look, only to see that Li Fingjiao had already changed into a man's suit and was wearing a hat that covered her face as much as possible. These are your father's clothes, aren't they? Asked Sunan suspiciously. Shoo, teacher, keep your voice down. You've been targeted. Li Fingjiao approached Su Nan and whispered. Su Nan froze at the words, and then his eyes swept around, and he instantly realized that the man in the suit who had just dropped the money was intentionally or unintentionally looking to his side. Teacher, you don't know, do you? But this person who just dropped the money actually did it on purpose. Why? Su Nan asked curiously. It's simple. Lure you to gamble, then approach you when you lose everything, then offer you loan sharks, and finally have a 7 out of 13 return. And if you don't have any money, take you to the high seas to karma waste. Li Fingjiao explained with a smile. Su Nan froze when he heard this, then asked doubtfully, but what if I win? Then he'll only lose $1,000, and you might not be in a good mood to pay him back 10 times over. Su Nan nodded his head when he heard this. This was indeed a solid business. I didn't realize your family was in this kind of business. Li Fingjiao immediately said with a dark face. Don't talk nonsense. This is not one of ours. We can't afford to look at this small amount of money. I hate them too, but there's nothing I can do about it. It's not like they're causing trouble in the casino, and the other party is spending money in a compliant manner. When Su Nan heard the words, he immediately brightened up. Not Li Fingjiao's family, that would be good. If so, he still had to set up a situation to clean up her family. Since it's not, it's much easier. I have an idea. Su Nan leaned close to Li Fingjiao's ear and whispered. You know my brother-in-law is Director Li, and usually my brother-in-law doesn't think much of me. Do you think my brother-in-law would have to be impressed if I helped him crack down on this loan shark ring? When Su Nan said this, he had a mirthful expression on his face, seeing Li Fingjiao rolling her eyes. Fine, if the teacher wants to try it, I'm bored anyway. Chapter 58. I really didn't want to win. Su Nan and Li Fingjiao took their chips and went to a gambling table. This is a table where you play craps and bet on size, but of course you can also bet on leopards or points. Li Fingjiao analyzed. 9 games are big, 4 games are small. This table can be played today. Su Nan asked doubtfully. What is the explanation for this? Li Fingjiao pointed at the lotter and said. This lotter is not someone I am familiar with. It doesn't matter one bit. What matters is that this dealer is a novice. You can see he's definitely opening up next. Just as Li Fingjiao's voice fell, the lotter opened the dice cup. 446. 14 points big. Looking at the gambling table that was collecting chips, Su Nan furrowed his brows because there were obviously an unusually large number of chips betting on small bets on the table. Only a novice dealer would keep thinking about eating chips out of a gambler's hand, because their paychecks are tied to their earnings. You see that he's doing his best to ensure a profit every time he opens points. In fact, it's a fool's errand. And unless he meets someone with a head of steel, he'll soon have no business at this table. Another thing, If he meets an expert, he'll lose his pants today. When Li Fingjiao said this, the Dutchman also stopped shaking the dice cup. Bet big. Sunan sniffed and bet big without hesitation. The Dutchman looked up at Sunan without saying anything and directly opened the dice cup. 355. 11 large. Sunan was instantly happy with the chips in his hand. But of course, his expression was just for the watching man in the suit. Subsequently, in a series of more than 10 games, Sunan placed his bets under the guidance of Li Fingjiao, with a winning rate of more than 80%. From the very beginning of buying 1,000, to the end of the day, Sunan was betting directly on 10,000 a hand. The Dutchman obviously also found the speculative Sunan, because all of Sunan's bets were placed after he put down the dice cup. Some sharp-eyed gamblers have naturally noticed this, and have followed suit to rake in a lot of money. Li Fingjiao noticed that the Lotus officer's eyes were not right and quickly reminded, "Be careful, the Lotus officer is going to pass on this hand." Sunan sniffed and secretly nodded his head. Still holding 10,000 chips in his hand, he bought the smallest bet above the moment the dealer put down the dice cup. The people next to them saw this and also bought small, instantly betting on small chips more than 100,000 more. The Dutchman instantly toned down a sneer, as his pinky didn't leave the dice cup. To be precise, his pinky was still under the dice cup. Just see his little thumb slightly hard, put down the dice cup and directly shouted, "Buy the fixed hand." Wait. Sunan smiled at the lotter, then took out 20,000 chips and bet directly on the leopard. "It's open." The Dutchman instantly turned as ugly as if he had eaten a turd. But the rules of the casino were such that he could only grit his teeth and open the dice cup. 333. Panther. Asterisk. That's a hit. Tramp. What kind of luck is this? Brother, have a cigarette. What's the next hand to open? Sunan has a ghost of technology, which is all the credit of Li Fingjiao. He did not even dare to bet a few points. Otherwise it is not to eat a small leopard 36 times. If the exact pressure of 3 points of leopard, that is 197 times. Sunan arched his hand in a very pretentious manner. "I'm flattered. I'm the heavenly gambling sage, and I'll take this casino today." The gamblers were also very understanding and hurriedly gave Sunan a seat out. The Dutchman's forehead was already sweating at this point, and he couldn't help but think of those casino masters in the movies who smashed the scene. The manager of the casino also noticed the commotion and slowly walked over. "Come on, go on, go on." With a wave of his hand, Sunan instantly picked up a 100,000 crystal tile and prepared to start playing big. The Dutchman glanced at the manager who had just come over, and began to shake the dice cup in his hand after the other nodded. Aside from a few scattered chips betting down, all the gamblers were watching Sunan's movements, and naturally, Sunan waited for Li Fingjiao's reminder. For a while, the dealer shook and froze, not daring to put the dice cup down. The gamblers were not happy to see this. "Hey, enough shaking." "Yeah, it's been shaking for half a day." "Drive. Asterisk. You're not going to shake the dice into powder and give us no points." The manager also had a black line on his face when he saw this. This Lotus officer obviously has a little bit of poor mental quality. It seems that he can't let him on the stage tomorrow. In the end, the dealer still gritted his teeth, and his hands were just a burst of shaking, and in the end he didn't even know what points he shook out. The dealer pressed the dice cup to the table and looked at Sunan with reddened eyes. "Buy it and leave it." "Big brother, what to buy?" Right. "Big brother, don't be in a hurry. Have a cigarette first." "Oh, there's no hurry when you're smoking on it. Chew a betel nut first." "Big brother, I'll give you a shoulder massage while you think it over." A group of people serving Sunan, waiting for him to bet. The Dutchman stood in place. "Open. Everyone has not bet." "Not open. Everyone is ready to bet." Sunan looked at Li Fingjiao out of the corner of his eye, and Li Fingjiao shook her head. She really didn't know what she would open with this one. Sunan instantly had an idea. He wasn't here to win anyway, and immediately stood up tartly. As the saying goes, a fight turns a bicycle into a motorcycle, and I'll bet on you driving a leopard today. I'll take 3 more points. Leopard. The scene was quiet after Sunan pressed his $100,000 crystal card on 3 points. Even those who were kissing Sunan's ass were silent. To be honest, regardless of whether Sunan was lucky or really capable, they didn't dare to follow. Asterisk. I'll bet $1,000. I'll press 5,002. Hey, forget it, just stay with the dead. I'll go with 1,000. A group of gamblers finally chose to bet with Sunan. Of course they only dared to bet 500 and 1,000. The most they could bet was $5,000. More than that was impossible. Don't look at everyone as some small money, but there are a lot of people, 20 or 30 people it. This pressure down is also 70,000 or 80,000 $000. Drive. Drive. Ah. I have been gambling for more than 10 years or the first time to bet on the leopard. Or bet on the points. Open. 3 points. 3 points. The lotter's hands were shaking. His table had always been a small bet. Although there are people who win and lose hundreds of thousands of dollars a day. But that is also a day from morning to night play. If we win this one, it's fine. But if we lose, it's tens of millions of dollars. With a trembling hand, the Dutchman slowly opened the dice cup. Ha. Bingo. 333. Leopard. I pressed 5. 000. This hand is almost $1 million. Why the hell didn't I trust brother gambler? Snap. The two of them, Su Nan and Li Fingjiao, directly froze in place. Ah. This nigga can hit it. The man in the suit inside the corner came over excitedly at this point. Although he was not addicted to gambling, he was still half a senior gambler. Brother gambling saint, it was me who just gave you $1,000. Look at me. What do I buy next? Hey, don't crowd the old man. Step on my betting foot. Holy, who's ting my pants? Stop squeezing. I'm getting pregnant from all the squeezing. It was a moment of excitement throughout the casino. Word of the 2 consecutive leopards at table 46 quickly spread through the casino. And it's not that no one is buying, it's that everyone is buying in. In the general manager's office, Li Fingjiao's father, Li Changlong, was looking over the financial report in his hand. The secretary barged right in. Boss, someone down there has won the leopard. Li Changlong immediately frowned and rebuked. Just hit it. What's the sense of decency to take a risk? No, boss, that man won 2 in a row. And the second one was even won with dozens of people buying together. And the win was still a point. We have to pay out a total of over $35 million. Li Changlong sniffed and stood up with a whoosh immediately. Quick, call someone for me. The secretary was immediately worried. Boss, it's not too good. People bet legally. The old man meant to call a reporter. A reporter. Lee Sung-ryung excitedly ran towards the elevator. Ha. I finally found my chance this time. Isn't this nigga the best advertisement? Chapter 59, Face is more important than money. If you were to ask Lee Sung-ryung what he regrets the most, there is nothing better than calling a reporter before he sees anyone. The fastest in the world besides Chow Chow. That is undoubtedly this group of reporters. Li Changlong just from entering the elevator and then out to come to this time. The casino entrance rushed a dozen reporters in. In normal times, these reporters were naturally stopped at the door. But today was different. But the boss personally sent word to invite the reporters over. Su Nan and Li Fingjiao were blocked at the gambling table, surrounded by excited gamblers. They couldn't run away even if they wanted to. However, the frantic gamblers were soon hard pushed out of the way by even more frantic reporters. By the time Su Nan reacted, a few microphones almost disliked his mouth. Hello, I heard you just won from $1,000 to $20 million in only half an hour. Is that true? I heard that you won the leopard twice in a row. And the last time you even brought dozens of your betting buddies with you. May I ask what's the trick here? Ha, sir, you look like that who? May I ask if you've been on our program news? A group of reporters asked Su Nan. And Su Nan immediately didn't know how to answer. And the gambler on the sideline saw this and instantly grabbed the microphone. I know. I was there. I was the lucky one who pressed 5,000. Hey, don't go away. I also won $1 million. Give me some face and let me speak more. This is my Tianfu gambling sage boss. My boss has been practicing his gambling skills since he was 3 years old. And he's been fighting since he was 7. Hey, I'm not done yet. Look at me. Everyone. I'm the one who gave him $1,000. I'm the one who, oops, don't pull my pants. Looking at the messy crowd, Su Nan and Li Fingjiao looked at each other before immediately finding an opportunity to slip out. The two men were on the ground and managed to squeeze their way out of the crowd. Yet before they could escape, they were surrounded by a group of security. Ahem! The sudden sound of a light cough caused everyone to fall silent and turn their heads in the direction of the sound, only to see Li Changlong, dressed in a suit in human form, walking step by step towards this side surrounded by several security guards. When the reporters saw Li Changlong, they also rushed over at the first time and set up their filming equipment at the bottom of the steps in front of Li Changlong. Everyone be quiet and listen to me for a second. First of all, thank you for coming to our Pfizer casino, and on behalf of the entire casino staff, I would like to welcome you all. Snap! Lee Sung-ryung slightly raised his hands towards the bottom and pressed down, at which time the clapping slowly stopped. The main focus of this casino is a real one, unlike some casinos that specialize in fudging things. As you can see today, on the first floor of our casino, a friend won from $1,000 to $20 million in only half an hour. What does that say about us? It shows that our casino is real. genuine and really wins. And now, please, our casino star of the day, the sage of heavenly gambling. Snap! The gamblers and reporters were clapping their hands vigorously, and the two of them, Su Nan and Li Fingjiao, were directly pushed up by the security. The two were pushed to Li Changlong's side, and when he saw this, Su Nan suddenly gave Li Changlong an awkward smile. Li Changlong was dumbfounded. Why is it Su Nan? Well, even though Su Nan was his daughter's teacher, it wasn't like it couldn't be explained, but immediately after that, Li Fingjiao next to Su Nan raised her head to give Li Changlong a wry smile with a crying face. Li Changlong on the spot is a headbang. Finished, he felt that he should immediately change his profession. Sure enough, without waiting for Li Sung-ryung to speak, some questioning voices came out. Why does that person wearing a hat feel a bit like Miss Li? It really does seem a bit like that. I remember. Isn't this what's his name, Heavenly Palace gambling sage, the teacher of Heavenly Palace Private Senior High School? Miss Li's homeroom teacher? Holy, I remember. His name is Su Nan. That was him at the last police station launch. Hearing this, Li Changlong's heart thumped. He knew he was finished. This time jumping into the Yellow River cannot wash. What's genuine, sincere, and really wins money is a scam and an inside job. That it's possible for someone to win 2 leopards in a row, or leopards with the same number of points, and it's all a scam. Of course, Li Sung-ryung knew that he was innocent, but he knew better that no matter how he explained it others would think so. He had now thought of quitting the lottery, turning the casino into a hotel, and living in poverty with tens of billions of dollars in savings in the future. Ahem. Everyone, listen to me for a second. Su Nan lightly coughed twice to get everyone's attention before continuing. Not bad. I'm Su Nan, Li Fingjiao's teacher. I'm actually here today to, promote anti-gambling. Right. That's right. We're promoting anti-gambling today. Su Nan even glanced at Li Changlong when he said this, and after realizing that Li Changlong was still in a state of soullessness, Su Nan gritted his teeth and continued. I don't share the same fate as gambling and drugs. Do people really think gambling makes money? No. It's all a scam. The lottery can shake out any number of points they want. What are you going to win with? This is a good skill of the lottery. But you are using the so-called luck to bet on people not opening the points you want. It's not just the dice cup. It's the same with all the other gambling devices. There's no way you guys are going to win unless you're geniuses and go practice gambling for 10 years too. But if you guys could have that, you wouldn't be gambling anymore. Today I'm here at the request of Boss Li to expose this scam. The first shot against gambling. Refuse to gamble. Resist gambling, and crack down on gambling. Li Fingjiao looked at the spirited Su Nan, and for a moment, she was a little infatuated. Her eyes were turning into peach hearts. Immediately after that, Li Fingjiao shook her head vigorously. She had come with Su Nan. She was very clear about what had happened, and it was a complete misunderstanding that had come to this point. All Su Nan is doing now is bull asterisk ting and bull asterisk ting. A group of reporters and gamblers were also a bit confused. They did not expect that Su Nan would publicize anti-gambling inside the casino. This is not a nasty thing to hit a lantern inside the toilet? Li Sung-ryung took a deep breath and the first sentence he opened his mouth made everyone at the scene drop their jaws. Mr. Su is right. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at Li Changlong. Li Changlong also figured out that after such a mess, their future performance will definitely plummet, so they might as well use the ladder to get off the donkey. Anyway, he had made enough money over the years, and most importantly, he could make less money, but not lose face. Mr. Su was hired by me to promote anti-gambling. The reporters were also called by me personally. This is something the reporters can all attest to. All the reporters nodded their heads at the words. It was indeed Li Changlong who shouted for them to come. Otherwise they wouldn't have been able to enter. What, winning $20 million in half an hour? What are you guys dreaming about? Lousy practiced gambling at the age of 3, and at the age of 7, he fought all over the world. The boss of the Pudong casino didn't dare to say this. How can this be true? Just then, the responding reporter raised his hand and asked a question. Mr. Li, may I ask what the purpose of this is? Li Sung-ryung immediately rolled his eyes and said, of course it's to stop people from indulging in gambling. But isn't your company a casino-based casino? Li Changlong gritted his teeth and said, I'll close the door today, start rectifying the situation tomorrow, and the Pufa Hotel will open for business next month. Li Fingjiao was stunned on the spot. His dad had gambled all his life and actually said he would change his profession. Reporters were also shocked by Li Changlong. Pohat Casino, but Hong Kong can rank into the top 5 large casino. This Nima set off on the off? Li Sung-ryung said he was just so arbitrary. Money. A little less, earn a little less. Today must not make a joke. Well, I have decided to shut down gambling and all other similar programs. In addition, I announced that from next week onwards, we'll be on television to publicize all kinds of gambling in the deception, as well as all kinds of gambling cheating means, specific in which media you can come down to talk with my secretary in detail. Secondly, this impromptu meeting of journalists is also to announce to you that the opening of our Pudong Hotel is just around the corner. On behalf of the Pudong Hotel and all the staff, I would like to donate 100 million yuan in cash and 30 million yuan in materials to the Hongqiao Orphanage and Nursing Home. Bara. Su Nan had been stunned. He never expected Li Chenglong to be so decisive. Li Fingjia immediately covered her mouth, and her gaze toward Su Nan became very soft. She hadn't thought that Su Nan was really invited by her father. In fact, she didn't like gambling either. One might even say she hated it, except that her circle had always been surrounded by it. From now on, people won't say her family runs a casino. Su Nan naturally didn't know what Li Fingjia was thinking as his eyes searched through the crowd. That kid who loan sharked people to get them to the high seas GA waifu, he would never let the other guy get away with just that. Mr. Su, may I ask if the $20 million you won will also be donated to the orphanage as well as the nursing home? Donate. Su Nan didn't even hear what Li Chenglong asked and didn't react until after the answer. I mean. Yes, I mean donate. For sure. Looking at the camera facing him, Su Nan ultimately chose to have a face. Li Chenglong suddenly the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. Although the old man may have lost tens of billions of dollars, but Su Nan has lost dozens of times his fortune. This wave is still a win for me. On a rotten building, the man in the suit was tied up solidly, and he looked at Su Nan with a horrified expression. It wasn't that long ago that the launch of the Puma casino ended and he just left. He was about to drive to another casino, but just as he got in the car, he was kidnapped by Su Nan. Teacher Su, speak properly. I really haven't offended you. Have you kidnapped the wrong person? Su Nan grinned at his words. And I didn't say you offended me. What's your name? The man in the suit hurriedly replied. Teacher Su, just call me Ahua. I'm just a small person, and I don't usually have access to Teacher Su. There must be some kind of misunderstanding here. Teacher Su, can you release me? Su Nan shook his head when he heard this. I would like to let you go, but brother, I'm a bit short of money on hand lately. I'm going to drag you to the high seas to GA waste. What do you think? Chapter 60, what law enforcement powers do gangsters need for a firefight? After a bout of loving touch from Su Nan to Awa on the rotten building, Awa finally realizes his mistake and decides to lend all the money to Su Nan. At first, Awa was disdainful when he saw Su Nan holding an unsharpened knife, but later, after he was hacked all over his face, he knew that this thing was still very powerful in terms of killing power. Hey, yo, it's me, Awa. I have a big fish here. Yeah, from the mainland, special status, how much do you have that he borrows? See you at the harbor at 8 p.m. Hey, Blade. Hey, dog. Brother Nan. No more. Really, that's all I know of moneylenders. Brother Nan, talk things over. Really, don't be impulsive. Su Nan nodded in satisfaction and put away the knife in his hand. Su Nan picked up his cell phone and looked at it, smiling at Ahua. It's still early. Why don't we get high? Ahua immediately clenched her legs and looked at Su Nan with a horrified expression. Then there was a mournful scream from the rotten building. A few moments later, Su Nan straightened his clothes and headed downstairs. Behind him, Ahua, who was already tied up solidly, was once again bundled into a dumpling. Only after doing all this did Su Nan return to the Pufa casino. Of course, now it is no longer called the casino, but the unopened Pufa Hotel. Teacher, where have you been? You disappeared as soon as I wandered off, and I couldn't get through on the phone. Li Fingjiao grumbled as she walked up, pulling Su Nan up with a disgruntled face and heading inside. Su Nan smiled at this and didn't explain, and he couldn't possibly tell Li Fingjia that he had just gone to kidnap someone. In the general manager's office, Li Chenglong's face was gloomy as he looked at the door of the room. Li Chenglong had a monstrous rage in his heart, just waiting for Su Nan to come in and vent it. Dad, the teacher is here. Li Fingjiao pushed open the door of the room and pulled Su Nan in with a smile on her face. Bang! Li Chenglong slapped his hand on the table. Full of anger, he got up and was ready to get mad. The smile on Li Fingjiao's face froze, standing in place at a loss for words. Li Sung-rian, what are you up to? A loud shout from Su Nan startled Li Chenglong. He wasn't trying to make a scene, he was just trying to be loud. No, shouldn't he be the loud one? Thinking of this, Li Chenglong is ready to come first with a shout to regain the initiative. Saw Su Nan quickly walk to the desk and ruthlessly slap the table. Bang! Unlikable. It's so unlikable. I've never seen that parent like you. Look at this. What is this place? Casino. I didn't realize until I came for a home visit today that you let Li Fingjiao live in such a place. Ah, you tell me. There's that parent who lets his daughter live in a casino. Bang! Say something. Li Chenglong was yelled at by Sunan and ended up falling back onto the stool with his butt. His head fell into a brief daze, and it took a long time for Li Sung Ryung to react. I have such a big place here. And isn't it good here? Not to mention, it's safe here. Thinking about this, Li Chenglong also had a bottom line. MS. Su, what's wrong with me letting my own daughter live here? Bang! Sunan slapped the table again. Of course there's a problem. As a parent, it's up to you to give your student a quiet learning environment. Look at your place. It's a mess. The downstairs floors are full of gambling establishments. How can you let your children study properly? You tell me. Do you want her to study, or do you want her to learn to gamble? Li Chenglong immediately touched his nose in embarrassment. He was really prepared to let Li Fingjiao inherit his casino. Of course, to inherit the casino, then naturally you have to learn the art of gambling. He used to be all very proud. After all, although his daughter's academic performance is a little worse, but gambling is good. Since elementary school has not been asking him to give pocket money. I came to the house today with a little faith at first, and now I'm disappointed in you. Su Nan looked at Li Chenglong with a disappointed expression. Well, now that I know why, I have nothing to say. I think your family, Li Fingjiao, has no problem at all. It's you who has the problem. The one who needs to change is also you. As a father, I want you to compete and be a good example for your own daughter. I won't say anything else. I'm very disappointed in you right now. Let's go. Sunan pulled up the dumbfounded Li Fingjiao and walked towards the outside of the house, leaving the equally dumbfounded Li Chenglong sitting alone on the chair. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? It wasn't until he stepped out of this depressing casino that Sunan let out a breath. It's a good thing I got a head start, or else it would have ended badly today. Li Fingjiao on the side took a long time to come back to her senses, and immediately looked at Sunan with a face of adoration. Teacher, you just looked so handsome. I've never seen anyone talk to my dad like that. You're so handsome, Li Fingjiao said with a face of excitement and pulled up Sunan's hand and shook it. If it wasn't for the fact that Sunan pressed Li Fingjiao's head in time, she would have directly jumped up and kissed Sunan. Of course, it was impossible for Sunan to let her have her way. After all, the child was older. There was a difference between men and women. If Li Fingjiao was 10 years younger, Sunan wouldn't have mattered. Teacher, where are we going now? Sunan directly rolled his eyes. Of course it's back to school. Where else do you want to go? Li Fingjiao's small hand pinched the corner of her coat and whispered. Shouldn't you take me to lunch? Go shopping in the afternoon to buy some gifts, and go to a Western dinner in the evening, then go to a movie? Pop. Sunan immediately slapped Li Fingjiao on the head. Girls watch a little less romance dramas, and also, you're still young. Don't think about all that stuff. Sunan pulled up Li Fingjiao and stuffed her into the car, then drove towards the school. Teacher, wasn't your car towed? No, this isn't your car. Hey, I just met a good buddy who temporarily lent it to me for a drive. Sunan grinned and said, so what? You go back and convey for me that I have something to do today. All my classes will be changed to self-study, or it's fine to change it to sports. Anyway, that boy Tiger wants to make money. Li Fingjiao hurriedly shook her head desperately. No, we don't want to go to sports. She remembered gym class as a time to play games and ball games, but now it's gym class. Class, we'll run 2 kilometers in this class, and then we'll practice fighting. Ho, Jiao, don't run away. If you do, Seoul will dock my pay. Li Fingjiao shivered at the thought, because in the end, she and Lin Hao were dragged back. Just kind of, lift the leg and drag it back hard. You can bully Tiger all you want. He won't get mad, but you can't make Tiger dock his paycheck. He'll fight you to the death. In front of the school, Sunan stopped with a beautiful drift. Get out of the car. I've got things to go do. Teacher, remember to treat me to a movie next time. Before Li Fingjiao could finish her sentence, Sunan kicked the gas and took off. In the office of the police chief, Li Yiming looked at Sunan with a serious expression. Special agent, isn't this operation too sudden? Sunan said in a deep voice. It's just that it has to be so sudden. Otherwise who knows if the news will leak. Li Yiming nodded, but said with some hesitation, the loan sharking group of guys is nothing. Only the group on the high seas. We don't have law enforcement power over there. The ship they were traveling on certainly wouldn't have been registered in our country. Sunan smiled at his words. What kind of law enforcement powers do you need for a gangland firefight? Chapter 61, The Flat-Headed Bandit. The high seas. A large cruise ship is sailing at a slow speed. There are tons of rich people gathered on this cruise ship. Cruise ship owners give the rich and famous anything they want, including but not limited to gambling, drugs, beautiful women. On the penultimate level of this large cruise ship, there was another special item for sale: human organs. As for the bottom floor, it's where those organs are kept. That is, the living people whose organs are paired with those of the rich and famous. 20 nautical miles away from the cruise ship, a large freighter was rapidly approaching. Sunan, right here on this freighter, the owner of the freighter, as well as more than a dozen of his employees, were at that moment being dragged and shut into the cockpit by Tiger. On deck, 20 heavily armed bandits had assembled. "Sir, it's all set." "Shut up," Sunan shouted in a low voice. "I told you, call me Nan." "Yes, brother Nan." Just then, Tiger walked out of the cabin. "Nan, it's all locked in." "Aha!" Sunan nodded his head and looked at the 20 small flat-headed bandits in front of him and said, "Our target is all the rich people on the cruise ship. We all come out here just for the word wealth. I don't want anyone saintly heart dragging the brothers down when the time comes. All security with weapons will be taken out, even if the other person is just a pregnant woman and child." "Yes, brother Nan." Looking at the team of flatheads with no banditry at all, who scratched his head and said, Nan, why do these brothers you found look like they just came out of the army?" The flat-headed robbers' faces instantly changed at the words. Sunan even spat in his heart. "More than like, it's simply, and it's still not out." But although he spat in his heart, Sunan still patted Tiger's shoulder without changing his face and said, "Tiger, times have changed. You think getting out now is still the same as it used to be in the Silver Triangle? Everyone is about formalizing everything they do. Look at these brothers. This spirit, this physique. Isn't it easy to beat 100 of the Silver Triangle's little caramels?" Who nodded at his words and said, "Hit at least 200. As the freighter got closer to the cruise ship, the atmosphere grew tense. Instead, Sunan walked calmly to the outside of the cab and said to the inside, "See the cruise ship in front? Ram it, then you guys can go." The captain gulped at that. You know, hitting a large cruise ship like this could be the result of a capsize. However, he had to do what Sunan told him to do, because at his feet, a bomb was flickering. As the captain gritted his teeth, the freighter instantly rushed straight towards the cruise ship. Of course, the captain wasn't stupid, and he wasn't going much faster. Cruise ship. A few foreigners in the cockpit were leisurely drinking coffee and letting the cruise ship drive itself. They had actually seen the freighter traveling not far away, but there were so many of these freighters at sea that they naturally assumed it was an ordinary freighter. So they didn't care. "David, something's wrong with the ship. He seems to be coming toward us. Quick, warn him." "Shat, is he drunk? It's going to crash. Quickly turn the rudder. Quickly." Boom. The violent collision rocked both ships substantially. In particular, the cruise ship that was hit on the side almost went over on its side. Everyone on the cruise ship was unprepared for the sudden shaking that toppled a large portion of the ship. The pampered rich and famous even fell on their heads. Some of the rich and staff who were swimming on the deck even had several people fall into the sea. "Quick, go see what's going on." Dozens of security personnel quickly ran towards the deck. However, just as they opened the door, a burst of dense bullets shot directly over. Da 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 da, da 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 da. The dozen or so security guards running at the front instantly went down, each with at least a dozen bullet holes in their bodies. "Quick, close the door." Reacting security rushed to close the door. Just then, however, several grenades rolled right in. Boom! The rest of the security went down in another big way. Da 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 da, da 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 da. The battle lasted less than 10 minutes, and all 3 levels of security above the cruise ship were knocked out. Only a few security guards remained to cover some important people who fled directly into the lower 4 decks of the cruise ship. All the staff and the already scared rich people were all gathered in the middle of the hall, looking around at the heavily armed, masked, flat-faced robbers. A large portion of them were too scared to walk on weak legs. Ha ha ha, so many rich people. Brothers are rich. With a silk scarf covering the lower half of his face, Sunan slowly came to these people. Sunan's gaze was like a wild beast sweeping over the pile of people in front of him one by one. Suddenly, Sunan raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! In the crowd, a woman was shot in the eyebrow and slowly collapsed. If one looked closely, one could see that the woman's left hand had been touching her waist. But who would bother to take a closer look at this? These rich people who only know how to enjoy themselves have long been scared silly. Shut up. Scream again and I'll make it so you can never speak. Hearing Sunan's words, everyone hurriedly covered their mouths. In reality, even if they continued to scream and yell, Sunan couldn't do anything to them. The law will judge them for their crimes. But having a weapon is different. Sunan could just shoot down anyone who was a threat to him, even if it was just the threat he felt. Looking at the group of people in front of him, Sunan smiled. This group was his next bargaining chip with the lower 4 levels. According to the information he had gotten from Dagger, there were at least 5 ordinary people on this cruise ship who had been captured to have their organs cut out. However, according to Sunan's estimation, The actual number of people must be only a little more. Tiger, Nan. Tiger looked a little funny with the stockings he'd gotten from somewhere over his head, and it's still white silk. Take a couple of guys and try to see if you can break into the 4th basement level. Yes. Tiger nodded and called 5 or 6 people at random and went. Sunan looked at the group of tycoons and staff in front of him and said with a grin, I know that you guys definitely want to call the police for help right now. Don't be afraid. I won't charge you for your cell phones. Feel free to call if you want to. I don't have any opinions. Hearing Sunan's words, none of them dared to move. No one was a cutie pie. Would go and believe the words of a robber. But there were bold ones who had regained their composure by now. A big-bellied, bald, middle-aged man slowly raised his hands and stood up to look at Sunan and asked, Aren't you just seeking wealth? Say it. How much money do you need to release me? Sunan smiled at that. Ha 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 ha. It sure is a lot easier to deal with smart people. Sunan suddenly stopped laughing and looked at the middle-aged man and said, I want your entire fortune. Chapter 62, Willing to do anything? Sunan's arrogance was something the middle-aged man hadn't expected. Young man, do something and we'll see each other later. Sunan burst out laughing at his words. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. Later? You want there to be a later? You don't think I'm going to let you go, do you? No way. There can't really be anyone that naive? What do you mean? A young man got up and looked at Shwemor and droned. Do you want to kill us all? Do you know who my father is? Sunan looked at the man with an I'm so scared expression and asked, Who is your father? My dad is Li Gang, the governor of the Outer South District. Oh. Sunan nodded and looked at a flat-headed robber and said, Turn around and tie up his father as well. Yes, boss. Hong Kong Harbor, Office of the Police Commissioner. Dum. Director, Vice Mayor Chen is here. Please come in, Li Yiming said without lifting his head. Da. With the sound of a high-heeled footstep, a lean middle-aged man with a hot secretary came to stand beside Li Yiming's desk. This lean, middle-aged man was none other than Deputy Mayor Chen. Li Yiming was still writing something in his hand and asked without lifting his head, How did Vice Mayor Chen have time to come to our police department? Vice Mayor Chen smiled and said, Director Li, I heard that a cruise ship was hijacked on the high seas. Do you know anything about this? Li Yiming slowly put down the pen in his hand when he heard this and looked up at Vice Mayor Chen and said, I know. Vice Mayor Chen can speak plainly if he has something to say. Facing Li Yiming's interrogating gaze, Vice Mayor Chen, still with a kind smile on his face, said, Director Li, you know, I'm just a small deputy mayor in charge of attracting investment. I heard that it was you who personally ordered that no one be allowed to go to the rescue. There are dozens of celebrities from our Hong Kong business community on that cruise ship. If something happens to them. Li Yiming sniffed expressionlessly and gently snapped his fingers on the desktop, interrupting Vice Mayor Chen to continue. Vice Mayor Chen, that's the high seas. That cruise ship is a vessel belonging to the Eagle Kingdom. Not to mention the fact that we don't have the power to enforce the law. This first one to step in should also be the Eagle Kingdom. Enforcing the law against another country's vessels on the high seas without a fight is a cause of international disputes. I understand Vice Mayor Chen's desire to protect our citizens of Hong Kong, but we can't cause an international dispute over it. We can't go ahead and enforce the law unless Hong Kong agrees to do so for the reason of saving the citizens of our city. I can try to communicate with that side, but there's no guarantee the other side will agree. Vice Mayor Chen still smiled kindly and nodded at his words, as he had already sent someone to contact the Eagle countryside on his way here. As long as Li Yiming made a phone call over, that side would immediately agree to let the Hong Kong side enforce the law. However, Li Yiming's next maneuver made Vice Mayor Chen dumbfounded, only to see Li Yiming make a call to his assistant. Come to my office right away. On the other end of the phone came the helpless voice of the assistant director. I'm afraid I can't come. Now. Li Yiming frowned and asked, What's wrong? The assistant said with some embarrassment, Director, you know, I like to eat opposite Chen Ji's pig's feet rice. Today at noon this rice do not know what is going on. Ate always diarrhea. I now just come in the toilet. Li Yiming immediately said angrily, Doesn't the cafeteria have any food for you? Pig's foot rice. I think you're just a pig. I'm limiting you to pulling clean and showing up in front of me in half an hour. Or you'll be waiting to wear a traffic cop's uniform to get a ticket on the road. Li Yiming finished hanging up the phone fiercely, and then looked at Vice Mayor Chen and said with a slight apology, I'm sorry, I'm usually still too lax in disciplining these subordinates. Please trouble Vice Mayor Chen to wait for a moment. The ones who usually contact the Eagle Country Police are my assistants. Vice Mayor Chen smiled at his words and said, No trouble. Hard work, Director Li. Vice Mayor Chen finished his speech and turned his head to look at the female secretary he had brought with him and said, I just came up in a bit of a hurry, and I forgot my phone in the car, so go get it for me. Okay, Deputy Mayor. The female secretary gently nodded her head at Li Yiming and then walked towards the door. Deputy Mayor Chan and his secretaries Trixley Yiming naturally saw it, but he wasn't worried. He believed that ordinary armament couldn't take that team in southern Sudan. That's a flat-headed robber from the mainland. What's more, there was no difference between those business celebrities falling into Sunan's hands and hostages. The Hong Kong harbor side of the harbor is dark and passionate, as is the cruise ship on the high seas. Boom. Da 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 da. A few of Tiger's men finally blew open the door to the cabin. Immediately there was a fierce exchange of fire between the two sides. The cruise ship's security had suffered heavy deaths and injuries in the first wave of the attack, and now they couldn't stop Tiger and the others at all. Soon the lower decks of the cruise ship were completely compromised and security went down for 2 more. The few remaining security guards fled into the next level, retreating as they fought. On the 3rd level, several wealthy businessmen were gathered around James. James, what the hell is going on and why is there so much gunfire and explosions up there? We're here to spend money, not get involved. I'm telling you, if something happens to me here, your group won't fare well either. James was distracted by the noise of a few rich businessmen, but he could only try to keep a smile on his face and said, Boss please don't worry. You are well aware of our group's strength. It's just a bunch of robbers. Our men are on their way. I'm sure it won't take long to deal with those who don't know any better. David, take Boss Ho and the others to the bottom floor to take cover. Yes, booze. After putting a few wealthy businessmen in place, James turned pale. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where in the world did this guy come from? Actually robbed me. The entire cruise ship was covered with surveillance everywhere, and James naturally saw the situation in the hall above and Sunan's conversation with him. Boss, with such a big incident happening, some of the rich businessmen up there are likely to call the police, and I'm worried that the Hong Kong police will step in. James sniffed and nodded. Not everyone knew that their cruise ship was still trading in human organs, and it was only natural for those people to call the police. Go and destroy all the medical equipment and throw it into the sea. Change all those pigs into clean clothes and disguise them as tourists, and give Boss He and the others 2 guns. If there are no police on board, forget it. If the police come on board to check, Boss He and the others will know what to do themselves. Yes, booze. In the lobby, with his AK47 slung over his shoulder, Sunan kept hovering in front of these waiters and tourists. Puff. A marvelous young girl couldn't hold on any longer and directly fell to her knees at Sunan's feet. Please, leave me alone. Oh, I'm just here to make some money. Ooh, don't kill me. I'll do anything for you. Sunan stopped in his tracks at the words, his gaze teasingly looking at the marvelous young girl. Willing to do anything? The young girl sniffed and nodded slightly shyly, looking at the other party's expression of desire. Sunan smiled evilly and said, You're still a student, right? Well, okay, I'll give you a chance. Old Buster. Boss. A flat-headed robber came quickly to Sunan's side. Sunan looked at the squatting crowd on the ground and the young girl in front of him and said with an evil smile, There must be a printer on this cruise ship. Go and print me 200 sets of senior high school math papers out. Whoever can't do it today. Ha ha ha. Ha,